Hello everyone. Welcome to Let's Read Poor Folk by Fyodor Dostoevsky. This is an audio recording of the entirety of Dostoevsky's debut novel, with occasional commentary from me, the reader, for the purpose of clarity. The basic premise of this Let's Read is that classical literature can be very hard to digest when presented in the standard audio format. That is, when the audiobook contains the text and nothing but the text. When you read a classical work in print, you usually have a host of advantages that are missing in the audio version. You might have an introduction from a literary scholar. You may have notes that provide relevant background information that would tend to be lost on a modern audience. You have time to sit and absorb complicated developments in the plot, or to sort out a complicated cast of characters. You have immediate knowledge of how the novel is structured, and so on. In an audio format, you typically do not have these advantages. The text rolls on, and it is easy to get lost. My basic goal here is to capture those advantages in an audio format. You may have heard of Let's Play series for video games, where the gamer plays through the game but offers a running commentary throughout. My idea here is roughly analogous. I wish to read through the novel with you, but will retain the license to add comments where I think it may be helpful to a general audience. This Let's Read contains an introduction which situates the novel in the context of Dostoevsky's life and works. It contains some concluding thoughts on the novel, but more importantly, it also has some notes sprinkled throughout the reading simply to clarify points that the average reader could easily miss. I don't want to abuse this license, and for the most part I will allow the text to stand on its own. But there will be times where I will play the role of shepherd, just to make sure you stick with me. Now, originally, I completed this project as a YouTube playlist, not as a single video. I still believe that the playlist is the best way of consuming the product, and I have a link in the description below that will take you there. However, I've discovered that, outside of the YouTube environment, search engines do not always cooperate well with playlists. This means that an external search might not turn up the playlist itself, but could easily turn up one of the videos of the playlist, right in the middle of the novel, which makes for a poor introduction to the project. So, to fix this problem, I've assembled all the parts of the playlist into this single video, which I hope will turn up more readily in search engines outside of YouTube. If you are listening to this, perhaps you have been led here by a Google or Bing search. Now, if you take my advice, at this point, you'll go ahead and link over to the playlist now, and skip to the second video of that sequence. The playlist will allow for ease of navigation through the various parts of the book. Otherwise, feel free to keep it here, but just be aware that the rest of this video was originally recorded with the playlist in mind. If you are keeping it here, the next item on the agenda is a brief introduction to the novel. In this video, I would like to say a few words on the novel we are about to read. First things first, Poor Folk is in the public domain, which means that we won't be violating copyright law. The particular version I will be reading is collected in a Barnes & Noble Classics volume, along with another of Dostoevsky's formative works, The House of the Dead. In fact, the picture you see on the screen also adorns the Barnes & Noble cover. The text has been translated by Constance Garnett. In this version, the novel is about 120 pages long. I do commend the Barnes & Noble edition to you, in part because it contains a wonderfully lucid introduction by the late Joseph Frank, a Stanford professor of literature and Dostoevsky scholar. Regrettably, I cannot read his introduction with you since it is not in the public domain. However, I will touch upon some of his ideas here. The life of Dostoevsky was an exceptionally turbulent one, but it had a clear turning point in 1849 when he was arrested by the Tsarist government for his socialist political activism. Months later, he endured harrowing moments on the scaffold awaiting his execution, but was saved at the last minute by a reduced sentence, imprisonment in Siberia. When Dostoevsky returned from Siberia to St. Petersburg in 1859, he was a changed man, and his experiences during this crisis fueled the genius of his later works, including Crime and Punishment and The Brothers Karamazov. The characters in these works wrestle with crucial questions about God, about suffering, about the moral and spiritual dimensions of our lives, with an astonishing intensity, as the author lays their souls bare and naked before the reader. None of them speak with the author's full voice, or rather, in a way, all of them do, with Dostoevsky giving fervent and sincere expression to myriad conflicting ideas. The author himself emerges as a fiercely religious man with equally fierce doubts. But Poor Folk was written in an earlier period, begun in 1844 and published in 1846. As Dostoevsky's first novel, it lacks the depth, range, and vigor of his later works. And yet we see his talents in their nascent state on display here as well, as he gives expression to the secret psychological recesses of his two principal characters. Poor Folk is an epistolary novel, and so is composed almost entirely of letters written between two figures, a middle-aged man named Makar Devushkin, and the young woman whom he loves, named Varvara Dobroselova. I say almost entirely because toward the beginning of the novel we are allowed to peek into Varvara's diary for a significant 25-page stretch. In the development of this correspondence, we learn much about their life circumstances, their past histories, the hopes and anxieties that they have, the pressures placed upon them, and the fates to which they must become resigned. In the process, Dostoevsky gives us a clear window into the lives of poor folk. In the last video, I estimated that the playlist would include about 100 installments. I guessed a bit high. Since then, I've estimated that number to be somewhere in the 60s, which is still rather many for a 120-page novel. The reason now should be clear. Each video will be dedicated to a letter, and as many of these letters are rather brief, some of these videos will be less than a minute long. If the later Dostoevsky is fueled by the harrowing experiences of his middle years, the younger Dostoevsky seems to be inspired by his love of literature. Dostoevsky had literary ambitions from a young age, and so read voraciously. So too do his less talented characters, and Russian literature is a constant presence in Poor Folk, as Makar and Varvara pass books back and forth to each other and frequently comment on them. Literary allusions pepper the novel throughout in more subtle ways as well. I will not attempt to ferret out all these references in what follows. Doing so would lead us far afield, and I doubt I could provide the necessary erudition anyway. Nevertheless, there are two literary figures who deserve to be mentioned, since they play a prominent role in the novel itself and lend quite a bit to the structure of Dostoevsky's work. One of these is Alexander Pushkin, one of Russia's first great writers from a previous generation. Pushkin is referred to often throughout the novel with veneration, as indeed Dostoevsky idolized the man all his life. One story in particular comes up, the station master. In this tale, the old station master's daughter is seduced by a wealthy officer who spirits her away, leaving the old man, named Samson Virin, to die alone years later. The other figure is Nikolai Gogol, a contemporary of Dostoevsky who had already gained fame for his ability to satirize elements of Russian society. In particular, his famous story, The Overcoat, tells of a lowly civil servant named Akaky Akakyevich, who lives in circumstances very similar to those of Makar Devushkin. Akaky Akakyevich is constantly belittled by the people around him, but manages to save enough money for an overcoat, which is his prized possession. But he loses the overcoat and dies soon thereafter. The tone of these two tales is markedly different. Pushkin's story is sentimental. He invites his reader to feel sympathy for the wronged Samson Virin. But Gogol pokes fun at his own suffering protagonist. By the time Dostoevsky is writing Poor Folk, Gogol's satirical style has become fashionable, and the romantic sentimentalism of Pushkin has fallen out of vogue. Also part of the contemporary fashion was what Joseph Frank refers to as physiological sketches, brief narratives that described the external circumstances of real people with attention to detail, but without entering into the underlying passions and motives of those people. This is the literary scene that Dostoevsky inherits as he is writing. He has his Makar Devushkin read both of these stories during his narrative, and invites his character to see himself in both Samson Virin and Akaky Akakyevich. We shall see how Makar responds to these invitations in the videos ahead. But for a well-read 19th century Russian reader, it is very clear what Dostoevsky is doing. When Gogol writes The Overcoat, he explicitly refuses to go too deeply into the mind of Akaky Akakyevich, noting that, and I quote, "It's really impossible to get inside a man's soul and learn all he thinks," unquote. Dostoevsky takes that as a challenge. When he writes Poor Folk, he starts with a character just like Akaky Akakyevich, but decides precisely to get inside the man's soul and learn all that he thinks. In the process, while he still preserves the grit of the physiological sketches and the satirical flavor of Gogol, he also invites us to care about his characters, reviving the sympathetic feeling of Pushkin. The immediate success of Poor Folk in 1846 owes much to how vividly Dostoevsky could paint a portrait of the view of society from its lowest rungs, while successfully channeling and challenging the Russian literature of the era. But it also owes much to the fact that it was thought to cohere well with the socialist sensibilities of an influential literary critic named Vissarion Belinsky, who found in its pages a sort of literary confirmation of his political views and enthusiastically threw his weight behind it. Does Poor Folk advance a socialist agenda? For Joseph Frank, the politics of the novel are best described by the moniker Christian socialism. The basic idea is that since all of us are God's children, and since some of us are forced to endure appalling circumstances brought on by poverty, it falls upon all of us, rich and poor alike, to alleviate suffering where we can. Makar Devushkin seems to give expression to this sort of idea in the pages ahead, although not at all with the sort of bitter enthusiasm of socialists of the era, or indeed of Karl Marx, whose manifesto was just on the horizon. Indeed, part of what is striking about the novel is just how humble and docile its two principal characters are in the face of crushing adversity and injustice. We get none of the venom of the underground man or of an Ippolit, none of the arrogant revolt of a Raskolnikov or an Ivan Karamazov, none of the passion of a Rogojin or a Dmitry Karamazov. Those excavations of the soul come later. Here, what we get is quiet desperation. Still, we can see several themes of the later Dostoevsky in their early stage. We can see how money can dictate the architecture of a life. We see characters reacting to injury and humiliation, and we see them struggling to identify a sense of self-worth in an unaccommodating world. These latter two elements especially are at the root of what Dostoevsky does throughout his career. Now, you may be asking, is the book any good? Not everyone thinks so today. I recently came across a Guardian article that derided the book as a mawkish tale. It certainly isn't a great book. The great books would be written later, and its popularity in its time had a lot to do with the peculiar circumstances of that time. If you are not yet a convert to the brilliance of Dostoevsky's work, this probably isn't the book to convert you. I'd invite you to pick up Notes from the Underground or Crime and Punishment, perhaps. But it is a good book. And if, like me, you are on a Dostoevsky kick and you want a thorough tour of his literary career, there is no better place to start. Now, before we begin, just a couple of items of housekeeping. First, I need to say a few words about Russian naming conventions. As you will see, when Makar writes to Varvara, he will often address her as Varvara Alexeyevna. But when Varvara signs her own letters, she will do so as Varvara Dobroselova. Well, which is it, Alexeyevna or Dobroselova? The answer is both. Russian names have three components: a first name, a patronymic, and a surname or family name. The patronymic will take the first name of the individual's father and then append a vich or an ovna or evna depending upon his or her sex. So Varvara's full name is Varvara Alexeyevna, or daughter of Alexei, Dobroselova. Makar's father's name also happens to have been Alexei, since his full name is Makar Alexeyevich Devushkin. It is not uncommon for these characters to refer to each other by their first name and patronymic. But sometimes Makar might use a nickname for Varvara, such as Varinka. Finally, I need to read the title page with you, since it includes an epigraph, a quotation from a story by one Dostoevsky, a writer of the time, which reads like this. Ah, these storytellers! If only they would write anything useful, pleasant, soothing, but they will unearth all sorts of hidden things. I would prohibit their writing. Why, it is beyond everything. You read, and you can't help thinking, and then all sorts of foolishness comes into your head. I would really prohibit their writing. I would simply prohibit it altogether. Prince V.F. Dostoevsky. Dostoevsky, it seems, is signaling his intentions to unearth all sorts of hidden things in the pages ahead. In the next video, we will begin the novel proper. April 8. My precious Varvara Alexeyevna, I was happy yesterday, immensely happy, impossibly happy, impossibly happy. For once in your life, you obstinate person, you obeyed me. At 8 o'clock in the morning, I woke up. You know, little mother, that I love a little nap of an hour or two when my work is over. I got out a candle, I got paper ready, was mending a pen, when suddenly I chanced to raise my eyes. Upon my word, it set my heart dancing. So you understood what I wanted, what was my heart's desire. I saw a tiny corner of your window curtain twitched back and caught against the pot of balsams, just exactly as I had hinted that day. Then I fancied I caught a glimpse of your little face at the window, that you were looking at me from your little room, that you were thinking of me. And how vexed I was, my darling, that I could not make out your charming little face distinctly. There was a time when we, too, could see clearly, dearie. It is poor fun being old, my own. Nowadays everything seems sort of spotty before my eyes. If one works a little in the evening, writes something, one's eyes are so red and tearful in the morning that one is really ashamed before strangers. In my imagination, though, your smile was beaming, my little angel, your kind, friendly little smile. And I had just the same sensation in my heart as when I kissed you, Varenka. Do you remember, little angel? Do you know, my darling, I even fancied that you shook your little finger at me. Did you, you naughty girl? You must be sure to describe all that fully in your letter. Come, what do you think of our little plan about your curtain, Varenka? It is delightful, isn't it? Whether I am sitting at work or lying down for a nap or waking up, I know that you are thinking about me over there. You are remembering me, and that you are well and cheerful. You drop the curtain. It means, "Goodbye, Makar Alexievitch, it's bedtime." You draw it up. "Good morning, Makar Alexievitch. How have you slept, or are you quite well, Makar Alexievitch? As for me, thank God, I am well and all right." You see, my darling, what a clever idea. There is no need of letters. It's cunning, isn't it? And you know it was my idea. What do you say to me now, Varvara Alexievna? I beg to inform you, Varvara Alexievna, my dear, that I slept last night excellently, contrary to my expectations, at which I am very much pleased. Though in new lodgings, after moving, it is always difficult to sleep. There is always some little thing amiss. I got up this morning as gay as a lark. What a fine morning it was, my darling. Our window was opened, the sun shone so brightly, the birds were chirping, the air was full of the sense of spring, and all nature seemed coming back to life. And everything else was to correspond. Everything was right to fit the spring. I even had rather pleasant dreams today, and my dreams were all of you, Varenka. I compared you with a bird of the air created for the delight of men and the adornment of nature. Then I thought, Varenka, that we men, living in care and anxiety, must envy the careless and innocent happiness of the birds of the air, and more of the same sort like that. That is, I went on making such far-fetched comparisons. I have a book, Varenka, and there is the same thought in it, all very exactly described. I write this, my darling, because one has all sorts of dreams, you know. And now it's springtime, so one's thoughts are always so pleasant. Witty, amusing, and tender dreams visit one. Everything is in a rosy light. That is why I have written all this, though, indeed, I took it all out of the book. The author there expresses the same desire in verse, and writes, "Why am I not a bird of prey?" and so on, and so on. There are all sorts of thoughts in it, but never mind them now. Oh, where were you going this morning, Varvara Alexievna? Before I had begun to get ready for the office, you flew out of your room exactly like a bird of the air and crossed the yard, looking so gay. How glad it made me to look at you. Ah, Varenka, Varenka, you must not be sad. Tears are no help to sorrow. I know that, my dear. I know it from experience. Now you are so comfortable, and you are getting a little stronger, too. Well, how is your Fedora? Oh, what a good-natured woman she is. You must write and tell me, Varenka, how you get on with her now, and whether you are satisfied with everything. Fedora is rather a grumbler, but you must not mind that, Varenka. God bless her, she has such a good heart. I have written to you already about Teresa here. She, too, is a good-natured and trustworthy woman. And how uneasy I was about our letters. And how were they to be delivered? And behold, the Lord sent us Teresa to make us happy. She is a good-natured woman, mild and long-suffering. But our landlady is simply merciless. She squeezes her at work like a rag. Well, what a hole I have got into, Varvara Alexievna. It is a lodging. I used to live like a bird in the woods, as you know yourself. It was so quiet and still that if a fly flew across the room, you could hear it. Here it is all noise, shouting, uproar. But of course you don't know how it is all arranged here. Imagine a long passage, absolutely dark and very dirty. On the right hand there is a blank wall, and on the left doors and doors like the rooms in a hotel in a long row. Well, these are lodgings, and there is one room in each. There are people living by twos and by threes in one room. It is no use expecting order. It is a regular Noah's Ark. They seem good sort of people, though, all so well educated and learned. One is in the service, a well-read man. He is somewhere in the literary department. He talks about Homer and Brambeus and authors of all sorts. He talks about everything, a very intelligent man. There are two officers who do nothing but play cards. There's a naval man and an English teacher. Wait a bit, I will divert you, my darling. I will describe them satirically in my next letter. That is, I will tell you what they are like in full detail. Our landlady is a very untidy little old woman. She goes about all day long in slippers and a dressing gown, and all day long she is scolding at Teresa. I live in the kitchen, or rather, to be more accurate, there is a room near the kitchen, and our kitchen, I ought to tell you, is clean, light, and very nice. A little room, a modest corner, or rather, the kitchen is a big room of 3 windows, though I have a partition running along the inside wall, so that makes, as it were, another room, an extra lodging. It is roomy and comfortable, and there is a window and all. In fact, every convenience. Well, so that is my little corner. So don't you imagine, my darling, there is anything else about it, any mysterious significance in it. Here he is living in a kitchen, you'll say. Well, if you like, I really am living in the kitchen, behind the partition, but that is nothing. I am quite private, apart from everyone, quiet and snug. I have put in a bed, a table, a chest of drawers, and a couple of chairs, and I have hung up the icon. It is true there are better lodgings. Perhaps there may be much better, but convenience is the great thing. I have arranged it all for my own convenience, you know, and you must not imagine it is for anything else. Your little window is opposite, across the yard, and the yard is narrow. One catches glimpses of you passing. It is more cheerful for a poor, lonely fellow like me, and cheaper, too. The very cheapest room here, with board, costs 35 roubles in paper, beyond my means. But my lodging cost me 7 roubles in paper, and my board 5 in silver. That is 24.5, and before I used to pay 30 and make it up by going without a great many things. I did not always have tea, but now I can spare enough for tea and sugar too. And you know, my dear, one is ashamed, as it were, not to drink tea. Here they are all well-to-do people, so one feels ashamed. One drinks it, Varenka, for the sake of the other people, for the look of the thing. For myself, I don't care. I'm not that particular. Think, too, of pocket money. One must have a certain amount. Then some sort of boots and clothes. Is there much left? Well, my salary is all I have. I am content and don't repine. It is sufficient. It has been sufficient for several years. There are extras, too. Well, goodbye, my angel. I have bought a couple of pots of balsam and geranium, quite cheap. But perhaps you love mignonette? Well, there is mignonette, too. You write and tell me. Be sure to write me everything as fully as possible, you know. Don't you imagine anything, though, or have any doubts about my having taken such a room, Varenka dear. No, it is my own convenience made me take it, and only the convenience of it tempted me. I am putting by money, you know, my darling. I am saving up. I have quite a lot of money. You must not think I am such a softy that a fly might knock me down with his wing. No, indeed, my own, I am not a fool, and I have as strong a will as a man of resolute and tranquil soul ought to have. Goodbye, my angel. I have scribbled you almost 2 sheets, and I ought to have been at the office long ago. I kiss your fingers, my own, and remain your humble and faithful friend, Makar Devushkin. P.S. One thing I beg you, answer me as fully as possible, my angel. I am sending you 1 pound of sweets with this, Varenka. You eat them up, and may they do you good. And for God's sake, do not worry about me and make a fuss. Well, goodbye then, my precious. April 8. Dear Sir, Makar Alexievich, do you know I shall have to quarrel with you outright at last? I swear to you, dear Makar Alexievich, that it really hurts me to take your presents. I know what they cost you, how you deny yourself and deprive yourself of what is necessary. How many times have I told you that I need nothing, absolutely nothing, that I shall never be able to repay you for the kindnesses you have showered upon me? And why have you sent me these flowers? Well, the balsams I don't mind, but why the geranium? I have only to drop an incautious word, for instance, about that geranium, and you rush off and buy it. I am sure it must have been expensive. How charming the flowers are, crimson and little crosses. Where did you get such pretty geranium? I have put it in the middle of the window in the most conspicuous place. I am putting a bench on the floor and arranging the rest of the flowers on the bench. You just wait until I get rich myself. Fedora is overjoyed. It's like paradise now in our room, so clean, so bright. Now, why these sweets? Upon my word, I guessed at once from your letter that there was something amiss with you. Nature and spring and the sweet scents and the birds chirping. What is this, I thought? Isn't it poetry? Yes, indeed, your letter ought to have been in verse. That was all that was wanting, Makar Alexievich. There are the tender sentiments and dreams and roseate hues, everything in it. As for the curtain, I never thought of it. I suppose it got hitched up of itself when I moved the flower-pot, so there. Ah, Makar Alexievich, whatever you may say, however you may reckon over your income to deceive me, to prove that your money is all spent on yourself, you won't take me in, and you won't hide anything from me. It is clear that you are depriving yourself of necessities for my sake. What possessed you, for instance, to take such a lodging? Why, you will be disturbed and worried. You are cramped for room, uncomfortable. You love solitude, and here, goodness knows what you have all about you. You might live a great deal better, judging from your salary. Fedora says you used to live ever so much better than you do now. Can you have spent all your life like this in solitude and privation, without pleasure, without a friendly, affectionate word, a lodger among strangers? Ah, dear friend, how sorry I am for you. Take care of your health anyway, Makar Alexievich. You say your eyes are weak, so you must not write by candlelight. Why write? Your devotion to your work must be known to your superiors without that. Once more, I entreat you not to spend so much money on me. I know that you love me, but you are not well off yourself. I got up this morning, feeling gay too. I was so happy. Fedora had been at work a long time and had got work for me too. I was so delighted. I only went out to buy silk, and then I set to work. The whole morning I felt so light-hearted. I was so gay. But now it is all black thoughts and sadness again. My heart keeps aching. Ah, what will become of me? What will be my fate? What is painful is that I am in such uncertainty, that I have no future to look forward to, that I cannot even guess what will become of me. It is dreadful to look back, too. There is such sorrow in the past, and my heart is torn in two at the very memory of it. All my life I shall be in suffering, thanks to the wicked people who have ruined me. It is getting dark. Time for work. I should have liked to have written to you all lots of things, but I have not the time. I must get to work. I must make haste. Of course, letters are a good thing. They make it more cheerful anyway. But why do you never come to see us yourself? Why is that, Makar Alexievitch? Now we are so near, you know, and sometimes you surely can make time. Please do come. I have seen your Teresa. She looks such a sickly creature. I felt sorry for her and gave her 20 kopecks. Yes, I was almost forgetting. You must write to me all about your life and your surroundings as fully as possible. What sort of people are they about you, and do you get on with them? I am longing to know all that. Mind you write to me. Today I will hitch up the curtain on purpose. You should go to bed earlier. Last night I saw your light till midnight. Well, goodbye. Today I am miserable and bored and sad. It seems it is an unlucky day. Goodbye. Yours, Varvara Dobroselova. April 8. Dear Madam Varvara Alexievna, Yes, dear friend, yes, my own, it seems it was a bad day for poor luckless me. Yes, you mocked at an old man like me, Varvara Alexievna. It was my fault, though, entirely my fault. I ought not, in my old age, with scarcely any hair on my head, to have launched out into lyrical nonsense and fine phrases. And I will say more, my dear. Man is sometimes a strange creature, very strange. My goodness, he begins talking of something and is carried away directly. And what comes of it? What does it lead to? Why, absolutely nothing comes of it, and it leads to such nonsense that... Lord preserve me, I am not angry, Varenka dear, only I am very much vexed to remember it all, vexed that I wrote to you in such a foolish, high-flown way. And I went to the office today so cock-a-hoop. There was such a radiance in my heart. For no rhyme or reason, there was a regular holiday in my soul. I felt so gay. I took up my papers eagerly, but what did it all amount to? As soon as I looked about me, everything was as before, grey and dingy. Still the same ink spots, the same tables and papers, and I, too, was just the same. As I always have been, so I was still. So what reason was there to mount upon Pegasus? And what was it all due to? The sun peeping out and the sky growing blue. Was that it? And how could I talk of the sense of spring, when you never know what there may be in our yard under other windows? I suppose I fancied all that in my foolishness. You know, a man does sometimes make such mistakes in his own feelings and writes nonsense. That is due to nothing but foolish, excessive warmth of heart. I did not walk, but crawled home. For no particular reason, my head had begun to ache. Well, that, to be sure, was one thing on top of the other. I suppose I got a chill to my spine. I was so delighted with the spring, like a fool, that I went out in a thin greatcoat. And you were mistaken in my feelings, my dear. You took my outpouring of them quite in the wrong way. I was inspired by fatherly affection, nothing but a pure fatherly affection, Varvara Alexievna. For I take the place of a father to you, in your sad, fatherless and motherless state. I say this from my soul, from a pure heart as a relation. After all, though I am but a distant relation, as the proverb says, only the seventh water on the jelly, still I am a relation, and now your nearest relation and protector. Seeing that where you had most right to look for protection and support, you have met with insult and treachery. As for verses, let me tell you, my love, it would not be seemly for me in my old age to be making verses. Poetry is nonsense. Why, boys are thrashed at school nowadays for making poetry, so that is how it is, my dear. What are you writing to me, Varvara Alexievna, about comfort, about quiet, and all sorts of things? I am not particular, my dear soul. I am not exacting. I have never lived better than I am doing now, so why should I be hard to please in my old age? I am well fed and clothed and shod, and it is not for us to indulge our whims. We are not royalties. My father was not of noble rank, and his income was less than mine for his whole family. I have not lived in the lap of luxury. However, if I must tell the truth, everything was a good deal better in my old lodging. It was more roomy and convenient, dear friend. Of course, my present lodging is nice, even in some respects more cheerful and more varied, if you like. I have nothing to say against that, but yet I regret the old one. We old, that is, elderly people, get used to old things as though to something akin to use. The room was a little one, you know. The walls were... Oh, there, what is the use of talking? The walls were like all other walls, they don't matter. And yet remembering all my past makes me depressed. It's a strange thing. It's painful, yet the memories are, as it were, pleasant. Even what was nasty, what I was vexed with at the time, is, as it were, purified from nastiness in my memory and presents itself in an attractive shape to my imagination. We lived peacefully, Varenka, I and my old landlady who is dead. I remember my old landlady with a sad feeling now. She was a good woman and did not charge me much for my lodging. She used to knit all sorts of rugs out of rags on needles a yard long. She used to do nothing else. We used to share light and fuel, so we worked at one table. She had a granddaughter, Masha. I remember her quite a little thing. Now she must be a girl of 13. She was such a mischievous little thing, very merry, always kept us amused, and we lived together, the three of us. Sometimes in the long winter evenings we would sit down to the round table, drink a cup of tea, and then set to work. And to keep Masha amused and out of mischief, the old lady used to begin to tell tales. And what tales they were! A sensible, intelligent man would listen to them with pleasure, let alone a child. Why, I used to light my pipe and be so interested that I forgot my work. And the child, our little mischief, would be so grave. She would lean her rosy cheek on her little hand, open her pretty little mouth, and, if the story were the least bit terrible, she would huddle up to the old woman. And we liked to look at her, and did not notice how the candle wanted snuffing, nor hear the wind roaring and the storm raging outside. We had a happy life, Varenka, and we lived together for almost 20 years. But how I have been prattling on! Perhaps you don't care for such a subject, and it is not very cheering for me to remember it, especially just now in the twilight. Teresa's busy about something. My head aches, and my back aches a little too, and my thoughts are so queer. They seem to be aching as well. I am sad today, Varenka. What's this you write, my dear? How can I come and see you? My darling, what would people say? Why, I should have to cross the yard. Our folks would notice it, would begin asking questions. There would be gossip, there would be scandal. They would put the wrong construction on it. No, my angel, I had better see you tomorrow at the evening service. That will be more sensible and more prudent for both of us. And don't be vexed with me, my precious, for writing you such a letter. Reading it over, I see it all so incoherent. I am an old man, Varenka, and not well educated. I had no education in my youth, and now I could get nothing into my head if I began studying all over again. I am aware, Varenka, that I am no hand at writing, and I know, without anyone else pointing it out and laughing at me, that if I were to try to write something more amusing, I should only write nonsense. I saw you at your window today. I saw you let down your blind. Goodbye, God keep you. Goodbye, Varvara Alexeyevna. Your disinterested friend, Makar Devushkin. P.S. I can't write satirical accounts of anyone now, my dear. I am too old, Varvara Alexeyevna, to be facetious. I should make myself a laughing-stock. As the proverb has it, those who live in glass houses should not throw stones. April 9. Dear Sir Makar Alexeyevich, come, are you not ashamed, Makar Alexeyevich, my friend and benefactor, to be so depressed and naughty? Surely you are not offended? Oh, I am often too hasty, but I never thought that you would take my words for a biting jest. Believe me, I could never dare to jest at your age and your character. It has all happened through my thoughtlessness, or rather from my being horribly dull, and dullness may drive one to anything. I thought that you meant to make fun yourself in your letter. I felt dreadfully sad when I saw that you were displeased with me. No, my dear friend and benefactor, you are wrong if you ever suspect me of being unfriendly and ungrateful. In my heart I know how to appreciate all you have done for me, defending me from wicked people, from their persecution and hatred. I shall pray for you always, and if my prayer rises to God and heaven accepts it, you will be happy. I feel very unwell today. I am feverish and shivering by turns. Fedora is very anxious about me. There is no need for you to be ashamed to come and see us, Makar Alexeyevich. What business is it of other people's? We are acquaintances, and that is all about it. Goodbye, Makar Alexeyevich. I have nothing more to write now, and indeed I can't write. I'm horribly unwell. I beg you once more not to be angry with me, and to rest assured of the invariable respect and devotion with which I have the honor to remain your most devoted and obedient servant, Varvara Dobroselova. April 12. Dear Madam Varvara Alexeyevna, oh, my honey, what is the matter with you? This is how you frighten me every time. I write to you in every letter to take care of yourself, to wrap yourself up, not to go out in bad weather, to be cautious in every way. And, my angel, you don't heed me. Ah, my darling, you are just like some child. Why, you are frail. Frail as a little straw, I know that. If there is the least little wind, you fall ill. So you must be careful, look after yourself, avoid risks, and not reduce your friends to grief and distress. You express the desire, dear Varenka, to have a full account of my daily life and all my surroundings. I gladly hasten to carry out your wish, my dear. I will begin from the beginning, my love. It will be more orderly. To begin with, the staircases to the front entrance are very passable in our house, especially the main staircase. It is clean, light, wide, all cast iron and mahogany. But don't ask about the back stairs. Winding like a screw, damp, dirty, with steps broken and the walls so greasy that your hand sticks when you lean against them. On every landing there are boxes, broken chairs and cupboards, rags hung out, windows broken, tubs stand about full of all sorts of dirt and litter, eggshells and the refuse of fish. There is a horrid smell. In fact, it is not nice. I have already described the arrangement of the rooms. It is convenient, there is no denying, that is true, but it is rather stuffy in them. I don't mean that there is a bad smell, but, if I may so express it, a rather decaying, acrid, sweetish smell. At first it makes an unfavorable impression, but that is of no consequence. One has only to be a couple of minutes among us, and it passes off, and you don't notice how it passes off, for you begin to smell bad yourself. Your clothes smell, your hands smell, and everything smells. Well, you get used to it. Siskins simply die with us. The naval man is just buying the fifth. They can't live in our air, and that is the long and short of it. Our kitchen is big, roomy, and light. In the mornings, it is true, it is rather stifling when they are cooking fish or meat and splashing and slopping water everywhere. But in the evening, it is paradise. In our kitchen there is always old linen hanging on the line, and as my room is not far off, that is almost part of the kitchen, the smell of it does worry me a little. But no matter, in time one gets used to anything. Very early in the morning the hubbub begins. People moving about, walking, knocking. Everyone who has to is getting up, some to go to the office, others about their own business. They all begin drinking tea. The samovars, for the most part, belong to the landlady. There are few of them, so we all use them in turn, and if anyone goes with his teapot out of his turn, he catches it. I, for instance, the first time made that mistake, and, well, but why describe it? I made the acquaintance of everyone at once. The naval man was the first I got to know. He is such an open fellow, told me everything, about his father and mother, about his sister married to an assessor in Tula, and about the town of Kronstadt. He promised to protect me, and at once invited me to tea with him. I found him in the room where they usually play cards. There they gave me tea, and were very insistent that I should play a game of chance with them. Whether they were laughing at me or not, I don't know, but they were losing the whole night, and they were still playing when I went away. Chalk cards, and the room so full of smoke that it made my eyes smart. I did not play, and they at once observed that I was talking of philosophy. Well, after that, no one said another word to me the whole time. But to tell the truth, I was glad of it. I am not going to see them now. It's gambling with them, pure gambling. The clerk in the literary department has little gatherings in the evening, too. Well, there it is nice, quiet, harmless, and delicate. Everything is on a refined footing. Well, Varenka, I will remark in passing that our landlady is a very horrid woman, and a regular old hag. You've seen Teresa. You know what she is like, as thin as a plucked, dried-up chicken. There are two of them in the house, Teresa and Faldoni. I don't know whether he has any other name. He always answers to that one, and everyone calls him that. He is a red-haired, foul-tongued Finn, with only one eye and a snub nose. He is always swearing at Teresa. They almost fight. On the whole, I fear is not exactly perfect at all times. If only all would go to sleep at once at night and be quiet. That never happens. They are forever sitting somewhere playing, and sometimes things go on that would be a shame to describe. By now I have grown accustomed to it. But I wonder how people with families get along in such a bedlam. There is a whole family of poor creatures living in one of our landlady's rooms, not in the same row with the other lodgings, but on the other side, in a corner apart. They are quiet people. No one hears anything of them. They live in one little room, dividing it with a screen. He is a clerk out of work, discharged from the service 7 years ago for something. His name is Gorshkov, such a grey little man. He goes about in such greasy, such threadbare clothes that it is sad to see him, ever so much worse than mine. He is a pitiful, decrepit figure. We sometimes meet in the passage. His knees shake, his hands shake, his head shakes, from some illness, I suppose, poor fellow. He is timid, afraid of everyone, and sidles along edgeways. I am shy at times, but he is a great deal worse. His family consists of a wife and 3 children. The eldest, a boy, is just like his father, just as frail. The wife was once very good-looking. Even now one can see it. She, poor thing, goes about in pitiful tatters. They are in debt to the landlady, I have heard. She is none too gracious to them. I have heard, too, that there is some unpleasant business hanging over Gorshkov in connection with which he lost his place. Whether it is a lawsuit, whether he is to be tried or prosecuted or what, I can't tell you for certain. Poor they are, mercy on us! It is always so still and quiet in their room, as if no one were living there. There is no sound even of the children, and it never happens that the children frolic about and play, and that is a bad sign. One evening I happened to pass their door. It was unusually quiet in the house at that time. I heard a sobbing, then a whisper, then sobbing again as though they were crying, but so quietly, so pitifully, that it was heart-rending, and the thought of those poor creatures haunted me all night so that I could not get to sleep properly. Well, goodbye, my precious little friend, Varenka. I have described everything to the best of my abilities. I have been thinking of nothing but you all day. My heart aches over you, my dear. I know, my love, you have no warm cloak. Ah, these Petersburg springs, these winds and rain mixed with snow, they'll be the death of me, Varenka. Such salubrious airs, Lord preserve us! Don't scorn my description, my love. I have no style, Varenka, no style whatever. I only wish I had. I write just what comes into my head, only to cheer you up with something. If only I had had some education, it would have been a different matter. But how much education have I had? Not a ha'porth. Always your faithful friend, Makar Devushkin. April 25. Honored Sir, Makar Alexievich, I met my cousin Sasha today. It is horrible. She will be ruined too, poor thing. I heard, too, from other sources that Anna Fyodorovna is still making inquiries about me. It seems as though she will never leave off persecuting me. She says that she wants to forgive me, to forget all the past, and that she must come and see me. She says that you are no relation to me at all, that she is a nearer relation, that you have no right to meddle in our family affairs, and that it is shameful and shocking to live on your charity and at your expense. She says that I have forgotten her hospitality, that she saved Mother and me from starving to death, perhaps, that she gave us food and drink, and for more than a year and a half was put to expense on our account, and that besides all that she forgave us a debt. Even Mother she will not spare, and if only Mother knew how they have treated me. God sees it. Anna Fyodorovna says that I was so silly that I did not know how to take advantage of my luck, that she put me in the way of good luck, that she is not to blame for anything else, and that I myself was not able, or perhaps was not anxious, to defend my own honor. Who was to blame in that, great God? She says that Mr. Bykov was perfectly right in that he would not marry just anybody who... But why write it? It's cruel to hear such falsehoods, Makar Alexievich. I cannot tell you what a state I am in now. I am trembling, crying, sobbing. I have been 2 hours over writing this letter to you. I thought that at least she recognized how wrongly she had treated me, and you see what she is now. For God's sake, don't be alarmed, my friend, the one friend who wishes me well. Fedora exaggerates everything. I am not ill. I only caught cold a little yesterday when I went to the requiem service for Mother at Volkovo. Why did you not come with me? I begged you so much to do so. Ah, my poor, poor Mother, if she could rise from the grave, if she could see how they have treated me. V.D. Breaking in. I have 3 comments here. Let me begin with the most important. First, you will probably want to bookmark this video. Here we are getting our first cryptic clues into what has occurred in Varvara's past. We already know from her April 8 letter that she has suffered and believes herself to have been ruined, due to some villainy or other. Here we learn the name of at least one villain, Anna Fyodorovna. Some man named Bykov is involved, and her cousin Sasha is apparently the next victim. These details may come into focus a bit more when we work through Varvara's diary, and if they are not clear by the end of the novel, I'll make them explicit. You may want to return here at certain points in the future. Second, this letter is the first indication that Dostoevsky is not going to provide us with all the interaction between these two characters. Notice that in the last paragraph, Varvara references recent correspondence from the previous day, to which we do not have access. This fact will become quite obvious as we go forward, especially when there are large gaps in the dates. There are events happening off stage. Dostoevsky will simply provide glimpses into these lives as he sees fit. Finally, when did Varvara's mother die? Here she speaks of the requiem service, but Makar called her both fatherless and motherless back on April 8. The answer is indeterminate, but the text suggests that her mother had died quite a while ago. My own guess is 1 year. In the Orthodox Church, a requiem service is sometimes performed on the anniversary of someone's death. The purpose of the service is to remember the departed and to pray over the soul. End of comments. May 20. My darling Varinka, I send you a few grapes, my love. I am told they are good for a convalescent, and the doctor recommends them for quenching the thirst, simply for thirst. You were longing the other day for a few roses, my darling, so I am sending you some now. Have you any appetite, my love? That is the most important thing. Thank God, though, that it is all over and done with, and that our troubles, too, will soon be at an end. We must give thanks to heaven. As for books, I cannot get hold of them anywhere for the moment. I am told there is a good book here, written in very fine language. They say it is good. I have not read it myself, but it is very much praised here. I have asked for it, and they have promised to lend it me. Only will you read it? You are so hard to please in that line. It is difficult to satisfy your taste. I know that already, my darling. No doubt you want poetry, inspiration, lyrics. Well, I will get poems too. I will get anything. There is a manuscript book full of extracts here. I am getting on very well. Please don't be uneasy about me, my dearie. What Fedora told you about me is all nonsense. You tell her that she told a lie. Be sure to tell her so, the wicked gossip. I have not sold my new uniform. And why should I? Judge for yourself. Why should I sell it? Here I am told I have 40 rubles bonus coming to me, so why should I sell it? Don't you worry, my precious. She's suspicious, your Fedora. She's suspicious. We shall get on splendidly, my darling. Only you get well, my angel. For God's sake, get well. Don't grieve your old friend. Who told you I had grown thin? It is slander, slander again. I am well and hearty, and getting so fat that I am quite ashamed. I am well fed and well content. The only thing is for you to get strong again. Come, goodbye, my angel. I kiss your little fingers, and remain always your faithful friend, Makar Devushkin. P.S. Ah, my love, what do you mean by writing like that again? What nonsense you talk! Why, how can I come and see you so often, my precious? I ask you, how can I? Perhaps snatching a chance after dark, but there's scarcely any night at all now at this season. As it was, my angel, I scarcely left you at all while you were ill, while you were unconscious. But really, I don't know how I managed it all. And afterwards I gave up going to you, for People had begun to be inquisitive and to ask questions. There had been gossip going about here, even apart from that. I rely upon Teresa. She is not one to talk, but think for yourself, my darling, what a to-do there will be when they find out everything about us. They will imagine something, and what will they say then? So you must keep a brave heart, my darling, and wait until you are quite strong again, and then we will arrange a rendezvous somewhere out of doors. June 1. My dear Makar Alexievich, I so long to do something nice that will please you in return for all the care and trouble you have taken about me, and all your love for me, that at last I have overcome my disinclination to rummage in my chest and find my diary, which I am sending to you now. I began it in the happy time of my life. You used often to question me with curiosity about my manner of life in the past, my mother, Pokrovskoe, my time with Anna Fyodorovna, and my troubles in the recent past, and you were so impatiently anxious to read the manuscript in which I took the fancy, God knows why, to record some moments of my life, that I have no doubt the parcel I am sending will be a pleasure to you. It made me sad to read it over. I feel that I am twice as old as when I wrote the last line in that diary. It was all written at different dates. Goodbye, Makar Alexievich. I feel horribly depressed now, and often I am troubled with sleeplessness. Convalescence is a very dreary business. V.D. Breaking in. It appears that Varvara's long convalescence, to which these last two letters refer, may have been partially caused by the shock of the events that Varvara describes in her April 25th letter. The next two videos are dedicated to the diary that Varvara has enclosed in this June 1st letter. The second part of the diary will constitute the longest video of this compilation by far. End of comments. Varvara's Diary, Part 1. I was only 14 when my father died. My childhood was the happiest time of my life. It began not here, but far away in a province in the wilds. My father was the steward of Prince P's huge estate in the province of T. We lived in one of the prince's villages, and led a quiet, obscure, happy life. I was a playful little thing. I used to do nothing but run about the fields, the copses, and the gardens, and no one troubled about me. My father was constantly busy about his work. My mother looked after the house. No one taught me anything, for which I was very glad. Sometimes at daybreak I would run away either to the pond, or to the copse, or to the hayfield, or to the reapers, and it did not matter that the sun was baking, that I was running I did not know where, away from the village, that I was scratched by the bushes, that I tore my dress. I should be scolded afterwards at home, but I did not care for that. And it seems to me that I should have been so happy if it had been my lot to have spent all my life in one place, and never to have left the country. But I had to leave my native place while I was still a child. I was only 12 when we moved to Petersburg. Ah, how well I remember our sorrowful preparations, how I cried when I said good-bye to everything that was so dear to me. I remember that I threw myself on father's neck and besought him with tears to remain a little longer in the country. Father scolded me. Mother wept. She said that we had to go, that we could not help it. Old Prince P was dead. His heirs had discharged father from his post. Father had some money in the hands of private persons in Petersburg. Hoping to improve his position, he thought his presence here in person essential. All this I learnt from mother. We settled here on the Petersburg side and lived in the same spot up to the time of father's death. How hard it was for me to get used to our new life. We moved to Petersburg in the autumn. When we left the country, it was a clear, warm, brilliant day. The work of the fields was over. Huge stacks of wheat were piled up on the threshing floors, and flocks of birds were calling about the fields. Everything was so bright and gay. Here, as we came into the town, we found rain, damp autumn chilliness, muggy grayness, sleet, and a crowd of new, unknown faces, unwelcoming, ill-humored, angry. We settled in somehow. I remember we were all in such a fuss, so troubled and busy in arranging our new life. Father was never at home. Mother had not a quiet minute. I was forgotten altogether. I felt sad getting up in the morning after the first night in our new abode. Our windows looked out on a yellow fence. The street was always covered with mud. The passers-by were few, and they were all muffled up. They were all so cold. And for whole days together it was terribly miserable and dreary at home. We had scarcely a relation or intimate acquaintance. Father was not on friendly terms with Anna Fyodorovna. He was in her debt. People came on business to us pretty often. Usually they quarrelled, shouted, and made an uproar. After every visit, Father was ill-humored and cross. He would walk up and down the room by the hour together, frowning and not saying a word to anyone. Mother was silent then and did not dare to speak to him. I used to sit in a corner over a book, still and quiet, not daring to stir. 3 months after we came to Petersburg, I was sent to boarding school. How sad I was at first with strangers. Everything was so cold, so unfriendly. The teachers had such loud voices. The girls laughed at me so, and I was such a wild creature. It was so stern and exacting. The fixed hours for everything, the meals in common, the tedious teachers. All that at first fretted and harassed me. I could not even sleep there. I used to cry the whole night, the long, dreary, cold night. Sometimes, when they were all repeating or learning their lessons in the evening, I would sit over my French translation or vocabularies, not daring to move and dreaming all the while of our little home, of father, of mother, of our old nurse, of nurse's stories. Oh, how I used to grieve! The most trifling thing in the house I would recall with pleasure. I would keep dreaming how nice it would be now at home. I should be sitting in our little room by the samovar with my own people. It would be so warm, so nice, so familiar. How I used to think I would hug Mother now, how tightly, how warmly. One would think and begin crying softly from misery, choking back one's tears, and the vocabularies would never get into one's head. I could not learn my lessons for next day. All night I would dream of the teacher, the mistress, the girls. All night I would be repeating my lessons in my sleep and would not know them next day. They would make me kneel down and give me only one dish for dinner. I was so depressed and dejected. At first all the girls laughed at me and teased me and tried to confuse me when I was saying my lessons, pinched me when in rows we walked into dinner or tea, made complaints against me to the teacher for next to nothing. But how heavenly it was when nurse used to come for me on Saturday evening. I used to hug the old darling in a frenzy of joy. She would put on my things and wrap me up, and could not keep pace with me while I would chatter and tell her everything. I would arrive home, gay and happy, would hug everyone as though I had been away for 10 years. There would be explanations, talks. Descriptions would begin. I would greet everyone, laugh, giggle, skip, and run about. Then there would be serious conversations with father about our studies, our teachers, French, Le Mans grammar, and we were all so pleased and happy. It makes me happy even now to remember those minutes. I tried my utmost to learn and please father. I saw he was spending his last farthing on me, and God knows what straits he was in. Every day he grew more gloomy, more ill-humored, more angry. His character was quite changed. His business was unsuccessful. He had a mass of debts. Mother was sometimes afraid to cry, afraid to say a word for fear of making father angry. She was getting quite ill, was getting thinner and thinner, and had begun to have a bad cough. When I came back from school, I used to find such sad faces, mother weeping stealthily, father angry. Then there would be scolding and upbraiding. Father would begin saying that I was no joy, no comfort to them, that they were depriving themselves of everything for my sake, and I could not speak French yet. In fact, all his failures, all his misfortunes were vented on me and mother. And how could he worry poor mother? It was heart-rending to look at her. Her cheeks were hollow, her eyes were sunken. There was a hectic flush in her face. I used to come in for more scolding than anyone. It always began with trifles, and goodness knows what it went on to. Often I did not understand what it was about. Everything was a subject of complaint. French, and my being a great dunce, and that the mistress of our school was a careless, stupid woman, that she paid no attention to our morals, that father was still unable to find a job, that Le Mans was a very poor grammar and Zapolsky's was very much better, that a lot of money had been thrown away on me, that I was an unfeeling, stony-hearted girl. In fact, though I, poor thing, was striving my utmost, repeating conversations and vocabularies, I was to blame for everything. I was responsible for everything. And this was not because father did not love me. He was devoted to mother and me, but it was just his character. Anxieties, disappointments, failures worried my poor father to distraction. He became suspicious, bitter. Often he was close upon despair, and he began to neglect his health, caught cold, and all at once fell ill. He did not suffer long, but died so suddenly, so unexpectedly, that we were all beside ourselves with the shock for some days. Mother seemed stunned. I actually feared for her reason. As soon as father was dead, creditors seemed to spring up from everywhere and rushed upon us like a torrent. Everything we had we gave them. Our little house on Petersburg side, which father had bought 6 months after moving to Petersburg, was sold too. I don't know how they settled the rest, but we were left without refuge, without sustenance. Mother was suffering from a wasting disease. We could not earn our bread. We had nothing to live on. Ruin stared us in the face. I was then only just 14. It was at this point that Anna Fyodorovna visited us. She always said that she owned landed estates and that she was some sort of relation of ours. Mother said, too, that she was a relation, only a very distant one. While father was alive, she never came to see us. She made her appearance now with tears in her eyes, and said she felt great sympathy for us. She condoled with us on our loss and our poverty-stricken condition, added that it was father's own fault, that he had lived beyond his means, had borrowed right and left, and that he had been too self-confident. She expressed a desire to be on more friendly terms with us, said we must let bygones be bygones. When Mother declared she had never felt any hostility toward her, she shed tears, took Mother to church, and ordered a requiem service for the dear man. That was how she referred to Father. After that, she was solemnly reconciled to Mother. After leading up to the subject in many lengthy preambles, Anna Fyodorovna first depicted in glaring colors our poverty-stricken and forlorn position, our helplessness and hopelessness, and then invited us, as she expressed it, to take refuge with her. Mother thanked her, but for a long time could not make up her mind to accept. But seeing that there was nothing else she could do and no help for it, she told Anna Fyodorovna at last that we would accept her offer with gratitude. I remember as though it were today the morning on which we moved from the Petersburg side to Vasilyevsky Ostrov. It was a clear, dry, frosty autumn morning. Mother was crying. I felt horribly sad. My heart was torn and ached with a terrible, inexplicable misery. It was a terrible time. Varvara's Diary, Part 2. At first, till we, that is, Mother and I, had grown used to our new home, we both felt strange and miserable at Anna Fyodorovna's. Anna Fyodorovna lived in a house of her own in 6th Row. There were only 5 living rooms in the house. In 3 of them lived Anna Fyodorovna and my cousin Sasha, a child who was being brought up by her, an orphan, fatherless and motherless. Then we lived in 1 room, and in the last room next to ours there was a poor student called Pokrovsky, who was lodging in the house. Anna Fyodorovna lived very well, in a more wealthy style than one could have expected. But her fortune was mysterious, and so were her pursuits. She was always in a bustle, was always full of business. She drove out and came back several times a day. But what she was doing, what she was in a fuss about, and with what object she was busy, I could never make out. She had a large and varied circle of acquaintances. Visitors were always calling upon her, and the queerest people always on business of some sort, and to see her for a minute. Mother always carried me off to my room as soon as the bell rang. Anna Fyodorovna was horribly vexed with Mother for this, and was continually repeating that we were too proud, that we were proud beyond our means, that we had nothing to be proud about, and she would go on like that for hours together. I did not understand these reproaches at the time, and, in fact, it is only now that I have found out, or rather that I guess why Mother could not make up her mind to live with Anna Fyodorovna. Anna Fyodorovna was a spiteful woman. She was continually tormenting us. To this day it is a mystery to me why it was she invited us to live with her. At first she was fairly nice to us, but afterward she began to show her real character as soon as she saw we were utterly helpless and had nowhere else to go. Later on she became very affectionate to me, even rather coarsely affectionate and flattering, but at first I suffered in the same way as Mother. Every minute she was upbraiding us. She did nothing but talk of her charitable deeds. She introduced us to outsiders as her poor relations, a helpless widow and orphan to whom, in the kindness of her heart, out of Christian charity, she had given a home. At meals she watched every morsel we took, while if we did not eat, there would be a fuss again. She would say we were fastidious, that we should not be over-nice, that we should be thankful for what we had, that she doubted if we had had anything better in our own home. She was continually abusing Father, saying that he wanted to be better than other people, and much good that had done him,
that he had left his wife and daughter penniless, and that if they had not had a benevolent relation, a Christian soul with a feeling heart, then God knows they might have been rotting in the street and dying of hunger. What did she not say? It was not so much painful as disgusting to hear her. Mother was continually crying. Her health grew worse from day to day. She was visibly wasting, yet she and I worked from morning till night, taking in sewing, which Anna Fyodorovna very much disliked. She was continually saying that she was not going to have her house turned into a dressmaker's shop. But we had to have clothes. We had to lay by for unforeseen expenses. It was absolutely necessary to have money of our own. We saved on the off chance, hoping we might be able in time to move elsewhere. But Mother lost what little health was left her over work. She grew weaker every day. The disease sucked the life out of her like a worm and hurried her to the grave. I saw it all, I felt it all, I realized it all and suffered. It all went on before my eyes. The days passed, and each day was like the one before. We lived as quietly as if we were not in a town. Anna Fyodorovna calmed down by degrees as she began fully to recognize her power, though indeed no one ever thought of contradicting her. We were separated from her rooms by the corridor, and Pokrovsky's room was, as I have mentioned before, next to ours. He used to teach Sasha French and German, history, geography, all the sciences, as Anna Fyodorovna said, and for this he had his board and lodging from her. Sasha was a very intelligent child, though playful and mischievous. She was 13. Anna Fyodorovna observed to Mother that it would not be amiss if I were to have lessons, since my education had not been finished at the boarding school, and for a whole year I shared Sasha's lessons with Pokrovsky. Pokrovsky was poor, very poor. His health had prevented him from continuing his studies, and it was only from habit that he was called a student. He was so retiring, so quiet, and so still, that we heard no sound of him from our room. He was very queer-looking. He walked so awkwardly, bowed so awkwardly, and spoke so queerly, that at first I could not look at him without laughing. Sasha was constantly mocking him, especially when he was giving us our lessons. He was of an irritable temper, too, was constantly getting cross, was beside himself about every trifle, scolded us, complained of us, and often went off into his own room in anger without finishing the lesson. He used to sit for days together over his books. He had a great many books, and such rare and expensive books. He gave other lessons, too, for which he was paid, and as soon as ever he had money, he would go and buy books. In time I got to know him better and more intimately. He was a very kind and good young man, the best person it has been my lot to meet. Mother had a great respect for him. Afterwards he became the best of my friends, next to Mother, of course. At first, though I was such a big girl, I was as mischievous as Sasha. We used to rack our brains for hours together to find ways to tease him and to exhaust his patience. His anger was extremely funny, and we used to find it awfully amusing. I am ashamed even to think of it now. Once we teased him almost to the point of tears, and I distinctly heard him whisper, "Spiteful children." I was suddenly overcome with confusion. I felt ashamed and miserable and sorry for him. I remember that I blushed up to my ears and, almost with tears in my eyes, began begging him not to mind and not to be offended at our stupid mischief. but he closed the book, and without finishing the lesson went off to his own room. I was torn with penitence all day long. The thought that we children had reduced him to tears by our cruelty was insufferable. So we had waited for his tears, so we had wanted them, so we had succeeded in driving him out of all patience, so we had forced him, a poor unfortunate man, to realize his hard lot. I could not sleep all night for vexation, sorrow, repentance. They say repentance relieves the soul. On the contrary, there was an element of vanity mixed, I don't know how, with my sadness. I did not want him to look upon me as a child. I was 15 then. From that day I began worrying my imagination, creating thousands of plans to make Pokrovsky change his mind about me. But I had become all of a sudden timid and shy. In my real position I could venture upon nothing, and confined myself to dreams, and God knows what dreams. I left off joining in Sasha's pranks. He left off being angry with us, but for my vanity that was little comfort. Now I will say a few words about the strangest, most curious, and most pathetic figure I have ever chanced to meet. I speak of him now at this passage in my diary, because until that period I had hardly paid any attention to him. But now everything that concerned Pokrovsky had suddenly become interesting to me. There used sometimes to come to the house a little old man, grey-headed, grubby, badly dressed, clumsy, awkward, incredibly queer, in fact. At the first glance at him, one might imagine that he was, as it were, abashed by something, as it were ashamed of himself. That is why he always seemed to be shrinking into himself, to be, as it were, cowering. He had such queer tricks and ways that one might almost have concluded he was not in his right mind. He would come to the house and stand at the glass door in the entry without daring to come in. If one of us passed by, Sasha or I or any one of the servants he knew to be rather kind to him, he would begin waving at once, beckoning, making gesticulations, and only when one nodded and called to him, a sign agreed upon that there was no outsider in the house, and that he might come in when he liked, only then the old man stealthily opened the door with a smile of glee, and rubbing his hands with satisfaction, walked on tiptoe straight to Pokrovsky's room. This was Pokrovsky's father. Later on, I learnt the whole story of this poor old man. He had once been in the service, was entirely without ability, and filled the very lowest and most insignificant post. When his first wife, our Pokrovsky's mother, died, he took it into his head to marry a second time, and married a girl of the working class. Everything was turned topsy-turvy under the rule of his new wife. She let no one live in peace. She domineered over everyone. Our Pokrovsky was still a child, 10 years old. His stepmother hated him, but fate was kind to the boy. A country gentleman called Bykov, who had known the elder Pokrovsky and at one time had been his patron, took the child under his protection and sent him to school. He was interested in him because he had known his mother, who had been a protégée of Anna Fyodorovna's and had by her been married to Pokrovsky. Mr. Bykov, a very intimate friend of Anna Fyodorovna's, had generously given the girl a dowry of 5,000 roubles on her marriage. Where that money went to, I don't know. That was the story Anna Fyodorovna told me. Young Pokrovsky never liked speaking of his family circumstances. They say his mother was very pretty. It seems strange to me that she should have been so unfortunately married to such an insignificant man. He was quite young when she died 4 years after their marriage. From boarding school, young Pokrovsky went on to high school and then to the university. Mr. Bykov, who very often came to Petersburg, did not confine his protection to that. Owing to the breakdown of his health, Pokrovsky could not continue his studies at the university. Mr. Bykov introduced him to Anna Fyodorovna, commended him to her good offices, and so young Pokrovsky was taken into the house and was given his board on condition of teaching Sasha everything that was necessary. Old Pokrovsky was driven by grief at his wife's cruelty to the worst of vices, and was scarcely ever sober. His wife used to beat him, make him live in the kitchen, and brought things at last to such a pass that he was quite accustomed to being beaten and ill-treated, and did not complain of it. He was not a very old man, but his mind had almost given way owing to his bad habits. The one sign he showed of generous and humane feeling was his boundless love for his son. It was said that young Pokrovsky was as like his dead mother as one drop of water is like another. Maybe it was the memory of his first good wife that stirred in the ruined old man's heart this infinite love for his son. The old man could speak of nothing but his son, and always visited him twice a week. He did not dare to come oftener, for young Pokrovsky could not endure his father's visits. Of all his failings, undoubtedly the greatest and foremost was his disrespect to his father. The old man certainly was at times the most insufferable creature in the world. In the first place, he was horribly inquisitive. Secondly, by remarks and questions of the most trivial and senseless kind, he interrupted his son's work every minute. And lastly, he would sometimes come under the influence of drink. The son gradually trained the old man to overcome his vices, his curiosity and incessant chatter, and at last he brought things to such a point that the old man obeyed him in everything like an oracle, and did not dare open his mouth without permission.
Breaking in. Now is a good time to pause for a minute and to take stock of an important sequence of events surrounding Anna Fyodorovna. We've gotten bits and pieces here and there, and now I'm collecting them in chronological order. First, Anna Fyodorovna has some sort of relationship with the wealthy Mr. Bykov. She testifies later that Bykov is her intimate friend, but perhaps the relationship concerns business. Bykov comes to know a so-called protégé of Anna Fyodorovna, a very pretty woman. Bykov offers a healthy 5,000 ruble dowry for the marriage of this woman to the very poor elder Pokrovsky. Anna Fyodorovna arranges the marriage. It is unknown what happened to that dowry. Later, the innocent Varvara would wonder idly what could induce such a beautiful woman to agree to marry such a poor and insignificant man. Shortly thereafter, the younger Pokrovsky is born, who is observed to look very much like his mother. A few years after their marriage, the young wife dies. The widower remarries a shrewish woman from the working class who berates him, beats him, and drives him to drink. Bykov takes an interest in the younger Pokrovsky's well-being, paying for education in Petersburg. When the young man's health prevents his continued studies, Bykov arranges that he should serve as a tutor to the orphan Sasha, Varvara's cousin, under Anna Fyodorovna's roof. Elsewhere, Anna Fyodorovna has some acrimonious business dealings with Varvara's father, which may have hastened his decline. After his death, she suddenly descends upon Varvara and her mother, convincing them that, in their helpless condition, they have nowhere else to turn but to the charity of her roof. Her mother reluctantly accepts. While under her roof, Varvara notices that Anna Fyodorovna has many mysterious business dealings which her mother does not want her to witness. The 15-year-old Varvara joins her cousin, the 13-year-old Sasha, as the younger Pokrovsky's student. In light of these events, now may be a good time to glance back at Varvara's April 25th letter, and to see whether an explanation of her past sufferings springs to mind. If not, no worries, I'll make things explicit down the stretch. End of comments.
The poor old man could not sufficiently admire and marvel at his Petinka, as he called his son. When he came to see him, he almost always had a timid, careworn air, most likely from uncertainty as to the reception his son would give him. He was usually a long time making up his mind to come in, and if I happened to be there, he would spend 20 minutes questioning me. "How was Petinka? Was he quite well? What sort of mood was he in, and was he busy over anything important? What was he doing? Was he writing or absorbed in reflection?" When I had sufficiently cheered and reassured him, the old man at last ventured to come in, and very, very quietly, very, very cautiously opened the door, first poked in his head, and if his son nodded to him and the old man saw he was not angry, he moved stealthily into the room, took off his overcoat and his hat, which was always crushed, full of holes and with a broken brim, hung them on a hook, did everything quietly, noiselessly, then cautiously sat down on a chair, never taking his eyes off his son, watching every movement and trying to guess what mood his Petinka was in. If his son seemed ever so little out of humour, and the old man noticed it, he got up from his seat at once and explained, "I just looked in, Petinka, only for a minute. I have been out on a long walk. I was passing and came in for a rest." And then, dumbly, submissively, he would take his coat, his wretched hat. Again he would stealthily open the door and go away, keeping a forced smile on his face to check the rush of disappointment in his heart and to hide it from his son. But when the son made the father welcome, the old man was beside himself with joy. His face, his gestures, his movements all betrayed his pleasure. If his son began talking to him, the old man always rose a little from the chair and answered softly, deferentially, almost with reverence, always trying to use the choicest, that is, the most absurd expressions. But he was not blessed with the gift of words. He was always nervous and confused, so that he did not know what to do with his hands, what to do with himself, and kept whispering the answer to himself long afterwards, as though trying to correct himself. If he did succeed in giving a good answer, the old man smoothed himself down, straightened his waistcoat, his tie, his coat, and assumed an air of dignity. Sometimes he plucked up so much courage and grew so bold that he stealthily got up from his chair, went up to the bookshelf, took down some book, and even began reading something on the spot, whatever the book might be. All this he did with an air of assumed unconcern and coolness, as though he could always do what he liked with his son's books, as though his son's graciousness was nothing out of the way. But I once happened to see how frightened the poor fellow was when Pokrovsky asked him not to touch his books. He grew nervous and confused, put the book back upside down, then tried to write it, turned it round and put it in with the edges outside, smiled, flushed, and did not know how to efface his crime. Pokrovsky, by his persuasions, did succeed in turning the old man a little from his evil propensities, and whenever the son saw his father sober 3 times running, he would give him 25 kopecks, 50 kopecks, or more at parting. Sometimes he would buy his father a pair of boots, a tie, or a waistcoat.
Then the old man was as proud as a cock in his new clothes. Sometimes he used to come to us. He used to bring Sasha and me gingerbread cocks and apples, and always talk to us of Patinka. He used to beg us to be attentive and obedient at lessons, used to tell us that Patinka was a good son, an exemplary son, and, what was more, a learned son. Meanwhile he would wink at us so funnily with his left eye, and make such amusing grimaces that we could not help smiling, and went into peals of laughter at him. Mother was very fond of him, but the old man hated Anna Fyodorovna, though he was stiller than water, humbler than grass in her presence. Soon I left off having lessons with Pokrovsky. As before, he looked upon me as a child, a mischievous little girl on a level with Sasha. This hurt me very much, for I was trying my utmost to efface the impression of my behavior in the past, but I was not noticed. That irritated me more and more. I scarcely ever spoke to Pokrovsky except at our lessons, and indeed I could not speak. I blushed and was confused, and afterwards shed tears of vexation in some corner. I do not know how all this would have ended if a strange circumstance had not helped to bring us together. One evening, when Mother was sitting with Anna Fyodorovna, I went stealthily into Pokrovsky's room. I knew he was not at home, and I really don't know what put it into my head to go into his room. Until that moment I had never peeped into it, though we had lived next door for over a year. This time my heart throbbed violently, so violently that it seemed it would leap out of my bosom. I looked around with peculiar curiosity. Pokrovsky's room was very poorly furnished. It was untidy. Papers were lying on the table and the chairs, books and papers. A strange thought came to me, and at the same time an unpleasant feeling of vexation took possession of me. It seemed to me that my affection, my loving heart, were little to him. He was learned while I was stupid and knew nothing and read nothing, not a single book. At that point I looked enviously at the long shelves which were almost breaking down under the weight of the books. I was overcome by anger, misery, a sort of fury. I longed and at once determined to read his books, every one of them, and as quickly as possible. I don't know, perhaps I thought that when I learned all he knew I should be more worthy of his friendship. I rushed to the first shelf. Without stopping to think, I seized the first dusty old volume, flushing and turning pale by turns, trembling with excitement and dread. I carried off the stolen book, resolved to read it at night, by the night-light while Mother was asleep. But what was my vexation when, returning to our room, I hurriedly opened the book and saw it was some old work in Latin. It was half decayed and worm-eaten. I went back without loss of time. Just as I was trying to put the book back in the shelf, I heard a noise in the passage and approaching footsteps. I tried with nervous haste to be quick, but the insufferable book had been so tightly wedged in the shelf that, when I took it out, all the others had shifted and packed closer of themselves, so now there was no room for their former companion. I had not the strength to force the book in. I pushed the books with all my might, however. The rusty nail which supported the shelf, and which seemed to be waiting for that moment to break, broke. One end of the shelf fell down. The books dropped noisily on the floor in all directions. The door opened, and Pokrovsky walked into the room. I must observe that he could not bear anyone to meddle in his domain. Woe to anyone who touched his books! Imagine my horror when the books, little and big, of all sizes and shapes, dashed off the shelf, flew dancing under the table, under the chairs, all over the room. I would have run, but it was too late. It is all over, I thought. It is all over. I am lost. I am done for.
I am naughty and mischievous like a child of 10. I am a silly chit of a girl. I am a great fool." Pokrovsky was dreadfully angry.
"Well, this is the last straw," he shouted. "Are you not ashamed to be so mischievous? Will you ever learn sense?"
And he rushed to collect the books.
Don't, he shouted. "You would do better not to come where you are not invited."
A little softened, however, by my humble movement, he went on more quietly in his usual lecturing tone, speaking as though he were still my teacher.
"Why, when will you learn to behave properly and begin to be sensible? You should look at yourself. You are not a little child. You are not a little girl. Why, you are 15.
At that point, probably to satisfy himself that I was not a little girl, he glanced at me and blushed up to his ears. I did not understand. I stood before him, staring in amazement. He got up, came towards me with an embarrassed air, was horribly confused, said something, seemed to be apologizing for something, perhaps for only just noticed that I was such a big girl. At last I understood. I don't remember what happened to me then. I was overcome with confusion, lost my head, blushed even more crimson than Pokrovsky, hid my face in my hands, and ran out of the room. I didn't know what to do, where to hide myself for shame. The mere fact that he had found me in his room was enough. For 3 whole days I could not look at him. I blushed until the tears came into my eyes. The most absurd ideas whirled through my brain. One of them, the maddest, was a plan to go to him, explain myself to him, confess everything to him, tell him all openly, and assure him I had not behaved like a silly little girl, but had acted with good intentions. I quite resolved to go, but, thank God, my courage failed me. I can imagine what a mess I should have made of it. Even now I am ashamed to remember it all. A few days later, Mother suddenly became dangerously ill. After 2 days in bed, on the 3rd night she was feverish and delirious. I did not sleep all one night, looking after Mother, sitting by her bedside, bringing her drink and giving her medicine at certain hours. The 2nd night I was utterly exhausted. At times I was overcome with sleep, my head went round, and everything was green before my eyes. I was ready any minute to drop with fatigue, but Mother's weak moans roused me. I started up, waked for an instant, and then was overwhelmed with drowsiness again. I was in torment. I don't know, I cannot remember, but some horrible dream, some awful apparition haunted my overwrought brain at the agonizing moment of struggling between sleeping and waking. I woke up in terror. The room was dark. The night light had burned out. Streaks of light suddenly filled the whole room, gleamed over the wall, and disappeared. I was frightened. A sort of panic came over me. My imagination had been upset by a horrible dream. My heart was oppressed with misery. I leapt up from the chair and unconsciously shrieked from an agonizing, horribly oppressive feeling. At that moment the door opened, and Pokrovsky walked into our room. All I remember is that I came to myself in his arms. He carefully put me in a low chair, gave me a glass of water, and showered questions on me. I don't remember what I answered.
"You are ill, you are very ill yourself," he said, taking my hand. "You are feverish, you will kill yourself. You do not think of your health. Calm yourself, lie down, go to sleep. I will wake you in 2 hours' time. Rest a little, lie down, not letting me utter a word in objection. I was too tired to object. My eyes were closing with weakness. I lay down in a low chair, resolved to sleep only half an hour, and slept till morning. Pokrovsky only waked me when the time came to give Mother her medicine. The next morning, when, after a brief rest in the daytime, I made ready to sit up by mother's bedside again, firmly resolved not to fall asleep this time, Pokrovsky at 11 o'clock knocked at our door. I opened it. "It is dull for you, sitting alone," he said to me. "Here is a book. Take it. It won't be so dull, anyway." I took it. I don't remember what the book was like. I hardly glanced into it, though I did not sleep all night. A strange inward excitement would not let me sleep. I could not remain sitting still. Several times I got up from the chair and walked about the room. A sort of inward content was suffused through my whole being. I was so glad of Pokrovsky's attention. I was proud of his anxiety and uneasiness about me. I spent the whole night musing and dreaming. Pokrovsky did not come in again, and I knew he would not come, and I wondered about the following evening. The next evening, when everyone in the house had gone to bed, Pokrovsky opened his door and began talking to me, standing in the doorway of his room. I do not remember now a single word of what we said to one another. I only remember that I was shy, confused, vexed with myself, and looked forward impatiently to the end of the conversation, though I had been desiring it intensely, dreaming of it all day, and making up my questions and answers. The first stage of our friendship began from that evening. All through Mother's illness we spent several hours together every night. I got over my shyness by degrees, though after every conversation I found something in it to be vexed with myself about. Yet with secret joy and proud satisfaction I saw that for my sake he was beginning to forget his insufferable books. By chance the conversation once turned in jest on his books having fallen off the shelf. It was a strange moment. I was, as it were, too open and candid. I was carried away by excitement and a strange enthusiasm, and I confessed everything to him, confessed that I longed to study, to know something, that it vexed me to be considered a little girl. I repeat that I was in a very strange mood. My heart was soft, there were tears in my eyes. I concealed nothing and told him everything, my affection for him, my desire to love him, to live with him, to comfort him, to console him. He looked at me somewhat strangely, with hesitation and perplexity, and did not say one word. I felt all at once horribly sore and miserable. It seemed to me that he did not understand me, that perhaps he was laughing at me. I suddenly burst out crying like a child. I could not restrain myself and sobbed as though I were in a sort of fit. He took my hands, kissed them, and pressed them to his heart, talked to me, comforted me. He was much touched. I do not remember what he said to me, only I kept on crying and laughing and crying again, blushing and so joyful that I could not utter a word. In spite of my emotion, I noticed, however, that Pokrovsky still showed traces of embarrassment and constraint. It seemed as though he were overwhelmed with wonder at my enthusiasm, my delight, my sudden warm, ardent affection. Perhaps it only seemed strange to him at first. Later on his hesitation vanished, and he accepted my devotion to him, my friendly words, my attentions with the same simple, direct feeling that I showed, and responded to it all with the same attentiveness, as affectionately and warmly as a sincere friend, a true brother. My heart felt so warm, so happy. I was not reserved. I concealed nothing from him. He saw it all and grew every day more and more attached to me. And really, I do not remember what we used to talk about in those tormenting and at the same time happy hours when we met at night by the flickering light of a little lamp, and almost by my poor mother's bedside. We talked of everything that came into our minds, that broke from our hearts, that craved expression, and we were almost happy. Oh, it was a sad and joyful time, both at once, and it makes me both sad and joyful now to think of him. Memories are always tormenting, whether they are glad or bitter. It is so with me, anyway, and even the torment is sweet. And when the heart grows heavy, sick, weary, and sad, then memories refresh and revive it, as the drops of dew on a moist evening after a hot day refresh and revive a poor sickly flower parched by the midday heat. Mother began to get better, but I still sat up by her bedside at night. Pokrovsky used to give me books. At first I read them to keep myself awake, then more attentively, and afterwards with eagerness. They opened all at once before me much that was new, unknown, and unfamiliar. New thoughts, new impressions rushed in a perfect flood into my heart. And the more emotion, the more perplexity and effort it cost me to assimilate these new impressions, the dearer they were to me, and the more sweetly they thrilled my soul. They crowded upon my heart all at once, giving it no rest. A strange chaos began to trouble my whole being. But that spiritual commotion could not upset my balance altogether. I was too dreamy, and that saved me. When Mother's illness was over, our long talks and evening interviews were at an end. We succeeded sometimes in exchanging words, often trivial and of little consequence, but I was fond of giving everything its significance, its peculiar underlying value. My life was full. I was happy, calmly, quietly happy. So passed several weeks. One day old Pokrovsky came to see us. He talked to us for a long time, was exceptionally gay, cheerful, and communicative. He laughed, made jokes after his fashion, and at last explained the mystery of his ecstatic condition, and told us that that day, next week, would be Petinka's birthday, and for the occasion he should come and see his son, that he should put on a new waistcoat, and that his wife had promised to buy him new boots. In fact, the old man was completely happy and chatted away of everything in his mind. His birthday! That birthday gave me no rest, day or night. I made up my mind to give Pokrovsky something as a sign of my affection. But what? At last I thought of giving him books. I knew he wanted to have Pushkin's works in the latest complete edition, and I decided to buy Pushkin. I had 30 rubles of my own money earned by needlework. The money had been saved up to buy me a dress. I promptly set old Matrona, our cook, to find out what the whole of Pushkin cost. Alas, the price of the 11 volumes, including the cost of binding, was at least 60 rubles. Where could I get the money? I thought and did not know what to decide upon. I did not want to ask Mother. Of course Mother would have certainly helped me, but then everyone in the house would have known of our present. Besides, the present would have become a token of gratitude in repayment for all that Pokrovsky has done for us during the past year. I wanted to give it alone, and no one else to know of it. And for what he had done for me, I wanted to be indebted to him forever without any sort of repayment except my affection. At last I found a way out of my difficulty. I knew at the second-hand shops in the Gostny Dvor one could sometimes, with a little bargaining, buy at half price a book hardly the worse for wear and almost completely new. I resolved to visit the Gostny Dvor. As it happened, next day some things had to be bought for us and also for Anna Fyodorovna. Mother was not very well, and Anna Fyodorovna, very luckily, was lazy, so that it fell to me to make these purchases, and I set off with Matrona. I was so fortunate as to find a Pushkin very quickly, and one in a very fine binding. I began bargaining. At first they demanded a price higher than that in the booksellers' shops, but in the end, though not without trouble and walking away several times, I brought the shopman to knocking down the price and asking no more than 10 roubles in silver. How I enjoyed bargaining! Poor Matrona could not make out what was the matter with me and what possessed me to buy so many books. But, oh horror! My whole capital consists of 30 roubles in paper, and the shopman would not consent to let the books go cheaper. At last I began beseeching him, begged and begged him, and at last persuaded him. He gave way, but only took off 2.5 roubles and swore he only made that concession for my sake, because I was such a nice young lady, and he would not have done it for anyone else. I still had not enough by 2.5 roubles. I was ready to cry with vexation. But the most unexpected circumstance came to my assistance in my distress. Not far off, at another bookstall, I saw old Pokrovsky. 4 or 5 second-hand dealers were clustering about him. They were bewildering him completely, and he was at his wits' end. Each of them was proffering his wares, and there was no end to the books they offered, and he longed to buy. The poor old man stood in the midst of them, looking a disconsolate figure, and did not know what to choose from what was offered him. I went up and asked him what he was doing here. The old man was delighted to see me. He was extremely fond of me, hardly less than of his Petinka, perhaps. "Why, I'm buying books, Varvara Alexeyevna," he answered. "I'm buying books for Petinka. Here it will soon be his birthday, and he is fond of books, so, you see, I'm going to buy them for him." The old man always expressed himself in a very funny way, and now he was in the utmost confusion besides. Whatever he asked the price of, it was always a silver rouble, or 2 or 3 silver roubles. He had by now given up inquiring about the bigger books, and only looked covetously at them, turning over the leaves, weighing them in his hands, and putting them back again in their places. "No, no, that's dear," he would say in an undertone, "but maybe there'll be something here." And then he would begin turning over thin pamphlets, song-books, almanacs. These were all very cheap. "But why do you want to buy those?" I asked him. "They are all awful rubbish." "Oh, no," he answered. "No, you only look what good little books there are here. They are very, very good little books." And the last words he brought out in such a plaintive sing-song that I fancied he was ready to cry with vexation at the good books being so dear, and in another moment a tear would drop from his pale cheeks on his red nose. I asked him whether he had plenty of money. "Why, here," the poor fellow pulled out at once all his money wrapped up in a piece of greasy newspaper. "Here there's 1/2 rouble, a 20-kopeck piece, and 20 kopecks in copper." I carried him off at once to my second-hand bookseller. "Here, these 11 volumes cost only 32 roubles and a half. I have 30. Put your 2.5 to it, and we will buy all these books and give them to him together." The old man was beside himself with delight. He shook out all his money, and the bookseller piled all our purchased volumes upon him. The old man stuffed volumes in all his pockets, carried them in both hands and under his arms, and bore them all off to his home, giving me his word to bring them all to me in secret next day. Next day the old man came to see his son, spent about an hour with him as usual, then came in to us and sat down beside me with a very comical, mysterious air. Rubbing his hands in proud delight at being in possession of a secret, he began with a smile by telling me that all the books had been conveyed here unnoticed, and were standing in a corner in the kitchen under Matrona's protection. Then the conversation naturally passed to the day we were looking forward to. The old man talked at length of how we would give our present, and the more absorbed he became in the subject, the more apparent it was to me that he had something in his heart of which he could not, dared not speak, which, in fact, he was afraid to put into words. I sat and
waited and said nothing. The secret joy, the secret satisfaction which I had readily discerned at first in his strange gestures and grimaces and winking of his left eye, disappeared. Every moment he grew more uneasy and disconsolate. At last he could not contain himself. "Listen," he began very timidly in an undertone. "Listen, Varvara Alexeyevna. Do you know what, Varvara Alexeyevna?" The old man was in terrible confusion. "When the day of his birthday comes, you take 10 books and give him them yourself, that is from yourself, on your own account. I'll take only the 11th, and I, too, will give it from myself, that is apart, on my own account. So then, do you see, you will have something to give, and I shall have something to give. We shall both have something to give." At this point the old man was overcome with confusion and relapsed into silence. I glanced at him. He was waiting for my verdict with timid expectation. "But why do you want us not to give them together, Zahar Petrovitch?" "Why, you see, Varvara Alexeyevna, it's only, In short, the old man faltered, flushed, got stuck in his sentence, and could not proceed. "You see," he explained at last, "Varvara Alexeyevna, I indulge at times. That is, I want to tell you that I am almost always indulging, constantly indulging. I have a habit which is very bad. That is, it's apt to be so cold outdoors, and at times there are unpleasantnesses of all sorts, or something makes one sad, or something happens amiss, and then I give way at once and begin to indulge, and sometimes drink too much. Petrusha dislikes that very much. He gets angry with me, do you see, Varvara Alexeyevna, scolds me and gives me lectures, so that I should have liked now to show him by my present that I am reforming and beginning to behave properly, that here I've saved up to buy the book, saved up for ever so long, for I scarcely ever have any money, except it may happen Petrusha gives me something. He knows that. So here he will see how I have used my money, and will know that I have done all that only for him." I felt dreadfully sorry for the old man. I thought for a moment. The old man looked at me uneasily. "Listen, Zahar Petrovitch," I said. "You give him them all." "How all? Do you mean all the books?" "Why, yes, all the books." "And from myself?" "Yes, from yourself." "From myself alone? Do you mean on my own account?" "Why, yes, on your own account." I believe I made my meaning very clear, but it was a long time before the old man could understand me. "Why, yes," said he, after pondering. "Yes, that would be very nice. But how about you, Varvara Alexeyevna?" "Oh, well, I shall give nothing." "What?" cried the old man, almost alarmed. "So you don't want to give Patinka anything?" The old man was dismayed. At that moment he was ready, I believe, to give up his project in order that I might be able to give his son something. He was such a kind-hearted old fellow. I assured him that I should have been glad to give something, but did not want to deprive him of the pleasure. "If your son is satisfied, and you are glad," I added, "then I shall be glad, for I shall feel secretly in my heart as though I were really giving it myself." With that the old man was completely satisfied. He spent another 2 hours with us, but could not sit still in his place, and was continually getting up, fussing noisily about, playing with Sasha, stealthily kissing me, pinching my hand, and making faces at Anna Fyodorovna on the sly. Anna Fyodorovna turned him out of the house at last. The old man was, in fact, in his delight, more excited than he had perhaps ever been before. On the festive day he appeared exactly at 11 o'clock,
coming straight from his mass in a decently mended swallow-tail coat, and actually wearing a new waistcoat and new boots. He had a bundle of books in each hand. We were all sitting drinking coffee in Anna Fyodorovna's drawing-room at the time. It was Sunday. The old man began by saying, I believe, that Pushkin was a very fine poet. Then, with much hesitation and confusion, he passed suddenly into the necessity of one's behaving oneself properly, and that if a man does not behave properly, then he will indulge, that bad habits are the ruin and destruction of a man. He even enumerated several fatal instances of intemperance, and wound up by saying that for some time past he had been completely reformed, and his behaviour now was excellent and exemplary, that he had even in the past felt the justice of his son's exhortations, that he felt it all long ago and laid it to heart, but now he had begun to control himself in practice too. In proof of which he presented him with the books bought with money which he had saved up during a long period of time. I could not help laughing and crying as I listened to the poor old man. So he knew how to lie on occasion. The books were carried into Pokrovsky's room and arranged on the shelves. Pokrovsky at once guessed the truth. The old man was invited to dinner. We were all so merry that day. After dinner we played forfeits and cards. Sasha was in wild spirits, and I was hardly less so. Pokrovsky was attentive to me, and kept seeking an opportunity to speak to me alone, but I would not let him. It was the happiest day of all those 4 years of my life. And now come sad, bitter memories, and I begin the story of my gloomy days. That is why, perhaps, my pen moves more slowly, and seems to refuse to write more. That is why, perhaps, I have dwelt in memory with such eagerness and such love on the smallest details of my trivial existence in my happy days. Those days were so brief. They were followed by grief, black grief, and God only knows when it will end. My troubles began with the illness and death of Pokrovsky. He fell ill about 2 months after the last incidents I have described here. He spent those 2 months in unceasing efforts to secure some means of subsistence, for he still had no settled position. Like all consumptives, he clung up to the very last moment to the hope of a very long life. A post as a teacher turned up for him, but he had a great distaste for that calling. He could not take a place in a government office on account of his health. Besides, he would have had to wait a long time for the first installment of his salary. In short, Pokrovsky met with nothing but disappointment on all sides, and this tried his temper. His health was suffering, but he paid no attention to it. Autumn was coming on. Every day he went out in his thin little overcoat to try and get work, to beg and implore for a place, which was inwardly an agony to him. He used to get his feet wet and to be soaked through with the rain, and at last he took to his bed and never got up from it again. He died in the middle of autumn at the end of October. I scarcely left his room during the whole time of his illness. I nursed him and looked after him. Often I did not sleep for nights together. He was frequently delirious and rarely quite himself. He talked of goodness knows what, of his post, of his books, of me, of his father, and it was then I heard a great deal about his circumstances of which I had not known or even guessed before. When first he was ill, all of them looked at me somehow strangely. Anna Fyodorovna shook her head. But I looked them all straight in the face, and they did not blame me any more for my sympathy for Pokrovsky. At least my mother did not. Sometimes Pokrovsky knew me, but this was seldom. He was almost all the time unconscious. Sometimes for whole nights together he would carry on long, long conversations with someone in obscure, indistinct words, and his hoarse voice resounded with a hollow echo in his narrow room as in a coffin. I used to feel terrified then. Especially on the last night he seemed in a frenzy. He suffered terribly, was in anguish. His moans wrung my heart. Everyone in the house was in alarm. Anna Fyodorovna kept praying that God would take him more quickly. They sent for the doctor. The doctor said that the patient would certainly die by the morning. Old Pokrovsky spent the whole night in the passage at the door of his son's room. A rug of some sort was put down there for him. He kept coming into the room. It was dreadful to look at him. He was so crushed by sorrow that he seemed utterly senseless and without feeling. His head was shaking with terror. He was trembling all over and kept whispering something, talking about something to himself. It seemed to me he was going out of his mind. Just before dawn, the old man, worn out with mental suffering, fell asleep on his mat and slept like the dead. Between 7 and 8, his son began to die. I waked the father. Pokrovsky was fully conscious and said goodbye to us all. Strange, I could not cry, but my heart was torn to pieces. But his last moments distressed and tortured me more than all. He kept asking for something at great length with his halting tongue, and I could make out nothing from his words. My heart was lacerated. For a whole hour he was uneasy, kept grieving over something, trying to make some sign with his chill hands, and then beginning pitifully to entreat me in his hoarse, hollow voice. But his words were disconnected sounds, and again I could make nothing of them. I brought everyone of the household to him. I gave him drink, but still he shook his head mournfully. At last I guessed what he wanted. He was begging me to draw up the window curtain and open the shutters. No doubt he wanted to look for the last time at the day, at God's light, at the sunshine. I drew back the curtain, but the dawning day was sad and melancholy as the poor failing life of the dying man. There was no sun. The clouds covered the sky with a shroud of mist. It was rainy, overcast, mournful. A fine rain was pattering on the window panes and washing them with little rivulets of cold, dirty water. It was dark and dingy. The pale daylight scarcely penetrated into the room and hardly rivaled the flickering flame of the little lamp lighted before the icon. The dying man glanced at me mournfully, and shook his head. A minute later he died. Anna Fyodorovna herself made the arrangements for the funeral. A coffin of the cheapest kind was bought and a carter was hired. To defray these expenses, Anna Fyodorovna seized all Pokrovsky's books and other belongings. The old man argued with her, made a noise, took away all the books he could from her, stuffed his pockets full of them, put them in his hat wherever he could, went about with them all those 3 days, and did not part with them even when he had to go to church. During those 3 days he seemed, as it were, stupefied, as though he did not know what he was doing, and he kept fussing about the coffin with a strange solicitude. At one moment he set straight the wreath on his dead son, and at the next he lighted and took away candles. It was evident that his thoughts could not rest on anything. Neither mother nor Anna Fyodorovna was at the funeral service at the church. Mother was ill. Anna Fyodorovna had got ready to go, but she quarreled with old Pokrovsky and stayed behind. I went alone with the old man. During the service a terror came upon me, as though a foreboding of the future. I could scarcely stand up in church. At last the coffin was closed, nailed up, put in the cart, and taken away. I followed it only to the end of the street. The man drove at a trot. The old man ran after him, weeping loudly, his lamentations quivering and broken by his haste. The poor old man lost his hat and did not stop to pick it up. His head was drenched by the rain, and the wind was rising. The sleet lashed and stung his face. The old man seemed not to feel the cold and wet and rain wailing from one side of the cart to the other, the skirts of his old coat fluttering in the wind like wings. Books were sticking out from all his pockets. In his hands was a huge volume which he held tightly. The passers-by took off their caps and crossed themselves. Some stopped and stood gazing in wonder at the poor old man. The books kept falling out of his pockets into the mud. People stopped him and pointed to what he had lost. He picked them up and fell to racing after the coffin again. At the corner of the street an old beggar-woman joined him to follow the coffin with him. The cart turned the corner at last and disappeared from my sight. I went home. I threw myself on Mother's bosom in terrible distress. I pressed her tightly in my arms. I kissed her and burst into floods of tears, huddling up to her fearfully as though trying to keep in my arms my last friend and not to give her up to death. But death was already hovering above poor Mother. Breaking in. This is the end of Varvara's diary, which was enclosed in her June 1st letter. In the next video, we will return to the correspondence between our two principal characters. To refresh your memory, Makar had hoped in his May 20th letter that he would have the opportunity for an open-air rendezvous with Varvara after she was fully recovered from her long convalescence. End of comments.
June 11. How grateful I am to you for our walk yesterday to the island, Makar Alexievich. How fresh and lovely it is there, how leafy and green. It's so long since I saw green leaves. When I was ill, I kept fancying that I had to die, and that I certainly should die. Judge what must have been my sensations yesterday, how I must have felt. You must not be angry with me for having been so sad yesterday. I was very happy, very content, but in my very best moments I am always for some reason sad. As for my crying, that means nothing. I don't know myself why I am always crying. I feel ill and irritable. My sensations are due to illness. The pale, cloudless sky, the sunset, the evening stillness, all that, I don't know, but I was somehow in the mood yesterday to take a dreary and miserable view of everything, so that my heart was too full and needed the relief of tears. But why am I writing all this to you? It is hard to make all that clear to one's own heart, and still harder to convey it to another. But you, perhaps, will understand me. Sadness and laughter both at once. How kind you are really, Makar Alexievich. You looked into my eyes yesterday as though to read in them what I was feeling, and were delighted with my rapture. Whether it was a bush, an avenue, a piece of water, you were there standing before me, showing its beauties, and peeping into my eyes as though you were displaying your possessions to me. That proves that you have a kind heart, Makar Alexievich. It's for that I love you. Well, good-bye. I'm ill again today. I got my feet wet yesterday and have caught cold. Fedora is ailing too, so now we are both on the sick list. Don't forget me. Come as often as you can. Your V.D.
June 12. My darling Varvara Alexievna, well, I had expected, my dear soul, that you would write me a description of our yesterday's expedition in a regular poem, and you have turned out nothing but one simple sheet. I say this because, though you wrote me so little in your sheet, yet you did describe it extraordinarily well and sweetly.
the charms of nature, and the various rural scenes, and all the rest about your feeling. In short, you described it all very well. Now, I have no talent for it. If I smudge a dozen papers, there's nothing to show for it. I can't describe anything. I have tried. You write to me, my own, that I am a kind-hearted, good-natured man, incapable of injuring my neighbor, and able to understand the blessings of the Lord made manifest in nature, and you bestow various praises on me, in fact. All that is true, my darling, all that is perfectly true. I really am all that you say, and I know it myself. But when one reads what you write, one's heart is touched in spite of oneself. Then all sorts of painful reflections come to one. Well, listen to me, Varenka, dear. I will tell you something, my own. I will begin with when I was only 17 and went into the service, and soon the 30th year of my career there will be here. Well, I needn't say I have worn out many a uniform. I grew to manhood and to good sense and saw something of the world. I have lived, I may say, I have lived in the world so that on one occasion they even wanted to send up my name to receive a cross. Maybe you will not believe me, but I am really not lying. But there, my darling, in spite of everything, I have been badly treated by malicious people. I tell you, my own, that though I am an obscure person, a stupid person perhaps, yet I have my feelings like anyone else. Do you know, Varenka, what a spiteful man did to me? I am ashamed to say what he has done to me. You will ask, why did he do it? Why, because I am meek, because I am quiet, because I am good-natured. I did not suit their taste, so that's what brought it upon me. At first it began with, "You are this and that, Makar Alexievitch," and then it came to saying, "It's no good asking Makar Alexievitch," and then it ended by, "Of course, that is Makar Alexievitch." You see, my precious, what a pass it came to. Always Makar Alexievitch to blame for everything. They managed to make Makar Alexievitch a byword all over the department. And it was not enough that they made me a byword and almost a term of abuse. They attacked my boots, my uniform, my hair, my figure. Nothing was to their taste. Everything ought to be different. And all this has been repeated every blessed day from time immemorial. I am used to it, for I grow used to anything, because I am a meek man. But what is it all for? What harm did I do to anyone? Have I stolen promotion for anyone, or what? Have I blackened anyone's reputation with his superiors? Have I asked for anything extra out of turn? Have I got up some intrigue? Why, it's a sin for you to imagine such a thing, my dear soul, as though I could do anything of that sort. You've only to look at me, my own. Have I sufficient ability for intrigue and ambition? Then why have such misfortunes come upon me? God forgive me. Here, you consider me a decent man, and you are ever so much better than any of them, my darling. Why, what is the greatest virtue in a citizen? A day or two ago, in private conversation, Yevstafy Ivanovitch said that the most important virtue in a citizen was to earn money. He said in jest, I know it was in jest, that morality consists in not being a burden to anyone. Well, I'm not a burden to anyone. My crust of bread is my own. It is true, it is a plain crust of bread, at times a dry one, but there it is, earned by my toil and put to lawful and irreproachable use. Why, what can one do? I know very well, of course, that I don't do much by copying, but all the same I am proud of working and earning my bread in the sweat of my brow. Why, what if I am a copying clerk after all? What harm is there in copying after all? He's a copying clerk, they say, but what is there discreditable in that? My handwriting is good, distinct and pleasant to the eye, and His Excellency is satisfied with it. I have no gift of language, of course. I know myself that I haven't the confounded thing. That's why I have not got on in the service, and why even now, my own, I am writing to you simply, artlessly, just as a thought comes into my heart. I know all that, but there, if everyone became an author, who would do the copying? I ask you that question, and I beg you to answer it, Varenka dear. So I see now that I am necessary, that I am indispensable, and that it's no use to worry a man with nonsense. Well, let me be a rat if you like, since they see a resemblance. But the rat is necessary, but the rat is of service, but the rat is depended upon, but the rat is given a reward, so that's the sort of rat he is. Well, enough about that subject, though, my own. I did not intend to talk about that at all, but I got a little heated. Besides, it's pleasant from time to do oneself justice. Goodbye, my own, my darling, my kind comforter. I will certainly come to see you, my dearie, and meanwhile don't be dull, I will bring you a book. Well, goodbye then, Varenka. Your devoted well-wisher, Makar Devushkin.
June 20. Dear Sir Makar Alexievich, I write a hurried line. I am in haste. I have to finish my work up to time. You see, this is how it is. You can make a good bargain. Fyodora says that a friend of hers has a uniform, quite new, underclothes, a waistcoat and cap, and all very cheap, they say. So you ought to buy them. You see, you are not badly off now. You say you have money. You say so yourself. Give over being so stingy, please. You know all those things are necessary. Just look at yourself. What old clothes you go about in. It's a disgrace. You're all in patches. You have no new clothes. I know that, though you declare that you have. God knows how you have managed to dispose of them. So do as I tell you. Please buy these things. Do it for my sake. If you love me, do it. You sent me some linen as a present, but upon my word, Makar Alexievich, you are ruining yourself. It's no joke what you've spent on me. It's awful to think how much money. How fond you are of throwing away your money. I don't want it. It's all absolutely unnecessary. I know, I am convinced that you love me. It is really unnecessary to remind me of it with presents, and it worries me taking them from you. I know what they cost you. Once for all, leave off, do you hear? I beg you, I beseech you. You ask me, Makar Alexievich, to send you the continuation of my diary. You want me to finish it. I don't know how what I have written came to be written, but I haven't the strength now to talk of my past. I don't even want to think of it. I feel frightened of those memories. To talk of my poor mother leaving her poor child to those monsters, too, is more painful than anything. My heart throbs at the very thought of it. It is all still so fresh. I have not had time to think things over, still less to regain my calm, though it is all more than a year ago now. But you know all that. I've told you what Anna Fyodorovna thinks now. She blames me for ingratitude and repudiates all blame for her association with Mr. Bykov. She invites me to stay with her. She says that I am living on charity, that I am going to the bad. She says that if I go back to her, she will undertake to set right everything with Mr. Bykov and compel him to make up for his behavior to me. She says Mr. Bykov wants to give me a dowry. Bother them! I am happy here with you close by, with my kind Fyodora, whose devotion reminds me of my old nurse. Though you are only a distant relation, you will protect me with your name. I don't know them. I shall forget them if I can.
What more do they want of me? Fedora says that it is all talk, that they will leave me alone at last. God grant they may. V.D.
Breaking in. If you're keeping score at home, this is the second time that Bykov has offered a dowry to a young woman to whom he is not related, and it is the first time that he has been unambiguously named as a cause of harm in Varvara's past. More of this to come. End of comments. June 21. My darling Varinka, I want to write, but I don't know how to begin. How strange it is, my precious, how we are living now. I say this because I have never spent my days in such joyfulness. Why, it is as though God had blessed me with a home and family of my own, my child, my pretty. But why are you making such a fuss about the 4 chemises I sent you? You needed them, you know. I found that out from Fedora. And it's a special happiness for me to satisfy your needs, Varinka dear. It's my pleasure. You let me alone, my dear soul. Don't interfere with me and don't contradict me. I've never known anything like it, my darling. I've taken to going into society now. In the first place, my life is twice as full, because you are living very near me and are a great comfort to me. And secondly, I have been invited to tea today by a lodger, a neighbor of mine, that clerk Rataziev, who has the literary evenings. We meet this evening. We are going to read literature. So you see how we are getting on now, Varinka. You see? Well, goodbye. I've written all this for no apparent reason, simply to let you know of the affection I feel for you. You told Teresa to tell me, my love, that you want some silk for colored embroidery. I will get you it, my darling. I will get you the silk. I will get it. Tomorrow I shall have the pleasure of satisfying you. I know where to buy it, too. And now I remain your sincere friend, Makar Devushkin. June 22. Dear Madam Varvara Alexeyevna, I must tell you, my own, that a very pitiful thing has happened in our flat, truly, truly deserving of pity. Between 4 and 5 this morning, Gorshkov's little boy died. I don't know what he died of. It seemed to be a sort of scarlatina, God only knows. I went to see these Gorshkovs. Oh, my dear soul, how poor they are, and what disorder! And no wonder the whole family lives in one room, only divided by a screen for decency. There was a little coffin standing in the room already, a simple little coffin, but rather pretty. They bought it ready-made. The boy was 9 years old. He was a promising boy, they say. But it was pitiful to look at them, Varinka. The mother did not cry, but she was so sad, so poor. And perhaps it will make it easier for them to have got one off their shoulders. But there are still 2 left, a baby and a little girl not much more than 6. There's not much comfort really in seeing a child suffer, especially one's own little child, and having no means of helping him. The father was sitting in a greasy old dress suit on a broken chair. The tears were flowing from his eyes, but perhaps not from grief, but just the usual thing. His eyes are inflamed. He's such a strange fellow. He always turns red when you speak to him, gets confused, and does not know what to answer. The little girl, their daughter, stood leaning against the coffin, such a poor, sad, brooding child. And Varinka, my darling, I don't like it when children brood. It's painful to see. A doll made of rags was lying on the floor beside her. She did not play with it. She held her finger on her lips. She stood without stirring. The landlady gave her a sweetmeat. She took it, but did not eat it. It was sad, Varinka, wasn't it? Makar Devushkin.
June 25. Dear Makar Alexievitch, I am sending you back your book. A wretched, worthless little book not fit to touch. Where did you ferret out such a treasure? Joking apart, can you really like such a book, Makar Alexievitch? I was promised the other day something to read. I will share it with you if you like. And now, goodbye. I really have not time to write more. V.D.
Breaking in. The book Varvara refers to is probably the one that Makar mentions in his June 12th letter. This is our first indication that Makar is not only a poor hand at writing literature, but also has poor taste in reading it. End of comments. June 26. Dear Varinka, the fact is that I really had not read that horrid book, my dear girl. It is true I looked through it and saw it was nonsense, just written to be funny, to make people laugh. Well, I thought it really is amusing. Maybe Varinka will like it, so I sent it you. Now, Rataziev has promised to give me some real literature to read, so you will have some books, my darling. Rataziev knows he's a connoisseur. He writes himself. Oh, how he writes! His pen is so bold, and he has a wonderful style. That is, there is no end to what there is in every word, in the most foolish, ordinary, vulgar words, such as I might say sometimes to Faldoni or Teresa. Even in such he has style. I go to his evenings. We smoke, and he reads to us. He reads 5 hours at a stretch, and we listen all the time. It's a perfect feast. Such charm, such flowers, simply flowers. You can gather a bouquet from each page. He is so affable, so kindly and friendly. Why, what am I beside him? What am I? Nothing. He is a man with a reputation, and what am I? I simply don't exist, yet he is cordial even to me. I am copying something for him. Only don't you imagine, Varinka, that there is something amiss in that he is friendly to me just because I am copying for him. Don't you believe tittle-tattle, my dear girl? Don't you believe worthless tittle-tattle? No, I am doing it of myself, of my own accord, for his pleasure. I understand refinement of manners, my love. He is a kind, very kind man, and an incomparable writer. Literature is a fine thing, Varinka, a very fine thing. I learnt that from them the day before yesterday. A profound thing, strengthening men's hearts, instructing them. There are all sorts of things written about that in their book. Very well written. Literature is a picture, that is, in a certain sense, a picture and a mirror. It's the passions, the expression, the subtlest criticism, edifying instruction, and a document. I gathered all that from them. I tell you frankly, my darling, that one sits with them, one listens, one smokes a pipe like them too, if you please, and when they begin to discuss and dispute about all sorts of matters, then I simply sit dumb. Then, my dear soul, you and I can do nothing else but sit dumb. I am simply a blockhead, it seems. I am ashamed of myself, so that I try all the evening how to put in half a word in the general conversation. But there, as ill luck would have it, I can't find that half word. And one is sorry for oneself, Varinka, that one is not this thing nor that thing, that, as the saying is, a man one is grown, but no mind of one's own. Why, what do I do in my free time now? I sleep like a fool. While instead of useless sleep, I might have been busy in useful occupation. I might have sat down and written something that would have been of use to oneself and pleasant to others. Why, my dearie, you should only see what they get for it, God forgive them. Take Rataziev, for instance, what he gets. What is it for him to write a chapter? Why, sometimes he writes 5 in a day, and he gets 300 rubles a chapter. Some little anecdote, something curious, 500, take it or leave it, give it or be damned. Or, another time, we'll put 1,000 in our pocket. What do you say to that, Varvara Alexeyevna? Why, he's got a little book of poems, such short poems. He's asking 7,000, my dear. He's asking 7,000. Think of it. Why, it's real estate. It's house property. He says that they will give him 5,000, but he won't take it. I reasoned with him. I said, "Take 5,000 for them, sir, and don't mind them. Why, 5,000's money." "No," said he, "they'll give me 7, the swindlers." He's a cunning fellow, really. Well, my love, since we are talking of it, I will copy a passage from The Italian Passions for you. That's the name of his book. Here, read it, Varenka, and judge for yourself. Breaking in, what follows at this point is several excerpts from Rataziev's stories, interspersed with Makar's reactions. In a print text with the benefit of quotation marks, this passage is easy to parse. In audio format, we'll just have to do the best we can. End of comments. Vladimir shuddered, and his passion gurgled up furiously within him, and his blood boiled. "Countess!" he cried. "Countess, do you know how awful is this passion, how boundless this madness? No, my dreams did not deceive me. I love ecstatically, furiously, madly. All your husband's blood would not quench the frantic, surging ecstasy of my soul. A trivial obstacle cannot check the all-destroying, hellish fire that harrows my exhausted breast. Oh, Zinaida, Zinaida!" "Vladimir," whispered the Countess, beside herself, leaning on his shoulder. "Zinaida!" cried the enraptured Smielski. His bosom exhaled a sigh. The fire flamed brightly on the altar of love and consumed the heart of the unhappy victims. "Vladimir," the Countess whispered, intoxicated. Her bosom heaved, her cheeks glowed crimson, her eyes glowed. A new, terrible union was accomplished. Half an hour later, the old Count went into his wife's boudoir. "Well, my love, should we not order the samovar for our welcome guest?" he said, patting his wife on the cheek. "Well, I ask you, my dear soul, what do you think of it after that? It's true, it's a little free, there's no disputing that, but still it is fine. What is fine is fine. And now, if you will allow me, I will copy you another little bit from the novel Yermak and Zuleika. You must imagine, my precious, that the Cossack Yermak, the fierce and savage conqueror of Siberia, is in love with the daughter of Kuchum, the Tsar of Siberia, the Princess Zuleika, who has been taken captive by him. An episode straight from the times of Ivan the Terrible, as you see. Here is the conversation of Yermak and Zuleika. "You love me, Zuleika. Oh, repeat it, repeat it." "I love you, Yermak," whispered Zuleika. "Heaven and earth, I thank you. I am happy. You have given me everything, everything for which my turbulent soul has striven from my boyhood's years. So it was to this thou hast led me, my guiding star. So it was for this thou hast led me here beyond the belt of stone. I will show to all the world my Zuleika, and men, the frantic monsters, will not dare to blame me. Ah, if they could understand the secret sufferings of her tender soul, if they could see a whole poem in the tear of my Zuleika, oh, let me dry that tear with kisses. Let me drink it up, that heavenly tear, unearthly one." "Yermak," said Zuleika, "the world is wicked, men are unjust. They will persecute us, they will condemn us, my sweet Yermak. What is the poor maiden, nurtured amid the snows of Siberia in her father's yurta, to do in your cold, icy, soulless, selfish world? People will not understand me, my desired one, my beloved one. Then will the Cossack saber rise up hissing about them." And now what do you say to Yermak, Varinka, when he finds out that his Zuleika has been murdered? The blind old man, Kuchum, under cover of night, steals into Yermak's tent in his absence, and slays Zuleika, intending to deal a mortal blow at Yermak, who has robbed him of his scepter and his crown. "Sweet is it to me to rasp the iron against the stone," shouted Yermak in a wild frenzy, whetting his knife of Damascus steel upon the magic stone. "I'll have their blood, their blood! I will hack them, hack them, hack them to pieces!" And, after all that, Yermak, unable to survive his Zuleika, throws himself into the Irtish, and so it all ends. And this, for instance, a tiny fragment written in a jocose style, simply to make one laugh. "Do you know Ivan Prokofyevitch Yellowpaunch? Why, the man who bit Prokofy Ivanovitch's leg. Ivan Prokofyevitch is a man of hasty temper, but on the other hand of rare virtues. Prokofy Ivanovitch, on the other hand, is extremely fond of a rare bit on toast. Why, when Pelagia Otanovna used to know him— do you know Pelagia Otanovna, the woman who always wears her petticoat inside out?" That's humor, you know, Varinka. Simply humor. He rocked with laughter when he read us that. He is a fellow, God forgive him. But though it's rather jocose and very playful, Varinka dear, it is quite innocent, without the slightest trace of free thinking or liberal ideas. I must observe, my love, that Rataziev is a very well-behaved man, and so an excellent author, not like other authors. And, after all, an idea sometimes comes into one's head, you know. What if I were to write something? What would happen then? Suppose that, for instance, apropos of nothing, there came into the world a book with the title Poems by Makar Devushkin. What would my little angel say then? How does that strike you? What do you think of it? And I can tell you, my darling, that as soon as my book came out, I certainly should not dare to show myself in the Nevsky Prospect. Why, how should I feel when everyone would be saying, "Here comes the author and poet Devushkin! There's Devushkin himself," they would say. What should I do with my boots, then? They are, I may mention in passing, my dear girl, almost always covered with patches, and the soles, too, to tell the truth, sometimes break away in a very unseemly fashion. What should we do when everyone knew that the author Devushkin had patches on his boots? Some countess or duchess would hear of it, and what would she say, the darling? Perhaps she would not notice it, for I imagine countesses don't trouble themselves about boots, especially clerks' boots, for you know there are boots and boots. But they would tell her all about it. Her friends would give me away. Rataziev, for instance, would be the first to give me away. He visits the Countess V. He says that he goes to all her receptions, and he's quite at home there. He says she is a darling, such a literary lady, he says. He's a rogue, that Rataziev. But enough of that subject. I write all this for fun, my little angel, to amuse you. Goodbye, my darling. I have scribbled you a lot of nonsense, but that is just because I am in a very good humor today. We all dined together today at Rataziev's. They are rogues, Varinka dear, and brought out such a cordial— But there, why write to you about that? Only mind you don't imagine anything about me, Varinka. I don't mean anything by it. I will send you the books. I will certainly send them. One of Paul de Kock's novels is being passed round from one to another, but Paul de Kock will not do for you, my precious. No, no, Paul de Kock won't do for you. They say of him, Varinka dear, that he rouses all the Petersburg critics to righteous indignation. I send you a pound of sweetmeats. I bought them on purpose for you. Do you hear, darling? Think of me at every sweetmeat. Only don't nibble up the sugar candy, but only suck it, or you will get toothache. And perhaps you like candied peel? Write and tell me. Well, goodbye, goodbye. Christ be with you, my darling. I remain ever your most faithful friend, Makar Devushkin. Breaking in. For the record, Paul de Kock's novels were popular in their time, but considered racy in conservative circles. Makar's indignation here is a bit funny, given the passages from Rataziev that he quotes with approval. It should be clear that Rataziev is lying about several things, including the cash he can get for his work. You can judge the quality of his stuff on your own. But for a bit of reference, while writing the very book we are reading, Dostoevsky wrote to his brother that he hoped to get 400 rubles for it. Rataziev's tale of 5,000 to 7,000 rubles is a tall one. Our dear credulous Makar has been thoroughly taken in. End of comments. June 27. Dear Sir Makar Alexievich, Fyodor tells me that, if I like, certain people will be pleased to interest themselves in my position, and will get me a very good position as a governess in a family. What do you think about it, my friend? Shall I go or shall I not? Of course I should not then be a burden upon you, and the situation seems a good one. But on the other hand, I feel somehow frightened at going into a strange house. They are people with an estate in the country. When they want to know all about me, when they begin asking questions, making inquiries, why, what should I say then? Besides, I am so shy and unsociable, I like to go on living in the corner I am used to. It's better somehow where one is used to being. Even though one spends half one's time grieving, still it is better. Besides, it means leaving Petersburg, and God knows what my duties will be either. Perhaps they will simply make me look after the children like a nurse. And they are such queer people, too. They've had 3 governesses already in 2 years. Do advise me, Makar Alexievich, whether to go or not. And why do you never come and see me? You hardly ever show your face. We scarcely ever meet except on Sundays at Mass. What an unsociable person you are. You are as bad as I am, and you know I am almost a relation. You don't love me, Makar Alexievich, and I am sometimes very sad all alone. Sometimes, especially when it is getting dark, one sits all alone. Fyodor goes off somewhere, one sits and thinks. One remembers all the past, joyful and sad alike. It all passes before one's eyes. It all rises up as though out of a mist. Familiar faces appear. I am almost beginning to see them in reality. I see Mother most often of all. And what dreams I have! I feel that I am not at all well. I am so weak. Today, for instance, when I got out of bed this morning, I turned giddy, and I have such a horrid cough, too. I know that I shall soon die. Who will bury me? Who will follow my coffin? Who will grieve for me? And perhaps I may have to die in a strange place, in a strange house. My goodness, how sad life is, Makar Alexievich. Why do you keep feeding me on sweetmeats? I really don't know where you get so much money from. Ah, my friend, take care of your money. For God's sake, take care of it. Fyodora is selling the cloth rug I have embroidered. She is getting 50 paper rubles for it. That's very good. I thought it would be less. I shall give Fyodora 3 silver rubles, and shall get a new dress for myself. A plain one, but warm. I shall make you a waistcoat. I shall make it myself, and I shall choose a good material. Fyodora got me a book, Bielkin Stories, which I will send you if you care to read it. Only don't please keep it or make it dirty. It belongs to someone else. It is one of Pushkin's works. 2 years ago I read these stories with my mother, and it was so sad for me now to read them over again. If you have any books, send them to me, only not if you get them from Rataziev. He will certainly lend you his books if he has ever published anything. How do you like his works, Makar Alexievitch? Such nonsense. Well, goodbye. How I have been chattering. When I am sad, I am glad to chatter about anything. It does me good. At once one feels better, especially if one expresses all that lies in one's heart. Goodbye. Goodbye, my friend. Your V.D. June 28. My precious Varvara Alexeyevna, leave off worrying yourself. I wonder you are not ashamed. Come, give over, my angel. How is it such thoughts come into your mind? You are not ill, my love. You are not ill at all. You are blooming. You are really blooming. A little pale, but still blooming. And what do you mean by these dreams, these visions? For shame, my darling, give over. You must simply laugh at them. Why do I sleep well? Why is nothing wrong with me? You should look at me, my dear soul. I get along all right. I sleep quietly. I am as healthy and hearty as can be. A treat to look at. Give over, darling, for shame. You must reform. I know your little ways, my dearie. As soon as any trouble comes, you begin fancying things and worrying about something. For my sake, give over, my darling. Go into a family? Never. No, no, no. And what notion is this of yours? What is this idea that has come over you? And to leave Petersburg, too? No, my darling, I won't allow it. I will use every means in my power to oppose such a plan. I'll sell my old coat and walk about the street in my shirt before you shall want for anything. No, Varenka, no, I know you. It's folly, pure folly. And there is no doubt that it is all Fedora's fault. She's evidently a stupid woman. She puts all these ideas into your head. Don't you trust her, my dear girl. You probably don't know everything yet, my love. She's a silly woman, discontented and nonsensical. She worried her husband out of his life. Or perhaps she has vexed you in some way? No, no, my precious, not for anything. And what would become of me then? What would there be left for me to do? No, Varenka, darling, you put that out of your little head. What is there wanting in your life with us? We can never rejoice enough over you. You love us, so do go on living here quietly. Sew or read, or don't sew if you like, it does not matter. Only go on living with us. Or only think yourself, why, what would it be like without you? Here, I will get you some books, and then maybe we'll go for a walk somewhere again. Only you must give over, my dearie, you must give over. Pull yourself together, and don't be foolish over trifles. I'll come and see you, and very soon, too. Only accept what I tell you plainly and candidly about it. You are wrong, my darling, very wrong. Of course, I am an ignorant man, and I know myself that I am ignorant, that I have hardly a ha'porth of education. But that's not what I am talking about, and I'm not what matters. But I will stand up for Rataziev, say what you like. He writes well, very, very well, and I say it again, he writes very well. I don't agree with you, and I never can agree with you. It's written in a flowery, abrupt style with figures of speech. There are ideas of all sorts in it. It is very good. Perhaps you read it without feeling, Varenka. You were out of humor when you read it, vexed with Fedora, or something had gone wrong. No, you read it with feeling, best when you are pleased and happy and in a pleasant humor. When, for instance, you have got a sweetmeat in your mouth. That's when you must read it. I don't dispute, who denies it, that there are better writers than Rataziev, and very much better, in fact. But they are good, and Rataziev is good too. He writes in his own special way, and does very well to write. Well, goodbye, my precious. I can't write more. I must make haste. I have work to do. Mind now, my love, my precious little dearie, Calm yourself, and God will be with you, and I remain your faithful friend, Makar Devushkin. P.S. Thanks for the book, my own. We will read Pushkin too, and this evening I shall be sure to come and see you. My dear Makar Alexievich, no, my friend, no. I ought not to go on living among you. On second thoughts, I consider that I am doing very wrong to refuse such a good situation. I shall have at least my daily bread secure. I will do my best. I will win the affection of the strangers. I will even try to overcome my defects if necessary. Of course it is painful and irksome to live with strangers, to try and win their goodwill, to hide one's feelings and suppress oneself. But God will help me. I mustn't be a recluse all my life. I have had experiences like it before. I remember when I was a little thing and used to go to school. I used to be frolicking and skipping about all Sundays at home. Sometimes Mother would scold me, but nothing mattered. My heart was light, and my soul was full of joy all the while. As evening approached, an immense sadness would come over me. At 9 o'clock I had to go back to school, and there it was all cold, strange, severe. The teachers were so cross on Mondays. One had such a pain at one's heart. One wanted to cry. One would go into a corner and cry all alone, hiding one's tears. They would say one was lazy, and I wasn't crying in the least because I had to do my lessons. But after all, I got used to it. And when I had to leave school, I cried also when I said goodbye to my schoolfellows. And I am not doing right to go on being a burden to both of you. That thought is a torment to me. I tell you all this openly because I am accustomed to be open with you. Do you suppose I don't see how early Fyodora gets up in the morning and sets to work at her washing and works till late at night, and old bones want rest? Do you suppose I don't see how you are ruining yourself over me and spending every halfpenny? You are not a man of property, my friend. You tell me that you will sell your last rag before I shall want for anything. I believe you, my friend. I trust your kind heart. But you say that now. Now you have money you did not expect. You've received something extra. But later on, you know yourself I am always ill, and I can't work like you, though I should be heartily glad to, and one does not always get work. What is left for me? To break my heart with grief looking at you two dear ones. In what way can I be of the slightest use to you? And why am I so necessary to you, my friend? What good have I done you? I am only devoted to you with my whole soul. I love you warmly, intensely, and with my whole heart, but my fate is a bitter one. I know how to love, and I can love, but I can do nothing to repay you for your kindness. Don't dissuade me any more. Think it over and tell me your final opinion. Meanwhile, I remain your loving V.D. July 1. Nonsense, nonsense, Varenka, simply nonsense. Let you alone, and there's no knowing what notion you will take into your little head. One thing's not right, and another thing's not right. And I see now that it is all nonsense. And what more do you want, my dear girl? Just tell me that. We love you, you love us, we're all contented and happy. What more do you want? And what will you do among strangers? I expect you don't know yet what strangers are like. You had better ask me, and I will tell you what strangers are like. I know them, my darling. I know them very well. I've had to eat their bread. They are spiteful, Varenka, spiteful. So spiteful that you would have no heart left. They would torment it so with reproach, upbraiding, and ill looks. You are snug and happy among us, as though you were in a little nest. Besides, we shall feel as though we had lost our head when you are gone. Why, what can we do without you? What is an old man like me to do then? You are no use to us, no good to us. How no good? Come, my love, think yourself how much good you are. You are a great deal of good to me, Varenka. You have such a good influence. Here I am thinking about you now, and I am happy. Sometimes I write you a letter and put all my feelings into it, and get a full answer to everything back from you. I bought you a little wardrobe, got you a hat, some commission comes from you, I carry out the commission. How can you say you are no use to me? And what should I be good for in my old age? Perhaps you have not thought of that, Varenka. That's just what you had better think about. What will he be good for without me? I am used to you, my darling, or else what will come of it? I shall go straight to the Neva, and that will be the end of it. Yes, really, Varenka, that will be the only thing left for me to do when you are gone. Ah, Varenka, my darling, it seems you want me to be taken to Volkovo cemetery in a common cart, with only an old draggle-tail beggar-woman to follow me to the grave. You want them to throw the earth upon me and go away and leave me alone. It's too bad, my dear. It's sinful, really. Upon my word, it's a sin. I send you back your book, Varenka, my darling, and if you ask my opinion about your book, dear, I must say that never in my life have I read such a splendid book. I wonder now, my darling, how I can have lived till now such an ignoramus, God forgive me. What have I been doing? What backwoods have I been brought up in? Why, I know nothing, my dear. Why, I know absolutely nothing. I know nothing at all. I tell you, Varenka, plainly, I'm a man of no education. I have read little hitherto, very little, scarcely anything. I have read The Picture of Man, a clever work. I have read The Boy Who Played Funny Tunes on the Bells, and The Cranes of Ibycus. That's all, and I never read anything else. Now I have read The Station Master in your book. Let me tell you, my darling, it happens that one goes on living, and one does not know that there is a book there at one's side where one's whole life is set forth, as though it were reckoned upon one's fingers. And what one never so much as guessed before, when one begins reading such a book, one remembers little by little, and guesses and discovers. And this is another reason why I like your book. One sometimes reads a book, whatever it may be, and you can't for the life of you understand it, it's so deep. I, for instance, am stupid. I'm stupid by nature, so I can't read very serious books. But I read this as though I had written it myself, as though I had taken my own heart, just as it is, and turned it inside out before people and described it in detail. That's what it is like. And it's a simple subject, my goodness, yet what a thing it is. Really, it is just as I should have described it. Why not describe it? You know I feel exactly the same as in the book, and I have been at times in exactly the same positions as, for instance, that Samson Virin, poor fellow. And how many Samson Virins are going about amongst us, poor dears, and how clearly it is all described. Tears almost started into my eyes when I read that the poor sinner took to drink, became such a drunkard that he lost his senses and slept the whole day under a sheepskin coat and drowned his grief in punch, and wept piteously, wiping his eyes with the dirty skirt of his coat when he thought of his lost lamb, his daughter Dunyasha. Yes, it's natural. You should read it. It's natural. It's living. I've seen it myself. It's all about me. Take Teresa, for instance. But why go so far? Take our poor clerk, for instance. Why, he is perhaps just a Samson Virin, only he has another surname, Gorshkov. It's the general lot, Varenka dear. It might happen to you or to me. And the Count who lives on the Nevsky on the riverside, he would be just the same. It would only seem different because everything there is done in their own way, in style. Yet he would be just the same. Anything may happen, and the same thing may happen to me. That's the truth of the matter, my darling. And yet you want to go away from us. It's a sin, Varenka. It may be the end of me. You may be the ruin of yourself, and me too, my own. Oh, my little dearie, for God's sake, put out of your little head all these willful ideas, and don't torment me for nothing. How can you keep yourself, my weak little unfledged bird? How can you save yourself from ruin, protect yourself from villains? Give over, Varenka. Think better of it. Don't listen to nonsensical advice and persuasion, and read your book again. Read it with attention. That will do you good. I talked of the station master to Rataziev. He told me that that was all old-fashioned, and that now books with pictures and descriptions have all come in. I really did not quite understand what he said about it. He ended by saying that Pushkin is fine, and that he is a glory to Holy Russia, and he said a great deal more to me about him. Yes, it's good, Varenka, very good. Read it again with attention. Follow my advice, and make an old man happy by your obedience. Then God himself will reward you, my own. He will certainly reward you. Your sincere friend, Makar Devushkin. Breaking in. For further information about the station master and Pushkin, see the second video of this compilation, especially the section on the Russian literary scene. We shall see if there is more of Samson Virin in our Makar Devushkin than Makar himself realizes. Also note that Rataziev's description of the new fashion in literature corresponds to what Joseph Franks refers to as physiological sketches. This is the naturalistic response to the romanticism of Pushkin. End of comments.
Dear Sir Makar Devushkin, Fyodora brought me 15 silver roubles today. How pleased she was, poor thing, when I gave her 3. I write to you in haste. I am now cutting you out a waistcoat. It's charming material, yellow with flowers on it. I send you a book. There are all sorts of stories in it. I have read some of them. Read the one called The Cloak. You persuade me to go to the theatre with you. Wouldn't it be expensive? Perhaps we could go to the gallery somewhere. It's a long while since I've been to the theatre. In fact, I can't remember when I went. Only I'm afraid whether such a treat would not cost too much. Fyodora simply shakes her head. She says that you have begun to live beyond your means, and I see how much you spend on me alone. Mind, my friend, that you don't get into difficulties. Fyodora tells me of rumors that you have had a quarrel with the landlady for not paying your rent. I am very anxious about you. Well, goodbye. I am in a hurry. It's a trifling matter. I'm altering a ribbon on a hat. P.S. You know, if we go to the theatre, I shall wear my new hat and my black mantle. Will that be all right?
Breaking in. While this letter is officially undated, a later clue indicates that it is sent on July 6th. The story Varvara refers to is better known as The Overcoat, one of Nikolai Gogol's stories and an inspiration for this novel. For more information, check out the description of the Russian literary scene in the second video of this compilation. End of comments. July 7. Dear Madam Varvara Alexeyevna, So I keep thinking about yesterday. Yes, my dear girl, even we have had our follies in the past. I fell in love with that actress. I fell head over ears in love with her, but that was nothing. The strangest thing was that I had scarcely seen her at all, and had only been at the theatre once. And yet for all that I fell in love. There lived next door to me 5 noisy young fellows. I got to know them. I could not help getting to know them, though I always kept at a respectable distance from them. But not to be behind them, I agreed with them in everything. They talked to me about this actress, Every evening, as soon as the theatre was opened, the whole company, they never had a halfpenny for necessities, the whole party set off to the theatre, to the gallery, and kept clapping and clapping and calling for that actress. They were simply frantic. And after that they would not let one sleep. They would talk about her all night without ceasing. Everyone called her his Glasha. Every one of them was in love with her. They all had the same canary in their hearts. They worked me up. I was a helpless youngster then. I don't know how I came to go, but one evening I found myself in the fourth gallery with them. As for seeing, I could see nothing more than the corner of the curtain, but I heard everything. The actress certainly had a pretty voice, a musical voice like a nightingale, as sweet as honey. We all clapped our hands and shouted and shouted. We almost got into trouble. One was actually turned out. I went home. I walked along as though I were drunk. I had nothing left in my pocket but 1 silver rouble, and it was a good 10 days before I could get my salary. And what do you think, my love? Next day, before going to the office, I went to a French perfumer's and spent my whole fortune on perfume and scented soap. I really don't know why I bought all that. And I did not dine at home, but spent the whole time walking up and down outside her window. She lived in Nevsky Prospect on the 4th story. I went home for an hour or so, rested, and out into the Nevsky again, simply to pass by her windows. For 6 weeks I used to walk to and fro like that and hang about her. I was constantly hiring smart sledges and kept driving about so as to pass her window. I ruined myself completely, ran into debt, and then got over my passion. I got tired of it. So you see, my precious, what an actress can make of a respectable man. I was a youngster, though. I was a youngster then. M.D.
July 8. Dear Madam Varvara Alexeyevna, I hasten to return you the book you lent me on the 6th of this month, and therewith I hasten to discuss the matter with you. It's wrong of you, my dear girl, it's wrong of you to put me to the necessity of it. Allow me to tell you, my good friend, every position in the lot of man is ordained by the Almighty. One man is ordained to wear the epaulets of a general, while it is another's lot to serve as a titular counsellor. It is for one to give commands, for another to obey without repining, in fear and humility. It is in accordance with man's capacities. One is fit for one thing, and one for another, and their capacities are ordained by God himself. I have been nearly 30 years in the service. My record is irreproachable. I have been sober in my behavior, and I have never had any irregularity put down to me. As a citizen, I look upon myself in my own mind as having my faults, but my virtues too. I am respected by my superiors, and His Excellency himself is satisfied with me, and though he has not so far shown me any special marks of favor, yet I know that he is satisfied. My handwriting is fairly legible and good, not too big and not too small, rather in the style of italics, but in any case satisfactory. There is no one among us except, perhaps, Ivan Prokofyevitch, who writes as well. I am old and my hair is grey. That's the only fault I know of in me. Of course, there is no one without his little failings. We're all sinners. Even you are a sinner, my dear. But no serious offence, no impudence has ever been recorded against me, such as anything against the regulations or any disturbance of public tranquillity. I have never been noticed for anything like that. Such a thing has never happened. In fact, I almost got a decoration. But what's the use of talking? You ought to have known all that, my dear, and he ought to have known. If a man undertakes to write, he ought to know all about it. No, I did not expect this from you, my dear girl. No, Varenka, you are the last person from whom I should have expected it. What? So now you can't live quietly in your own little corner, whatever it may be like, not stirring up any mud, as the saying is, interfering with no one, knowing yourself and fearing God, without people's interfering with you, without their prying into your little den and trying to see what sort of life you lead at home, whether, for instance, you have a good waistcoat, whether you have all you ought to have in the way of underclothes, whether you have boots and what they are lined with, what you eat, what you drink, what you write. And what even if I do sometimes walk on tiptoe to save my boots where the pavement's bad? Why write of another man that he sometimes goes short, that he has no tea to drink, as though everyone is always bound to drink tea? Do I look into another man's mouth to see how he chews his crust? Have I ever insulted anyone in that way? No, my dear, why insult people when they are not interfering with you? Look here, Varvara Alexeyevna, this is what it comes to. You work, and work regularly and devotedly, and your superiors respect you. However things may be, they do respect you. And here, under your very nose, for no apparent reason, neither with your leave nor by your leave, somebody makes a caricature of you. Of course, one does sometimes get something new, and is so pleased that one lies awake thinking about it. One is so pleased one puts on new boots, for instance, with such enjoyment. That is true. I have felt it because it is pleasant to see one's foot in a fine, smart boot. That's truly described. But I am really surprised that Fyodor Fyodorovitch should have let such a book pass without notice and without defending himself. It is true that, though he is a high official, he is young and likes at times to make his voice heard. Why shouldn't he make his voice heard? Why not give us a scolding if we need it? Scold to keep up the tone of the office, for instance. Well, he must, to keep up the tone. You must teach men, you must give them a good talking to. For between ourselves, Varenka, we clerks do nothing without a good talking to. Everyone is only on the lookout to get off somewhere, so as to say. I was sent here or there, and to avoid work and edge out of it. And as there are various grades in the service, and as each grade requires a special sort of reprimand corresponding to the grade, it's natural that the tone of the reprimand should differ in the various grades. That's in the order of things. Why, the whole world rests on that, my dear soul, on our all keeping up our authority with one another, on each one of us scolding the other. Without that precaution, the world could not go on, and there would be no sort of order. I am really surprised that Fyodor Fyodorovitch let such an insult pass without attention. And why write such things? And what's the use of it? Why, will someone who reads it order me a cloak because of it? Will he buy me new boots? No, Varenka, he will read it and ask for a contribution. One hides oneself sometimes. One hides oneself. One tries to conceal one's weak points. One's afraid to show one's nose at times anywhere because one is afraid of tittle-tattle, because they can work up a tale against you about anything in the world, anything. And here now all one's private and public life is being dragged into literature. It's all printed, read, laughed, and gossiped about. Why, it will be impossible to show oneself in the street. It's all so plainly told, you know, that one might be recognized in one's walk. To be sure, it's as well that he does make up for it a little at the end, that he does soften it a bit, that after that passage, when they throw the papers at his head, it does put in, for instance, that for all that he was a conscientious man, a good citizen, that he did not deserve such treatment from his fellow clerks, that he respected his elders. His example might be followed, perhaps, in that. Had no ill will against anyone, believed in God, and died, if he will have it that he died, regretted. But it would have been better not to let him die, poor fellow, but to make the coat be found, to make Fyodor Fyodorovitch— what am I saying? I mean, make that general, finding out his good qualities, question him in his office, promote him in his office, and give him a good increase in his salary. For then, you see, wickedness would have been punished, and virtue would have been triumphant, and his fellow clerks would have got nothing by it. I should have done that, for instance, but as it is, what is there special about it? What is there good in it? It's just an insignificant example from vulgar everyday life. And what induced you to send me such a book, my own? Why, it's a book of an evil tendency, Varenka. It's untrue to life, for there cannot have been such a clerk. No, I must make a complaint, Varenka. I must make a formal complaint. Your very humble servant, Makar Devushkin. Breaking in. So, at long last, Makar has come face to face with his literary alter ego, Akaky Akakievich, the protagonist of Gogol's story, The Overcoat. This letter is perhaps the most skillful part of the whole novel, with lovely touches of irony, while still being a very believable reaction from Makar Devushkin. Let me touch on a couple of details, however. This system of ranks that Makar keeps alluding to was established by Peter the Great in the 18th century, and it divided government workers into 14 levels. Makar, like Akaky Akakievich, appears to be a titular counselor, which is at grade 9, at the very lowest rung of the middle class. It also appears that his prospects for advancement are very bleak. This passage also contains what to me is a mystery. Who is Fyodor Fyodorovich? I don't believe that name is mentioned anywhere else in the novel. This is one of those cases where the translation in play makes a difference. In the Garnett translation, which we are reading, it appears that Fyodor Fyodorovich could be one of Makar's supervisors. In another translation, which you can look up on Gutenberg.org, it seems that Dostoevsky may have been simply renaming Gogol's protagonist from the original Akaky Akakievich. If you have any light to shed on this mystery, feel free to make it known in the comments section below. For my money, however, the most important part of this letter isn't the literary game that Dostoevsky is playing with Gogol. It's the picture of the world that Makar articulates both here and earlier in his June 12th letter. That picture is due for a crisis in the pages ahead, and I intend to return to this issue in a concluding video of the sequence after we are done with the novel proper. End of comments.
July 27. Dear Sir Makar Alexievich, your latest doings and letters have frightened, shocked, and amazed me, and what Fedora tells me has explained it all. But what reason had you to be so desperate and to sink to such a depth as you have sunk to, Makar Alexievich? Your explanation has not satisfied me at all. Isn't it clear that I was right in trying to insist on taking the situation that was offered me? Besides, my latest adventure has thoroughly frightened me. You say that it's your love for me that makes you keep in hiding from me. I saw that I was deeply indebted to you while you persuaded me that you were only spending your savings on me, which you said you had lying by in the bank in case of need. Now, when I learned that you had no such money at all, but, hearing by chance of my straitened position and touched by it, you actually spent your salary getting it in advance, and even sold your clothes when I was ill, now that I have discovered all this, I am put in such an agonizing position that I still don't know how to take it and what to think about it. Oh, Makar Alexievich, you ought to have confined yourself to that first kind help, inspired by sympathy and the feeling of kinship, and not have wasted money afterwards on luxuries. You have been false to our friendship, Makar Alexievich, for you weren't open with me. And now, when I see that you are spending your last penny on finery, on sweetmeats, on excursions, on the theatre, and on books, now I am paying dearly for all that in regret for my frivolity, for I took it all from you without troubling myself about you, and everything with which you tried to give me pleasure is now turned to grief for me, and has left nothing but useless regret. I have noticed your depression of late, and although I was nervously apprehensive of some trouble, what has happened never entered my head. What? Could you lose heart so completely, Makar Alexievitch? Why, what am I to think of you now? What will everyone who knows you say of you now? You, whom I always respected for your good heart, your discretion, and your good sense. You have suddenly given way to such a revolting vice, of which one saw no sign in you before. What were my feelings when Fyodor told me you were found in the street in a state of inebriety, and were brought home to your lodgings by the police? I was petrified with amazement, though I did expect something extraordinary, as there had been no sign of you for 4 days. Have you thought, Makar Alexievitch, what your chiefs at the office will say when they learn the true cause of your absence? You say that everyone laughs at you, that they all know of our friendship, and that your neighbors speak of me in their jokes too. Don't pay any attention to that, Makar Alexievitch, and for goodness' sake calm yourself. I am alarmed about your affair with those officers too. I have heard a vague account of it. Do explain what it all means. You write that you were afraid to tell me, that you were afraid to lose my affection by your confession, that you were in despair, not knowing how to help me in my illness, that you sold everything to keep me and prevent my going to hospital, that you got into debt as far as you possibly could, and have unpleasant scenes every day with your landlady. But you made a mistake in concealing all this from me. Now I know it all, however. You were reluctant to make me realize that I was the cause of your unhappy position, and now you have caused me twice as much grief by your behavior. All this has shocked me, Makar Alexievitch. Oh, my dear friend, misfortune is an infectious disease. The poor and unfortunate ought to avoid one another, for fear of making each other worse. I have brought you trouble such as you knew nothing of in your old, humble, and solitary existence. All this is distressing and killing me. Write me now openly all that happened to you, and how you came to behave like that. Set my mind at rest if possible. It isn't selfishness makes me write to you about my peace of mind, but my affection and love for you, which nothing will ever efface from my heart. Goodbye. I await your answer with impatience. You had a very poor idea of me, Makar Alexievitch. Your loving Varvara Dobroselova.
July 28. My precious Varvara Alexievna, well, as now everything is over, and little by little things are beginning to be as they used to be, again let me tell you one thing, my good friend. You are worried by what people will think about me, to which I hasten to assure you, Varvara Alexievna, that my reputation is dearer to me than anything. For which reason, and with reference to my misfortunes and all those disorderly proceedings, I beg to inform you that no one of the authorities at the office know anything about it, or will know anything about it, so that they all will feel the same respect for me as before. The one thing I'm afraid of is gossip. At home our landlady did nothing but shout, and now that with the help of your 10 roubles I have paid part of what I owe her, she does nothing more than grumble. As for other people, they don't matter. One mustn't borrow money of them, that's all. And to conclude my explanations, I tell you, Varvara Alexievna, that your respect for me I esteem more highly than anything on earth, and I am comforted by it now in my temporary troubles. Thank God that the first blow and the first shock are over, and that you have taken it as you have, and don't look on me as a false friend, or an egoist for keeping you here and deceiving you, because I love you as my angel and could not bring myself to part from you. I've set to work again assiduously, and have begun performing my duties well. Yevstafy Ivanovitch did just say a word when I passed him by yesterday. I will not conceal from you, Varenka, that I am overwhelmed by my debts and the awful condition of my wardrobe, but that again does not matter, and about that too I entreat you, do not despair, my dear. Send me another half rouble.
Varenka, that half-ruble rends my heart too. So that's what it has come to now. That is how it is, old fool that I am. It's not I helping you, my angel, but you, my poor little orphan, helping me. Fedora did well to get the money. For the time I have no hopes of getting any, but if there should be any prospects, I will write to you fully about it all. But gossip is what I am most uneasy about. I kiss your little hand and implore you to get well. I don't write more fully because I am in haste to get to the office, for I want by industry and assiduity to atone for all my shortcomings in the way of negligence in the office. A further account of all that happened, and my adventures with the officers, I put off till this evening. Your respectful and loving Makar Devushkin.
July 28. My precious Varenka. Ach, Varenka, this time the sin is on your side and your conscience. You completely upset and perplexed me by your letter, and only now, when at my leisure I looked into the inmost recesses of my heart, I saw that I was right, perfectly right. I am not talking of my drinking. That's enough of it, my dear soul, that's enough. But about my loving you, and that I was not at all unreasonable in loving you, not at all unreasonable. You know nothing about it, my darling. Why, if only you knew why it all was, why I was bound to love you, you wouldn't talk like that. All your reasoning about it is only talk, and I am sure that in your heart you feel quite differently. My precious, I don't even know myself, and don't remember what happened between me and the officers. I must tell you, my angel, that up to that time I was in the most terrible perturbation. Only imagine, for a whole month I had been clinging to one thread, so to say. My position was most awful. I was concealing it from you, and concealing it at home, too. But my landlady made a fuss and a clamour. I should not have minded that. The wretched woman might have clamoured, but for one thing it was the disgrace, and for another, she had found out about our friendship, God knows how, and was making such talk about it all over the house that I was numb with horror and put wool in my ears. But the worst of it is that other people did not put wool in theirs, but pricked them up on the contrary. Even now I don't know where to hide myself. Well, my angel, all this accumulation of misfortunes of all sorts overwhelmed me utterly. Suddenly I heard a strange thing from Fedora, that a worthless profligate had called upon you and had insulted you by dishonourable proposals. That he did insult you deeply, I can judge for myself, my darling, for I was deeply insulted myself. That crushed me, my angel, that overwhelmed me and made me lose my head completely. I ran out, Varenka dear, in unutterable fury. I wanted to go straight to him, the reprobate. I did not know what I meant to do. I won't have you insulted, my angel. Well, I was sad, and at that time it was raining, sleet was falling, it was horribly wretched. I meant to turn back. Then came my downfall. I met Emelian Ilyich. He is a clerk, that is, was a clerk, but he is not a clerk now because he was turned out of our office. I don't know what he does now, he just hangs about there. Well, I went with him. But there, Varenka, will it amuse you to read about your friend's misfortunes, his troubles, and the story of the trials he has endured? 3 days later, that Emelian egged me on, and I went to see him, that officer. I got his address from our porter. Since we are talking about it, my dear, I noticed that young gallant long ago. I kept an eye upon him when he lodged in our buildings. I see now that what I did was unseemly, because I was not myself when I was shown up to him. Truly, Varenka, I don't remember anything about it. All I remember is that there were a great many officers with him, else I was seeing double, goodness knows. I don't remember what I said either. I only know that I said a great deal in my honest indignation. But then they turned me out. Then they threw me downstairs. That is, not really threw me downstairs, but turned me out. You know already, Varenka, how I returned. That's the whole story. Of course, I lowered myself and my reputation has suffered. But after all, no one knows of it but you. No outsider knows of it. And so it is all as though it had never happened. Perhaps that is so, Varenka. What do you think? The only thing is, I know for a fact that last year Aksenti Osipovich in the same way assaulted Pyotr Petrovitch, but in secret. He did it in secret. He called him into the porter's room. I saw it all through a crack in the door. And there he settled the matter, as was fitting, but in a gentlemanly way, for no one saw it except me, and I did not matter. That is, I did not tell anyone. Well, after that, Pyotr Petrovitch and Aksenti Osipovich were all right together. Pyotr Petrovitch, you know, is a man with self-respect, so he told no one, so that now they even bow and shake hands. I don't dispute, Varenka. I don't venture to dispute with you that I have degraded myself terribly, and, what is worst of all, I have lowered myself in my own opinion. But no doubt it was destined from my birth. No doubt it was my fate. And there's no escaping one's fate, you know. Well, that is an exact account of my troubles and misfortunes, Varenka. All of them. Things such that reading of them is unprofitable. I am very far from well, Varenka, and have lost all the playfulness of my feelings. Herewith I beg to testify to my devotion, love, and respect. I remain, dear Madam Varvara Alexeyevna, your humble servant, Makar Devushkin. July 29. My dear Makar Alexeyevich, I have read your 2 letters and positively groaned. Listen, my dear, you are either concealing something from me or have written to me only part of all your troubles, or... Really, Makar Alexeyevich, there is a touch of incoherency about your letters still. Come and see me, for goodness sake, come today. And listen, come straight to dinner. You know I don't know how you are living, or how you have managed about your landlady. You write nothing about all that, and your silence seems intentional. So goodbye, my friend. Be sure and come to us today, and you would do better to come to us for dinner every day. Fedora cooks very nicely. Goodbye. Your Varvara Dobroselova. August 1. My dear Varvara Alexeyevna, you are glad, my dear girl, that God has sent you a chance to do one good turn for another and show your gratitude to me. I believe that, Varenka, and I believe in the goodness of your angelic heart, and I am not saying it to reproach you. Only do not upbraid me for being a spendthrift in my old age. Well, if I have done wrong, there's no help for it. Only to hear it from you, my dear, is very bitter. Don't be angry with me for saying so. My heart's all one ache. Poor people are touchy. That's in the nature of things. I felt that even in the past. The poor man is exacting. He takes a different view of God's world, and looks askance at every passer-by, and turns a troubled gaze about him, and looks to every word, wondering whether people are not talking about him, whether they are saying that he is so ugly, speculating about what he would feel exactly, what he would be on this side, and what he would be on that side. And everyone knows, Varenka, that a poor man is worse than a rag, and can get no respect from anyone. Whatever they may write, those scribblers, it will always be the same with the poor man as it has been. And why will it always be as it has been? Because to their thinking the poor man must be turned inside out. He must have no privacy, no pride whatever. Emelian told me the other day that they got up a subscription for him, and made a sort of official inspection over every sixpence. They thought that they were giving him his sixpences for nothing, but they were not. They were paid for them by showing them he was a poor man. Nowadays, my dear soul, benevolence is practiced in a very queer way, and perhaps it always has been so. Who knows? Either people don't know how to do it, or they are first-rate hands at it, one of the two. Perhaps you did not know it, so there it is for you. On anything else we can say nothing, but on this subject we are authorities. And how is it a poor man knows all this and thinks of it all like this? Why? From experience, because he knows, for instance, that there is a gentleman at his side who is going somewhere to a restaurant and saying to himself, "What's this beggarly clerk going to eat today? I'm going to eat sauté popilotte, while he is going to eat porridge without butter, maybe. And what business is it to him that I am going to eat porridge without butter?" There are men, Varenka, there are men who think of nothing else, and they go about, the indecent caricaturists, and look whether one puts one's whole foot down on the pavement or walks on tiptoe. They notice that such a clerk of such a department, a titular councillor, has his bare toes sticking out of his boot, that he has holes in his elbow, and then they sit down at home and describe it all and publish such rubbish. And what business is it of yours, sir, if my elbows are in holes? Yes, if you will excuse me the coarse expression, Varenka, I will tell you that the poor man has the same sort of modesty on that score as you, for instance, have maidenly modesty. Why, you wouldn't divest yourself of your clothing before everyone. Forgive my coarse comparison. So, in the same way, the poor man does not like people to peep into his poor hole and wonder about his domestic arrangements. So what need was there to join in insulting me, Varenka, with the enemies who are attacking an honest man's honor and reputation? And in the office today I sat like a hen, like a plucked sparrow, so that I almost turned with shame at myself. I was ashamed, Varenka, and one is naturally timid when one's elbows are seeing daylight through one's sleeves and one's buttons are hanging on threads. And as ill luck would have it, all my things were in such disorder, you can't help losing heart. Why, Stepan Karlovitch himself began speaking to me about my work today. He talked and talked away and added, as though unawares, "Well, really, Makar Alexievitch," and did not say what was in his mind, only I understood what it was for myself, and blushed so that even the bald patch on my head was crimson. It was really only a trifle, but still it made me uneasy and aroused bitter reflections. If only they have heard nothing! Ah, God forbid that they should hear about anything! I confess I do suspect one man. I suspect him very much. Why, these villains stick at nothing. They will betray me. They will give away one's whole private life for a halfpenny. Nothing is sacred to them. I know now whose doing it is. It is Rataziev's doing. He knows someone in our office, and most likely in the course of conversation has told them the whole story with additions. Or maybe he has told the story in his own office, and it has crept out and crept into our office. In our lodging they all know it down to the lowest, and point out your window. I know that they do point. When I went to dinner with you yesterday, they all poked their heads out of window, and the landlady said, "Look," said she, "the devil has made friends with the baby." And then she called you an unseemly name. But all that's nothing beside Rataziev's disgusting design to put you and me into his writing, and to describe us in a cunning satire. He spoke of this himself, and friendly fellow lodgers have repeated it to me. I can think of nothing else, my darling, and don't know what to decide to do. There is no concealing the fact. We have provoked the wrath of God, little angel. You meant to send me a book, my good friend, to relieve my dullness. What is the use of a book, my love? What is the good of it? It's arrant nonsense. The story is nonsense, and it is written as nonsense, just for idle people to read. Trust me, my dear soul, trust the experience of my age. And what if they talk to you of some Shakespeare, saying, "You see that Shakespeare wrote literature"? Well, then, Shakespeare is nonsense. It's all arrant nonsense, and only written to jeer at folk. Yours, Makar Devushkin.
August 2. Dear Makar Alexievitch, don't worry about anything. Please God, it will all be set right. Fedora has got a lot of work both for herself and for me, and we have set to work very happily. Perhaps we shall save the situation. She suspects that Anna Fyodorovna had some hand in this last unpleasant business, but now I don't care. I feel somehow particularly cheerful today. You want to borrow money? God forbid! You'll get into trouble afterwards when you need to pay it back. We had much better live more frugally. Come to us more often, and don't take any notice of your landlady. As for your other enemies and ill-wishers, I am sure you are worrying yourself with needless suspicions, Makar Alexievitch. Mind, I told you last time that your language was very exaggerated. Well, goodbye till we meet. I expect you without fail. Your V.D.
August 3. My angel, Varvara Alexievna, I hasten to tell you, my little life, I have fresh hopes of something. But excuse me, my little daughter, you write, my angel, that I am not to borrow money. My darling, it is impossible to avoid it. Here I am in a bad way, and what if anything were suddenly amiss with you? You are frail, you know, so that's why I say we must borrow. Well, so I will continue. I beg to inform you, Varvara Alexievna, that in the office I am sitting next to Emelian Ivanovitch. That's not the Emelian Ilyitch whom you know. He is, like me, a titular councillor, and he and I are almost the oldest veterans in the office. He is a good-natured soul, an unworldly soul. He's not given to talking, and always sits like a regular bear. But he is a good clerk, and has a good English handwriting, and, to tell the whole truth, he writes as well as I do. He's a worthy man. I never was very intimate with him, but only just say good morning and good evening, or if I wanted the penknife, I would say, "Give me the penknife, Emelian Ivanovitch." In short, our intercourse was confined to our common necessities. Well, so he says to me today, "Makar Alexievitch, why are you so thoughtful?" I see the man wishes me kindly, so I told him. I said, "This is how it is, Emelian Ivanovitch." That is, I did not tell him everything, and indeed, God forbid, I never will tell the whole story because I haven't the heart to, but just told him something, that I was in straits for money, and so on. "You should borrow, my good soul," said Emelian Ivanovitch. "You should borrow. From Fyodor Petrovitch you might borrow. He lends money at interest. I have borrowed, and he asks a decent rate of interest, not exorbitant." Well, Varinka, my heart gave a leap. I thought and thought, maybe the Lord will put it into the heart of Fyodor Petrovitch, and in his benevolence he will lend me the money. Already I was reckoning to myself that I could pay the landlady, and help you, and clear myself all round. Whereas now it is such a disgrace, one is afraid to be in one's own place, let alone the jeers of our grinning jackanapes. Bother them! And besides, his Excellency sometimes passes by our table. Why, God forbid, he may cast a glance in my direction and notice I'm not decently dressed. And he makes a great point of neatness and tidiness. Maybe he would say nothing, but I would die of shame. That's how it would be. In consequence, I screwed myself up, and, putting my pride in my ragged pocket, I went up to Fyodor Petrovitch full of hope, and at the same time more dread than alive with suspense. But after all, Varinka, it ended in foolishness. He was busy with something, talking with Fedosey Ivanovitch. I went up to him sideways and pulled him by the sleeve, saying, "Fyodor Petrovitch, I say, Fyodor Petrovitch." He looked round, and I went on, saying, "This is how it is, 30 roubles," and so on. At first he did not understand me, and when I explained it all to him, he laughed and said nothing. I said the same thing again, and he said to me, "Have you got a pledge?" And he buried himself in his writing and did not even glance at me. I was a little flustered. "No," I said, "Fyodor Petrovitch, I've got no pledge." and I explained to him that when I got my salary I would pay him, would be sure to pay him. I should consider it my first duty. Then somebody called him. I waited for him. He came back and began mending a pen and did not seem to notice me, and I kept on with, "Pyotr Petrovitch, can't you manage it somehow?" He said nothing and seemed not to hear me. I kept on standing there. Well, I thought I would try for the last time and pulled him by the sleeve. He just muttered something, cleaned his pen, and began writing. I walked away. You see, my dear girl, they may be excellent people, but proud, very proud. But I don't mind. We are not fit company for them, Varinka. That is why I have written all this to you. Emelyan Ivanovitch laughed too and shook his head, but he cheered me up, the dear fellow. Emelyan Ivanovitch is a worthy man. He promised to introduce me to a man who lives in the Vybord side, Varinka, and lends money at interest too. He is some sort of clerk of the 14th class. Emelyan Ivanovitch says he will be sure to lend it. Shall I go to him tomorrow, my angel, eh? What do you think? It is awful if I don't. My landlady is almost turning me out and won't consent to give me my dinner. Besides, my boots are in a dreadful state, my dear. I've no buttons either, and nothing else besides. And what if anyone in authority at the office noticed such unseemliness? It will be awful, Varinka, simply awful. Makar Devushkin. Breaking in. It might be good to take stock concerning some names here. We've seen Pyotr Petrovitch before, 2 letters ago. He was the one who had apparently been the offender in a conflict that he settled with Oksent Osipovich in private. Private despite the peeping Makar having observed the episode through a crack in the door. More importantly, we need to keep the 2 Emelyans distinct. Emelyan Ivanovitch is the good, industrious clerk in Makar's office. Emelyan Ilyich is the former clerk who has now turned into an unemployed drunkard. This is an interesting naming convention by Dostoevsky. One of these figures is a good influence upon Makar, while the other is a bad influence. Emelyan Ivanovitch represents the status to which Makar hopes to return. Emelyan Ilyich represents the status to which he may yet sink. End of comments.
August 4. Dear Makar Alexievich, for God's sake, Makar Alexievich, borrow some money as soon as possible. I would not for anything have asked you for help as things are at present, but if you only knew what a position I am in. It's utterly impossible for us to remain in this lodging. A horribly unpleasant thing has happened here, and if only you knew how upset and agitated I am. Only imagine, my friend, this morning a stranger came into our lodging, an elderly, almost old man wearing orders. I was amazed, not knowing what he wanted with us. Fedora had gone out to a shop at the time. He began asking me how I lived and what I did, and without waiting for an answer, told me that he was the uncle of that officer, that he was very angry with his nephew for his disgraceful behavior, and for having given us a bad name all over the buildings, said that his nephew was a feather-headed scamp, that he was ready to take me under his protection, advised me not to listen to young men, added that he sympathized with me like a father, that he felt a father's feeling for me, and was ready to help me in any way. I blushed all over, not knowing what to think, but was in no haste to thank him. He took my hand by force, patted me on the cheek, told me I was very pretty, and that he was delighted to find I had dimples in my cheeks. Goodness knows what he said, and at last tried to kiss me, saying that he was an old man. He was so loathsome. At that point Fedora came in. He was a little disconcerted, and began saying again that he felt respect for me, for my discretion and good principles, and that he was very anxious that I should not treat him as a stranger. Then he drew Fedora aside, and on some strange pretext wanted to give her a lot of money. Fedora, of course, would not take it. At last he got up to go. He repeated once more all his assurances, said that he would come and see me again, and bring me some earrings. I believe he, too, was very much embarrassed. He advised me to change my lodgings, and recommended me a very nice lodging which he had his eye on, and which would cost me nothing. He said that he liked me very much for being an honest and sensible girl, advised me to beware of profligate men, and finally told us that he knew Anna Fyodorovna, and that Anna Fyodorovna had commissioned him to tell me that she would come and see me herself. Then I understood it all. I don't know what came over me. It was the first time in my life I had had such an experience. I flew into a fury. I put him to shame completely. Fedora helped me, and we almost turned him out of the flat. We've come to the conclusion that it is all Anna Fyodorovna's doing. How else could he have heard of us? Now I appeal to you, Makar Alexievich, and entreat you to help us. For God's sake, don't desert me in this awful position. Please get hold of some money anyway. We've no money to move with, and we mustn't stay here any longer. That's Fedora's advice. We need at least 35 rubles. I'll pay you back the money. I'll earn it. Fedora will give me some more work in a day or two, so that if they ask a high interest, never mind it, but agree to anything. I'll pay it all back. Only for God's sake, don't abandon me. I can't bear worrying you now, when you are in such circumstances. Goodbye, Makar Alexievich. Think of me, and God grant you are successful. Yours, V.D.
August 4. My darling Varvara Alexievna, all these unexpected blows positively shatter me. Such terrible calamities destroy my spirit. These scoundrelly libertines and rascally old men will not only bring you, my angel, to a bed of sickness, they mean to be the death of me, too. And they will be, too. I swear they will. You know I am ready to die sooner than not help you. If I don't help you, it will be the death of me, Varinka, the actual, literal death of me. And if I do help you, you'll fly away from me like a bird out of its nest to escape these owls, these birds of prey that were trying to peck her. That's what tortures me, my precious. And you too, Varinka, you are so cruel. How can you do it? You are tormented, you are insulted, you, my little bird, are in distress, and then you regret that you must worry me and promise to repay the debt, which means, to tell the truth, that with your delicate health you will kill yourself in order to get the money for me in time. Why, only think, Varinka, what you are talking about. Why should you so? Why should you worry your poor little head with anxiety, spoil your pretty eyes, and destroy your health? Ah, Varinka, Varinka! You see, my darling, I am good for nothing. I know myself that I am good for nothing, but I'll manage to be good for something. I will overcome all obstacles. I will get outside work. I will copy all sorts of manuscripts for all sorts of literary men. I will go to them. I won't wait to be asked. I'll force them to give me work, for you know, my darling, they are on the lookout for good copyists. I know they look out for them, but I won't let you wear yourself out. I won't let you carry out such a disastrous intention. I will certainly borrow it, my angel. I'd sooner die than not borrow it. You write, my darling, that I am not to be afraid of a high rate of interest, and I won't be afraid of it, my dear soul. I won't be frightened. I won't be frightened of anything now. I will ask for 40 rubles in paper, my dear. That's not much, you know, Varinka. What do you think? Will they trust me with 40 rubles at the first word? That is, I mean to say, do you consider me capable of inspiring trust and confidence at first sight? Can they form a favorable impression of me from my physiognomy at first sight? Recall my appearance, my angel. Am I capable of inspiring confidence? What do you think yourself? You know I feel such terror. It makes me quite ill, to tell the truth, quite ill. Of the 40 roubles I set aside 25 for you, Varenka. 2 silver roubles will be for the landlady, and the rest I designed for my own expenses. You see, I ought to give the landlady more. I must, in fact. But if you think it all over, my dear girl, and reckon out all I need, then you'll see that it is impossible to give her more. Consequently, there's no use talking about it, and no need to refer to it. For a silver rouble I shall buy a pair of boots. I really don't know whether I shall be able to appear at the office in the old ones. A new necktie would have been necessary too, for I have had the old one a year. But since you've promised to make me not only a tie, but a shirt front cut out of your old apron, I shall think no more of a tie. So there we have boots and a tie. Now for buttons, my dear. You will agree, my darling, that I can't go on without buttons, and almost half have dropped off. I tremble when I think that His Excellency may notice such untidiness and say something. And what he would say! I shouldn't hear what he would say, my darling, for I should die on the spot, simply go and die of shame at the very thought. Ah, Varenka! Well, after all these necessities, there will be 3 roubles left, so that would do to live on, and get half a pound of tobacco, for I can't live without tobacco, my little angel, and this is the 9th day since I have had a pipe in my mouth. To tell the truth, I should have bought it and said nothing to you, but I was ashamed. You are there in trouble, depriving yourself of everything, and here am I, enjoying luxuries of all sorts, so that's why I tell you about it, to escape the stings of conscience. I frankly confess, Varenka, that I am now in an extremely straitened position, that is nothing like it has ever happened before. My landlady despises me. I get no sort of respect from anyone. My terrible lapses, my debts. At the office, where I had anything but a good time in the old days, at the hands of my fellow clerks. Now, Varenka, it is beyond words. I hide everything. I carefully hide everything from everyone, and I edge into the office sideways. I hold aloof from all. It's only to you that I have the heart to confess it. And what if they won't give me the money? No, we had better not think about that, Varenka, not to press our spirits beforehand with such thoughts. That's why I am writing this, to warn you not to think about it, and not to worry yourself with evil imaginations. Ah, my God, what will happen to you then? It's true that then you will not move from that lodging, and I shall be with you then. But no, I should not come back then. I should simply perish somewhere and be lost. Here I have been writing away to you, and I ought to have been shaving. It makes one more presentable, and to be presentable always counts for something. Well, God help us. I will say my prayers and then set off. M. Devushkin.
August 5. My dear Makar Alexievich, you really mustn't give way to despair. There's trouble enough without that. I send you 30 kopecks in silver. I cannot manage more. Buy yourself what you need most, so as to get along somehow until tomorrow. We have scarcely anything left ourselves, and I don't know what will happen tomorrow. It's sad, Makar Alexievich. Don't be sad, though, if you've not succeeded. There's no help for it. Fyodor says that there is no harm done so far, that we can stay for the time in this lodging, that if we did move we shouldn't gain much by it, and that they can find us anywhere if they want to. Though I don't feel comfortable at staying here now. If it were not so sad, I would have written you an account of something. What a strange character you have, Makar Alexievich. You take everything too much to heart, and so you will be always a very unhappy man. I read all your letters attentively, and I see in every letter you are anxious and worried about me, as you never are about yourself. Everyone says, of course, that you have a good heart, but I say that it is too good. I will give you some friendly advice, Makar Alexievich. I I am grateful to you, very grateful for all that you have done for me. I feel it very much. So judge what it must be for me to see that even now, after all your misfortunes of which I have been the unconscious cause, that even now you are only living in my life, my joys, my sorrows, my feelings. If one takes all another person's troubles so to heart and sympathizes so intensely with everything, it is bound to make one very unhappy. Today, when you came in to see me from the office, I was frightened at the sight of you. You were so pale, so despairing, so frightened-looking. You did not look like yourself, and all because you were afraid to tell me of your failure, afraid of disappointing me, of frightening me. And when you saw I nearly laughed, your heart was almost at ease. Makar Alexievitch, don't grieve, don't despair. Be more sensible, I beg you, I implore you. Come, you will see that everything will be all right. Everything will take a better turn. Why, life will be a misery to you, forever grieving and being miserable over other people's troubles. Goodbye, my dear friend. I beseech you not to think too much about it. V.D.
August 5. My darling Varinka, very well, my angel, very well. You have made up your mind that it is no harm so far that I have not got the money. Well, very good. I feel reassured. I am happy as regards you. I am delighted, in fact, that you are not going to leave me in my old age, but are going to stay in your lodging. In fact, to tell you everything, my heart was brimming over with joy when I saw that you wrote so nicely about me in your letter, and gave due credit to my feelings. I don't say this from pride, but because I see how you love me when you are so anxious about my heart. Well, what's the use of talking about my heart? The heart goes its own way, but you hint, my precious, that I mustn't be downhearted. Yes, my angel, maybe, and I say myself it is of no use being downhearted. But for all that, you tell me, my dear girl, what boots I am to go to in the office tomorrow. That's the trouble, Varinka, and you know such a thought destroys a man, destroys him utterly. And the worst of it is, my own, that it is not for myself I am troubled, it is not for myself I am distressed. As far as I am concerned, I don't mind going about without an overcoat and without boots in the hardest frost. I don't care. I can stand anything and put up with anything. I am a humble man of no importance. But what will people say? My enemies with their spiteful tongues, what will they say when one goes about without an overcoat? You know it is for the sake of other people one wears an overcoat. Yes, and boots, too, you put on, perhaps, on their account. Boots in such cases, Varinka darling, are necessary to keep up one's dignity and good name. In boots with holes in them, both dignity and good name are lost. Trust the experience of my years, my dear child. Listen to an old man like me who knows the world and what people are, and not to any scurrilous scribblers and satirists. I have not yet told you in detail, my darling, how it all happened today. I suffered so much. I endured in one morning more mental anguish than many a man endures in a year. This is how it was. First, I set off very early in the morning so as to find him and be in time for the office afterwards. There was such a rain, such a sleet falling this morning. I wrapped myself up in my overcoat, my little dearie. I walked on and kept thinking, "O Lord, forgive my transgressions and grant the fulfillment of my desires." Passing St. X's church, I crossed myself, repented of all my sins, and thought that it was wrong of me to bargain with the Almighty. I was lost in my thoughts and did not feel like looking at anything, so I walked without picking my way. The streets were empty, and the few I met all seemed anxious and preoccupied, and no wonder. Who would go out at such an early hour and in such weather? A gang of workmen, grinning all over, met me. The rough fellows shoved against me. A feeling of dread came over me. I felt panic-stricken, To tell the truth, I didn't even like to think about the money. I felt I must just take my chance. Just at Voskresensky Bridge, the sole came off my boot, so I really don't know what I walked upon. And then I met our office attendant, Yermolev. He drew himself up at attention and stood looking after me as though he would ask for a drink. A drink, brother, I thought. Not much chance of a drink. I was awfully tired. I stood still, rested a bit, and pushed on farther. I looked about on purpose for something to fasten my attention on, to distract my mind, to cheer me up. But no, I couldn't fix one thought on anything, and, besides, I was so muddy that I felt ashamed of myself. At last I saw in the distance a yellow wooden house with an upper story in the style of a belvedere. Well, thought I, so that's it. That's how Emelyan Ivanovitch described it. Markov's house. It is this Markov himself, Varenka, who lends money. I scarcely knew what I was doing, and I knew, of course, that it was Markov's house, but I asked a policeman. "Whose house is that, brother?" said I. The policeman was a surly fellow, seemed loth to speak and cross with someone. He filtered his words through his teeth, but he did say it was Markov's house. These policemen are always so unfeeling. But what did the policeman matter? Well, it all made a bad and unpleasant impression. In short, there was one thing on top of another. One finds in everything something akin to one's own position, and it is always so. I took 3 turns past the house, along the street, and the further I went, the worse I felt. No, I thought, he won't give it me. Nothing will induce him to give it me. I am a stranger, and it's a ticklish business, and I am not an attractive figure. Well, I thought, leave it to fate, if only I do not regret it afterwards. They won't devour me for making the attempt. And I softly opened the gate, and then another misfortune happened. A wretched, stupid yard dog fastened upon me. It was beside itself and barked its loudest. And it's just such wretched, trivial incidents that always madden a man, Varenka, and make him nervous and destroy all the determination he has been fortifying himself with beforehand. So that I went into the house more dead than alive, and walked straight into trouble again. Without seeing what was below me straight in the doorway, I went in, stumbled over a woman who was busy straining some milk from a pail into a jug, and spilt all the milk. The silly woman shrieked and made an outcry, saying, "Where are you shoving to, my man?" and made a deuce of a row. I may say, Varenka, it is always like this with me in such cases. It seems it is my fate. I always get mixed up in something. An old hag, the Finnish landlady, poked her head out at the noise. I went straight up to her. "Does Markov live here?" said I. "No," said she. She stood still and took a good look at me. "And what do you want with him?" I explained to her that Emelyan had told me this and that, and all the rest of it. Said it was a matter of business. The old woman called her daughter a bare-legged girl in her teens. "Call your father. He's upstairs at the lodgers, most likely." I went in. The room was all right. There were pictures on the wall, all portraits of generals, a sofa, round table, mignonette, and balsam. I wondered whether I had not better clear out and take myself off for good and all. Oh, and dear, I did want to run away, Varenka. I had better come tomorrow, I thought, and the weather will be better, and I will wait a little. Today the milk's been spilt, and the generals look so cross. I was already at the door, but he came in, a grey-headed man with thievish eyes, in a greasy dressing-gown with a cord round his waist. He inquired how and why, and I told him that Emelyan Ivanovitch had told me this and that.
40 roubles, I said, is what I've come about. And I couldn't finish. I saw from his eyes that the game was lost.
"No," says he, "the fact is I've no money, and have you brought anything to pledge as security?"
I began explaining that I had brought nothing to pledge, but that Emelyan Ivanovitch— I explained, in fact, what was wanted. He heard it all.
"No," said he, "what is Emelyan Ivanovitch? I've no money."
Well, I thought, there it is. I knew. I had a foreboding of it. Well, Varenka, it would have been better really if the earth had opened under me. I felt chill all over. My feet went numb and a shiver ran down my back. I looked at him and he looked at me and almost said, "Come, run along, brother, it is no use your staying here," so that if such a thing had happened in other circumstances, I should have been quite ashamed.
"And what do you want money for?"
Do you know, he asked that, Varenka. I opened my mouth, if only not to stand there doing nothing, but he wouldn't listen.
"No," he said, "I have no money. I would have lent it with pleasure," said he.
Then I pressed him, telling him I only wanted a little, saying I would pay him back on the day fixed, that I would pay him back before the day fixed, that he could ask any interest he liked, and that, by God, I would pay him back. At that instant, my darling, I thought of you. I thought of all your troubles and privations. I thought of your poor little half-rouble.
"But no," says he, "the interest is no matter. If there had been a pledge now. Besides, I have no money. I have none, by God, or I'd oblige you with pleasure."
He took God's name too, the villain. Well, I don't remember my own, how I went out, how I walked along Vyborgsky Street, how I got to Voskresensky Bridge. I was fearfully tired, shivering, wet through, and only succeeded in reaching the office at 10 o'clock. I wanted to brush the mud off, but Snegirev, the porter, said I mustn't. I should spoil the brush, and "The brush is government property," said he. That's how they all go on now, my dear. These gentry treat me no better than a rag to wipe their boots on. Do you know what is killing me, Varenka? It's not the money that's killing me, but all these little daily cares, these whispers, smiles, and jokes. His Excellency may by chance have to refer to me. Oh, my darling, my golden days are over. I read over all your letters today. It's sad, Varenka. Goodbye, my own. The Lord keep you. M. Devushkin. P.S. I meant to describe my troubles half in a joke, Varenka, only it seems that it does not come off with me, joking. I wanted to satisfy you. I am coming to see you, my dear girl. I will be sure to come. August 11. Varvara Alexeyevna, my darling, I am lost. We are both lost, both together irretrievably lost. My reputation, my dignity, all is destroyed. I am ruined, and you are ruined, my darling. You are hopelessly ruined with me. It's my doing. I have brought you to ruin. I am persecuted, Varenka. I am despised, turned into a laughing-stock. And the landlady has simply begun to abuse me. She shouted and shouted at me today. She rated and rated at me and treated me as though I were dirt. And in the evening, at Rataziev's, one of them began reading aloud the rough copy of a letter to you which I had accidentally dropped out of my pocket. My precious, what a joke they made of it! They called us all sorts of flattering names and roared with laughter, the traitors. I went to them and taxed Rataziev with his perfidy, told him he was a traitor, and Rataziev answered that I was a traitor myself, that I amused myself with making conquests among the fair sex. He said, "You take good care to keep it from us. You're a Lovelace," he said, and now they all call me Lovelace, and I have no other name. Do you hear, my little angel? Do you hear?
They know it all now. They know all about it, and they know about you, my own, and whatever you have, they know about it all. And that's not all. Even Faldonia's in it. He's following their lead. I sent him today to the sausage shop to get me something. He wouldn't go. I am busy. That was all he said. But you know it's your duty, I said. No, indeed, he said. It's not my duty. Here, you don't pay my mistress her money, so I have no duty to you. I could not stand this insult from him, an illiterate peasant, and I said, You fool! And he answered back, Fool yourself. I thought he must have had to drop too much to be so rude, and I said, You are drunk, you peasant. And he answered, Well, not at your expense, anyway. You've nothing to get drunk on yourself. You are begging for 20 kopecks from somebody yourself. And he even added, Ugh, and a gentleman, too. There, my dear girl, that's what it has come to. One's ashamed to be alive, Varenka. As though one were some sort of outcast, worse than a tramp without a passport. An awful calamity. I am ruined, simply ruined. I am irretrievably ruined. M.D. Breaking in. For the record, Lovelace is the name of a libertine in an 18th century English novel by Samuel Richardson. The novel was popular in Russia, where the expression Lovelace was used in the same sort of way we might use the name Don Juan. Makar's attitude towards Faldoni is notable. I may make a note of this later in a concluding video of this compilation. End of comments.
August 13. My dear Makar Alexievich, it's nothing but one trouble after another upon us. I don't know myself what to do. What will happen to you now? And I have very little to hope for either. I burnt my left hand this morning with an iron. I dropped it accidentally and bruised myself and burnt my hand at the same time. I can't work at all, and Fedora has been poorly for the last 3 days. I am in painful anxiety. I send you 30 kopecks in silver. It is almost all we have left, and God knows how I should have liked to help you in your need. I am so vexed I could cry. Goodbye, my friend. You would comfort me very much if you would come and see us today. V.D. August 14. Makar Alexievich, what is the matter with you? It seems you have no fear of God. You are simply driving me out of my mind. Aren't you ashamed? You will be your own ruin. You should at least think of your good name. You're a man of honor, of gentlemanly feelings, of self-respect. Well, when everyone finds out about you, why, you will simply die of shame. Have you no pity for your grey hairs? Have you no fear of God? Fedora says she won't help you again, and I won't give you money either. What have you brought me to, Makar Alexievich? I suppose you think that it is nothing to me, your behaving so badly? You don't know what I have to put up with on your account. I can't even go down our staircase. Everyone looks at me and points at me and says such awful things. They say plainly that I have taken up with a drunkard. Think what it is to hear that. When you are brought in, all the lodgers point at you with contempt. Look, they say, they've brought that clerk in. And I'm ready to faint with shame over you. I swear I shall move from here. I shall go somewhere as a housemaid or a laundry-maid. I shan't stay here. I wrote to you to come and see me here, but you did not come. So are my tears and entreaties nothing to you, Makar Alexievich? And where do you get the money? For God's sake, do be careful. Why, you are ruining yourself for nothing. And it's a shame and a disgrace. The landlady would not let you in last night. You spent the night in the porch. I know all about it. If only you knew how miserable I was when I knew all about it. Come to see me. You will be happy with us. We will read together. We will recall the past. Fedora will tell us about her wanderings as a pilgrim. For my sake, don't destroy yourself and me. Why, I only live for you. For your sake, I am staying with you. And this is how you are behaving now. Be a fine man, steadfast in misfortune. Remember that poverty is not a vice. And why despair? It is all temporary. Please God, it will all be set right. Only you must restrain yourself now. I send you 20 kopecks. Buy yourself tobacco or anything you want. Only for God's sake, don't spend it on what's harmful. Come and see us. Be sure to come. Perhaps you will be ashamed as you were before, but don't be ashamed. It's false shame. If only you would show genuine penitence. Trust in God. He will do all things for the best. V.D.
August 19. Varvara Alexeyevna, darling, I am ashamed, little dearie Varvara Alexeyevna. I am quite ashamed. But, after all, what is there so particular about it, my dear? Why not rejoice the heart a little? Then I don't think about my soul, for one's soul is nonsense, and will always remain a simple, nasty, muddy soul. Yes, and boots are nonsense, too. The Greek sages used to go about without boots, so why should people like us pamper ourselves with such unworthy objects? Oh, my dearie, you have found something to write about. You tell Fedora that she is nonsensical, fidgety, fussy woman, and what's more, she's a silly one too, unutterably silly. And as for my grey hairs, you are quite mistaken about that, my own, for I am by no means so old as you think. Emelian sends you his regards. You write that you have been breaking your heart and crying, and I write to you that I am breaking my heart too and crying. In conclusion, I wish you the best of health and prosperity, and as for me, I am in the best of health and prosperity too, and I remain, my angel, your friend, Makar Devushkin. Breaking in. I can only assume that Makar writes this letter while drunk. It should not be difficult to guess which of our two Emelians is sending his regards. End of comments. August 21. Honored Madam and dear friend Varvara Alexeyevna, I feel that I am to blame. I feel that I have wronged you, and to my mind there's no benefit at all, dear friend, in feeling it, whatever you may say. I felt all that even before my misconduct, but I lost heart and fell, knowing I was doing wrong. My dear, I am not a bad man, and not cruel-hearted, and to torture your little heart, my little darling, one must be, more or less, like a bloodthirsty tiger. Well, I have the heart of a lamb, and, as you know, have no inclination towards bloodthirstiness. Consequently, my angel, I am not altogether to blame in my misconduct, since neither my feelings nor my thoughts were to blame. And, in fact, I don't know what was to blame. It's all so incomprehensible, my darling. You sent me 30 kopecks in silver, and then you sent me 20 kopecks. My heart ached looking at your poor little coins. You had burnt your hand. You would soon be going hungry yourself, and you write that I am to buy tobacco. Well, how could I behave in such a position? Was I without a pang of conscience to begin plundering you, poor little orphan, like a robber? Then I lost heart altogether, my darling. That is, at first I could not help feeling that I was good for nothing, and that I was hardly better than the sole of my boot. And so I felt it was unseemly to consider myself of any consequence, and began to look upon myself as something unseemly and somewhat indecent. Well, and when I lost my self-respect and denied my good qualities and my dignity, then it was all up with me. It meant degradation, inevitable degradation. That is ordained by destiny, and I'm not to blame for it. I went out at first to get a little air. Then it was one thing after another. Nature was so tearful, the weather was cold, and it was raining. Well, Emelyan turned up. He had pawned everything he had, Varenka. Everything he had is gone. And when I met him, he had not put a drop of the rosy to his lips for 2 whole days and nights, so that he was ready to pawn what you can't pawn, because such things are never taken in pawn. Well, Varenka, I gave way more from a feeling of humanity than my own inclination. That's how the sin came to pass, my dear. How we wept together! We spoke of you. He's very good-natured. He's a very good-natured fellow, and a very feeling man. I feel all that myself, my dear girl. That is just why it all happens to me, that I feel it all very much. I know how much I owe to you, my darling. Getting to know you, I came first to know myself better and to love you. And before I knew you, my angel, I was solitary and as it were asleep and scarcely alive. They said, the spiteful creatures, that even my appearance was unseemly, and they were disgusted with me, and so I began to be disgusted with myself. They said I was stupid, and I really thought that I was stupid. When you came to me, you lighted up my dark life, so that my heart and my soul were filled with light, and I gained peace at heart, and knew that I was no worse than others, that the only thing is that I am not brilliant in any way, that I have no polish or style about me, but I am still a man, in heart and mind a man. Well now, feeling that I was persecuted and humiliated by destiny, I lost all faith in my own good qualities, and shattered by calamities, I lost all heart. And now, since you know all about it, my dear, I beg you with tears not to question me further about that matter, for my heart is breaking, and it is very bitter for me and hard to bear. Assuring you of my respect, I remain your faithful Makar Devushkin. September 3. I did not finish my last letter, Makar Alexievich, because it was difficult for me to write. Sometimes I have moments when I am glad to be alone, to mourn, with none to share my grief, and such moments are becoming more and more frequent with me. In my recollections there is something inexplicable to me, which attacks me unaccountably and so intensely that for hours at a stretch I am insensible to all surrounding me, and I forget everything, all the present. And there is no impression of my present life, whether pleasant or painful or sad, which would not remind me of something similar in my past, and most often in my childhood, my golden childhood. But I always feel oppressed after such moments. I am somehow weakened by them. My dreaminess exhausts me, and apart from that my health grows worse and worse. But today, the fresh, bright, sunny morning, such as are rare in autumn here, revived me, and I welcomed it joyfully. And so autumn is with us already. How I used to love the autumn in the country! I was a child then, but I had already felt a great deal. I loved the autumn evening better than the morning. I remember that there was a lake at the bottom of the hill, a few yards from our house. That lake, I feel as though I could see it now. That lake was so broad, so smooth, as bright and clear as crystal. At times, if it were a still evening, the lake was calm. Not a leaf would stir on the trees that grew on the bank, and the water would be as motionless as a mirror. It was so fresh, so cool. The dew would be falling on the grass, the lights begin twinkling in the cottages on the bank, and they would be driving the cattle home. Then I could creep out to look at my lake, and I would forget everything looking at it. At the water's edge the fishermen would have a faggot burning, and the light would be reflecting far, far over the water.
The sky was so cold and blue, with streaks of fiery red along the horizon, and the streaks kept growing paler and paler. The moon would rise, the air so resonant that if a frightened bird fluttered, or a reed stirred in the faint breeze, or a fish splashed in the water, everything could be heard. A white steam, thin and transparent, rises up over the blue water. The distance darkens, everything seems drowned in the mist, while close by it all stands out so sharply, as though cut by a chisel. The boat, the banks, the islands. The tub, thrown away and forgotten, floats in the water close to the bank. A willow branch hangs with its yellow leaves tangled in the reeds. A belated gull flies up, then dives into the cold water, flies up again, and is lost in the mist, while I gaze and listen. How lovely, how marvellous it was to me, and I was a child, almost a baby. I was so fond of the autumn, the late autumn, when they were carrying the harvest, finishing all the labours of the year, when the peasants began gathering together in their cottages in the evening, when they were all expecting winter. Then it kept growing darker. The yellow leaves strewed the paths at the edge of the bare forest, while the forest grew bluer and darker, especially at evening, when a damp mist fell and the trees glimmered in the mist like giants, like terrible misshapen phantoms. If one were late out for a walk, dropped behind the others, how one hurried on alone! It was dreadful! One trembled like a leaf and kept thinking that in another minute someone terrible would peep out from behind that hollow tree. Meanwhile the wind would rush through the woods, roaring and whistling, howling so plaintively, tearing a crowd of leaves from a withered twig, whirling them in the air, and with wild, shrill cries the birds would fly after them in a great, noisy flock, so that the sky would be all covered and darkened with them. One feels frightened, and then, just as though one heard someone speaking, some voice, as though someone whispered, "Run, run, child! Don't be late! It will be dreadful here soon! Run, child!" With a thrill of horror at one's heart, one would run till one was out of breath. One would reach home, breathless. There it was, all noise and gaiety. All of us children had some work given to us to do, shelling peas or shaking out poppy seeds. The damp wood crackles in the stove. Cheerfully mother looks after our cheerful work. Our old nurse Uliana tells us stories about old times, or terrible tales of wizards and dead bodies. We children squeeze up to one another with smiles on our lips. Then suddenly we are all silent. Oh, a noise as though someone were knocking! It was nothing. It was old Frolovna's spindle. How we laughed! Then at night we would lie awake for hours. We had such fearful dreams. One would wake and not dare to stir, and lie shivering under the quilt till daybreak. In the morning one would get up fresh as a flower. One would look out of the window. All the country would be covered with frost. The thin hoar frost of autumn would be hanging on the bare boughs. The lake would be covered with ice, thin as a leaf. A white mist would be rising over it. The birds would be calling merrily. The sun would light up everything with its brilliant rays, and break the thin ice like glass. It was so bright, so shining, so gay. The fire would be crackling in the stove again. We would sit down round the samovar, while our black dog, Polkin, numb with cold from the night, would peep in at the window with a friendly wag of his tail. A peasant would ride by the window on his good horse to fetch wood from the forest. Everyone was so gay, so happy. There were masses and masses of corn stored up in the threshing barns. The huge, huge stacks covered with straw shone golden in the sun, a comforting sight. And all are calm and joyful. God has blessed us all with the harvest. They all know they will have bread for the winter. The peasant knows that his wife and children will have food to eat, and so there is no end to the singing of the girls and their dances and games in the evening. And on the saints' days all pray in the house of God with grateful tears. Oh, what a golden, golden age was my childhood! Here I am, crying like a child, carried away by my reminiscences. I remembered it all so vividly, so vividly. All the past stood out so brightly before me, and the present is so dim, so dark. How will it end? How will it all end? Do you know, I have a sort of conviction, a feeling of certainty, that I shall die this autumn. I am very, very ill. I often think about dying. But still, I don't want to die like this, to lie in the earth here. Perhaps I shall be laid up as I was in the spring. I've not fully recovered from that illness yet. I am feeling very dreary just now. Fedora has gone off somewhere for the whole day, and I am sitting alone. And for some time now I've been afraid of being left alone. I always feel as though there were someone else in the room, that someone is talking to me. Especially when I begin dreaming about something and suddenly wake from my brooding. Then I feel frightened. That is why I've written you such a long letter. It goes off when I write. Goodbye. I finish my letter because I have neither time nor paper for more. Of the money from pawning my dress and my hat, I have only 1 rouble in silver left. You have given the landlady 2 roubles in silver. That's very good. She will keep quiet now for a time. You must improve your clothes somehow. Goodbye. I'm so tired. I don't know why I am growing so feeble. The least work exhausts me. If I do get work, how am I to work? It is that thought that's killing me. V.D.
September 5. My darling Varinka, I have received a great number of impressions this morning, my angel. To begin with, I had a headache all day. To freshen myself up a bit, I went for a walk along Fontanka. It was such a damp, dark evening. By 6 o'clock it was getting dusk. That is what we are coming to now. It was not raining, but there was mist equal to a good rain. There were broad, long stretches of storm cloud across the sky. There were masses of people walking along the canal bank, and, as ill luck would have it, the people had such horrible, depressing faces. Drunken peasants, snub-nosed Finnish women in high boots with nothing on their heads, workmen, cab drivers, people like me out on some errand, boys, a carpenter's apprentice in a striped dressing gown, thin and wasted-looking, with his face bathed in smutty oil, and a lock in his hand. A discharged soldier, 7 feet high, waiting for somebody to buy a penknife or a bronze ring from him. That was a sort of crowd. It seems it was an hour when no other sort of people could be about. Fontanka is a canal for traffic, such a mass of barges that one wonders how there can be room for them all. On the bridges there are women sitting with wet gingerbread and rotten apples, and they all of them looked so muddy, so drenched. It's dreary walking along Fontanka. The wet granite under one's feet, with the tall, black, sooty houses on both sides, fog underfoot and fog overhead. How dark and melancholy it was this evening. When I went back to Gorohovoi Street, it was already getting dark, and they had begun lighting the gas. I have not been in Gorohovoi Street for quite a long while. I haven't happened to go there. It's a noisy street. What shops, what magnificent establishments! Everything is simply shining and resplendent. Materials, flowers under glass, hats of all sorts with ribbons. One would fancy they were all displayed as a show. But no,
You know there are people who buy all those things and present them to their wives. It's a wealthy street. There are a great many German bakers in Gorohovoi Street, so they must be a very prosperous set of people, too. What numbers of carriages roll by every minute! I wonder the paving is not worn out. Such gorgeous equipages, windows shining like mirrors, silk and velvet inside, and aristocratic footmen wearing epaulets and carrying a sword. I glanced into all the carriages. There were always ladies in them, dressed up to the nines, perhaps countesses and princesses. No doubt it was the hour when they were all hastening to balls and assemblies. It would be interesting to get a closer view of princesses and ladies of rank in general. It must be very nice. I have never seen them, except just as today, a passing glance at their carriages. I thought of you then. Ah, my darling, my own, when I think of you, my heart begins aching. Why are you so unlucky, my Varenka? You are every bit as good as any of them. You are good, lovely, well-educated. Why has such a cruel fortune fallen to your lot? Why does it happen that a good man is left forlorn and forsaken, while happiness seems thrust upon another? I know, my dear, that it's wrong to think that it's free thinking. But to speak honestly, to speak the whole truth, why is it fate like a raven croaks good fortune for one still unborn, while another begins life in the orphan asylum? And you know it often happens that Ivan the Fool is favored by fortune. You, Ivan the Fool, rummage in the family money-bags, eat, drink, and be merry, while you, so-and-so, can lick your lips. That's all you are fit for, you, brother so-and-so. It's a sin, my darling, it's a sin to think like that. But sometimes one cannot help sin creeping into one's heart. You ought to be driving in such a carriage, my own little dearie. Generals should be craving the favour of a glance from you, not the likes of us. You ought to be dressed in silk and gold, instead of a little old linen gown. You would not be a thin, delicate little thing as you are now, but like a little sugar figure, fresh, plump, and rosy. And then I should be happy simply to look in at you from the street through the brightly lighted windows, simply to see your shadow. The thought that you were happy and gay, my pretty little bird, would be enough to make me gay too. But as it is not enough that spiteful people have ruined you. A worthless, profligate wretch goes and insults you. Because his coat hangs smartly on him, because he stares at you from a golden eyeglass, the shameless fellow, he can do what he likes, and one must listen to what he says indulgently, however unseemly it is. Wait a bit. Is it really so, my pretty gentleman? And why is all this? Because you are an orphan, because you are defenseless, because you have no powerful friend to help and protect you. And what can one call people who are ready to insult an orphan? They are worthless beasts, not men, simply trash. They are mere ciphers and have no real existence. Of that I am convinced. That's what they are like, these people, and to my thinking, my own, the hurdy-gurdy man I met today in Gorohovoi Street is more worthy of respect than they are. He goes about the whole day long, hoping to get some wretched spare farthing for food, but he is his own master. He does earn his own living. He won't ask for charity, but he works like a machine wound up to give pleasure. Here, he says, I can do what I can to give pleasure. He's a beggar, it is true. He's a beggar all the same, but he's an honourable beggar. He is cold and weary, but still he works, though it's in his own way, still he works. And there are many honest men, my darling, who, though they earn very little in proportion to the amount and usefulness of their work, yet they bow down to no one, and buy their bread of no one. Here I am, just like that hurdy-gurdy man. That is, not at all like him, but in my own sense, in an honourable and aristocratic sense, just as he does, to the best of my abilities, I work as I can. Well, that's enough about me. It's neither here nor there. I speak of that hurdy-gurdy, my darling, because it has happened that I have felt my poverty twice as much today. I stopped to look at the hurdy-gurdy man. I was in such a mood that I stopped to distract my thoughts. I was standing there, and also 2 cab drivers, a woman of some sort, and a little girl, such a grubby little thing. The hurdy-gurdy man stopped before the windows of a house. I noticed a little boy about 10 years old. He would have been pretty, but he looked so ill, so frail, with hardly anything but his shirt on, and almost barefoot, with his mouth open. He was listening to the music like a child. He watched the Germans' dolls dancing, while his own hands and feet were numb with cold. He shivered and nibbled the edge of his sleeve. I noticed that he had a bit of paper of some sort in his hands. A gentleman passed and flung the hurdy-gurdy man some small coin, which fell straight into the box in a little garden in which a toy Frenchman was dancing with the ladies. At the clink of the coin, the boy started, looked round, and evidently thought that I had given the money. He ran up to me, his little hands trembling, his little voice trembling. He held the paper out to me and said, "A letter." I opened the letter. Well, it was the usual thing, saying, "Kind gentleman, a mother's dying with 3 children hungry, so help us now as I am dying. I will pay for you, my benefactor, in the next world, for not forgetting my babes now." Well, what of it? One can see what it meant, an everyday matter. But what could I give him? Well, I gave him nothing, and how sorry I was. The boy was poor, blue with cold, perhaps hungry too, and not lying. Surely he was not lying. I know that for certain. But what is wrong is that these horrid mothers don't take care of their children and send them out half naked in the cold to beg. Maybe she's a weak-willed, silly woman, and there's no one, maybe, to do anything for her, so she simply sits with her legs tucked under her. Maybe she's really ill. Well, anyway, she should apply in the proper quarter. Though maybe she's a cheat and sends a hungry, delicate child out on purpose to deceive people and makes him ill. And what sort of training is it for a poor boy? It simply hardens his heart. He runs about begging. People pass and have no time for him. Their hearts are stony. Their words are cruel. "Get away! Go along! You are naughty!" That is what he hears from everyone, and the child's heart grows hard, and in vain the poor little frightened boy shivers with cold like a fledgling fallen out of a broken nest. His hands and feet are frozen. He gasps for breath. The next thing he is coughing. Before long disease, like an unclean reptile, creeps into his bosom, and death is standing over him in some dark corner. No help, no escape, and that's his life. That is what life is like sometimes. Oh, Varenka, it's wretched to hear, "For Christ's sake," and to pass by and give nothing, telling him, "God will provide." Sometimes, "For Christ's sake," is all right. It's not always the same, you know, Varenka. Sometimes it's a long, drawling, habitual practice, regular beggar's whine. It's not so painful to refuse one like that. He's an old hand, a beggar by profession. He's accustomed to it, one thinks. He can cope with it and knows how to cope with it. Sometimes, "For Christ's sake," sounds unaccustomed, rude, terrible. As today, when I was taking the letter from that boy, a man standing close to the fence, not begging from everyone, said to me, "Give us a halfpenny, sir, for Christ's sake," and in such a harsh, jerky voice that I started with a horrible feeling and did not give him a halfpenny. I hadn't one. Rich people don't like the poor to complain aloud of their harsh lot. They say they disturb them, they are troublesome. Yes, indeed, poverty is always troublesome. Maybe their hungry groans hinder the rich from sleeping. To make a confession, my own, I began to describe all this to you partly to relieve my heart, but chiefly to give you an example of the fine style of my composition. For you have no doubt noticed yourself, my dear girl, that of late my style has been forming, but such a depression came over me that I began to pity my feelings to the depth of my soul. And though I know, my dear, that one gets no good by self-pity, yet one must do oneself justice in some way, and often, my own, for no reason whatever, one literally annihilates oneself, makes oneself of no account and not worth a straw. And perhaps that is why it happens that I am panic-stricken and persecuted like that poor boy who asked me for alms. Now, I will tell you, by way of instance and illustration, Varenka, listen. Hurrying to the office early in the morning, my own, I sometimes look at the town, how it wakes, gets up, begins smoking, hurrying with life, resounding. Sometimes you feel so small before such a sight that it is as though someone had given you a flip on your intrusive nose, and you creep along your way noiseless as water and humble as grass and hold your peace. Now, just look into it and see what is going on in those great black smutty buildings. Get to the bottom of that, and then judge whether one was right to abuse oneself for no reason and to be reduced to undignified mortification. Note, Varenka, that I am speaking figuratively, not in a literal sense. But let us look what is going on in those houses. There, in some smoky corner, in some damp hole which, through poverty, passes as a lodging, some workman wakes up from his sleep, and all night he has been dreaming of boots, for instance, which he had accidentally slit the day before, as though a man ought to dream of such nonsense. But he's an artisan, he's a shoemaker. It's excusable for him to think of nothing but his own subject. His children are crying, and his wife is hungry, and it's not only shoemakers who get up in the morning like that, my own. That would not matter, and would not be worth writing about. But this is the point, Varenka. Close by, in the same house, in a story higher or lower, a wealthy man in his gilded apartments dreams at night, it may be, of those same boots. That is, boots in a different manner, in a different sense, but still boots. For in the sense I am using the word, Varenka, every one of us is a bit of a shoemaker, my darling. And that would not matter, only it's a pity there is no one at that wealthy person's side, no man who could whisper in his ear, "Come, give over thinking of such things, thinking of nothing but yourself, living for nothing but yourself. Your children are healthy, your wife is not begging for food. Look about you, can't you see some object more noble to worry about than your boots?" That's what I wanted to say to you in a figurative way, Varenka. Perhaps it's too free a thought, my own, but sometimes one has that thought. Sometimes it comes to one, and one cannot help its bursting out of one's heart in warm language. And so it seems there was no reason to make oneself so cheap, and to be scared by mere noise and uproar. I will conclude by saying, Varenka, that perhaps you think what I am saying is unjust, or that I am suffering from a fit of the spleen, or that I have copied this out of some book. No, my dear girl, you must dismiss that idea. It is not that. I abominate injustice. I am not suffering from spleen, and I've not copied anything out of a book. So there. I went home in a melancholy frame of mind. I sat down to the table and heated my teapot to have a glass or two of tea. Suddenly I saw coming towards me Gorshkov, our poor lodger. I had noticed in the morning that he kept hanging about round the other lodgers and trying to approach me. And I may say in passing, Varenka, that they live ever so much worse than I do. Yes, indeed, he has a wife and children, so that if I were in his place, I don't know what I should do. Well, my Gorshkov comes up to me, bows to me, a running tear as always on his eyelashes. He scrapes with his foot and can't utter a word. I made him sit down on a chair. It was a broken one, it is true, but there was no other. I offered him some tea.
He refused from politeness, refused for a long time, but at last he took a glass. He would have drunk it without sugar, began apologizing again when I tried to persuade him that he must have sugar. He argued for a long time, kept refusing, but at last put the very smallest lump of sugar in his glass, and began declaring that his tea was extremely sweet. Oh, to what degradation poverty does reduce people! "Well, my good friend, what is it?" I said. "Well, it is like this, Makar Alexievitch, my benefactor," he said. "Show the mercy of the Lord. Come to the help of my unhappy family. My wife and children have nothing to eat. Think what it is for me, their father," said he. I tried to speak, but he interrupted me. "I am afraid of every one here, Makar Alexievitch. That is, not exactly afraid, but as it were ashamed with them. They are all proud and haughty people. I would not have troubled you, my benefactor. I know that you have been in difficulties yourself. I know you can't give me much, but do lend me a trifle, and I make bold to ask you," said he, "because I know your kind heart. I know that you are in need yourself, that you know what trouble is now, and so your heart feels compassion." He ended by saying, "Forgive my boldness and unmannerliness, Makar Alexievitch." I answered him that I should be heartily glad, but that I had nothing, absolutely nothing. "Makar Alexievitch, sir," said he, "I am not asking for much, but you see it is like this." Then he flushed crimson. "My wife, my children, hungry. If only a 10-kopeck piece." Well, it sent a twinge to my heart. Why, I thought, they are worse off than I, even. 20 kopecks was all I had left, and I was reckoning on it. I meant to spend it next day on my most pressing needs. "No, my dear fellow, I can't. It's like this," I said. "Makar Alexievitch, my dear soul, what you like," he said, "if it is only 10 kopecks. Well, I took my 20 kopecks out of my box, Varinka, and gave it him. It's a good deed, anyway. Ah, poverty! I had a good talk with him. "Why, how is it, my good soul," I said, "that you are in such want, and yet you rent a room for 5 silver roubles?" He explained to me that he had taken it 6 months before, and paid for it 6 months in advance. And since then circumstances had been such that the poor fellow does not know which way to turn. He expected his case would be over by this time. It's an unpleasant business. You see, Varinka, he has to answer for something before the court. He is mixed up in a case with a merchant who swindled the government over a contract. The cheat was discovered, and the merchant was arrested, and he's managed to implicate Gorshkov, who had something to do with it too. But in reality Gorshkov was only guilty of negligence, of injudiciousness, and unpardonable disregard of the interests of government. The case has been going on for some years. Gorshkov has had to face all sorts of difficulties. "I'm not guilty, not the least guilty, of the dishonesty attributed to me," said Gorshkov. "I am not guilty of swindling and robbery." This case has thrown a slur on his character. He has been turned out of the service, and though he has not been found guilty of any legal crime yet, till he has completely cleared himself, he cannot recover from the merchant a considerable sum of money due to him, which is now the subject of dispute before the courts. I believe him, but the court won't take his word for it. The case is all in such a coil and a tangle that it would take 100 years to unravel it. As soon as they untie one knot, the merchant brings forward another, and then another. I feel the deepest sympathy for Gorshkov, my own. I am very sorry for him. The man's out of work. He won't be taken anywhere without a character. All they had saved has been spent on food. The case is complicated, and meanwhile they have had to live,
And meanwhile, apropos of nothing, and most inappropriately, a baby has been born, and that is an expense. His son fell ill. Expense. Died. Expense. His wife is ill. He's afflicted with some disease of long standing. In fact, he has suffered to the utmost. He says, however, that he is expecting a favourable conclusion to his business in a day or two, and that there is no doubt of it now. I am sorry for him. I am very sorry for him, Varinka. I was kind to him. He's a poor, lost, scared creature. He needs a friend, so I was kind to him. Well, goodbye, my dear one. Christ be with you. Keep well. My darling, when I think of you, it's like laying a salve on my sore heart. And though I suffer for you, yet it eases my heart to suffer for you. Your true friend, Makar Devushkin. September 9. My darling Varvara Alexeyevna, I am writing to you almost beside myself. I have been thoroughly upset by a terrible incident. My head is going round. Ah, my own, what a thing I have to tell you now. This we did not foresee. No, I don't believe that I did not foresee it. I did foresee it all. I had a presentiment of it in my heart. I even dreamed of something of the kind a day or two ago. This is what happened. I will write to you regardless of style, just as God puts it into my heart. I went to the office today. I went in, I sat down, I began writing. And you must know, Varinka, that I was writing yesterday, too. Well, this is how it was. Timofey Ivanovitch came up to me and was pleased to explain to me in person. "The document is wanted in a hurry," said he. "Copy it very clearly, as quickly as possible, and carefully, Makar Alexeyevich," he said. "It goes to be signed today." I must observe, my angel, that I was not myself yesterday. I could not bear the sight of anything. Such a mood of sadness and depression had come over me. It was cold in my heart and dark in my soul. You were in my mind all the while, my little dearie. But I set to work to copy it. I copied it, clearly, legibly, only I really don't know how to explain it, whether the devil himself muddled me, or whether it was ordained by some decree of destiny, or it had to be. But I left out a whole line. Goodness knows what sense it made. It simply made none at all. They were late with the document yesterday, and only took it to His Excellency to be signed today. I turned up this morning at the usual hour, as though nothing had happened, and settled myself beside Emelian Ivanovitch. I must observe, my own, that of late I have been more abashed and ill at ease than ever. Of late I have given up looking at anyone. If I hear so much as a chair creak, I feel more dead than alive. That is just how it was today. I sat down like a hedgehog, crouched up and shrinking into myself, so that Efim Akimovitch, there never was such a fellow for teasing, said in the hearing of all, "Why are you sitting like a picture of misery, Makar Alexeyevich?" And he made such a grimace that everyone sitting near him and me went off into roars of laughter, and at my expense, of course. And they went on and on. I put my hands over my ears and screwed up my eyes. I sat without stirring. That's what I always do. They leave off the sooner. Suddenly I heard a noise, a fuss and a bustle. I heard, did not my ears deceive me? They were mentioning me, asking for me, calling Devushkin. My heart began shuddering within me, and I don't know myself why I was so frightened. I only know I was panic-stricken as I had never been before in my life. I sat rooted to my chair, as though there were nothing the matter, as though it were not I. But they began getting nearer and nearer, and at last, close to my ear, they were calling, "Devushkin! Devushkin! Where is Devushkin?" I raised my eyes. Yevstafy Ivanovitch stood before me. He said, "Makar Alexievitch, make haste to His Excellency. You've made a mistake in that document." That was all he said, but it was enough. Enough had been said, hadn't it, Varinka? Half dead, frozen with terror, not knowing what I was doing, I went. Why, I was more dead than alive. I was led through one room, through a second, through a third, to His Excellency's study. I was in his presence. I can give you no exact account of what my thoughts were then. I saw His Excellency standing up. They were all standing round him. I believe I did not bow. I forgot. I was so flustered that my lips were trembling, my legs were trembling. And I had reason to be, my dear girl. To begin with, I was ashamed. I glanced into the looking-glass on the right hand, and what I saw there was enough to send one out of one's mind. And in the second place, I had always tried to behave as if there were no such person in the world, so that His Excellency could hardly have been aware of my existence. Perhaps he may have heard casually that there was a clerk called Devushkin in the office, but he had never gone into the matter more closely. He began angrily. "What were you about, sir? Where were your eyes? The copy was wanted. It was wanted in a hurry, and you spoil it." At this point, His Excellency turned to Yevstafy Ivanovitch. I could only catch a word here and there. "Negligence, carelessness, you will get us into difficulties." I would have opened my mouth to say something. I wanted to beg for forgiveness, but I could not. I wanted to run away, but dared not attempt it. And then, Varinka, something happened so awful that I can hardly hold my pen for shame, even now. A button, the devil take the button, which was hanging by a thread on my uniform, suddenly flew off, bounced on the floor. I must have caught hold of it accidentally, with a jingle, the damned thing, and rolled straight to His Excellency's feet, and that in the midst of a profound silence. And that was my only justification, my sole apology, my only answer, all that I had to say to His Excellency. What followed was awful. His Excellency's attention was at once turned to my appearance and my attire. I remembered what I had seen in the looking-glass. I flew to catch the button. Some idiocy possessed me. I bent down. I tried to pick up the button. It twirled and rolled. I couldn't pick it up. In fact, I distinguished myself by my agility. Then I felt that my last faculties were deserting me, that everything was lost. My whole reputation was lost. My dignity as a man was lost. And then, apropos of nothing, I had the voices of Teresa and Faldoni ringing in my ears. At last I picked up the button, stood up and drew myself erect, and if I were a fool I might at least have stood quietly with my hands at my sides. But not a bit of it. I began fitting the button to the torn threads as though it might hang on, and I actually smiled. His Excellency turned away at first, then he glanced at me again. I heard him say to Yevstafy Ivanovitch, "How is this? Look at him. What is he? What sort of man?" "Ah, my own, think of that. What is he, and what sort of man?" I had distinguished myself. I heard Yevstafy Ivanovitch say, "No note against him for anything, behavior excellent, salary in accordance with his grade." "Well, assist him in some way, let him have something in advance," says His Excellency. "But he has had an advance," he said. "He has had his salary in advance for such and such a time. He is apparently in difficulties, but his conduct is good, and there is no note. There has never been a note against him." My angel, I was burning in the fires of hell. I was dying. "Well," said His Excellency, "make haste and copy it again, Devushkin. Come here, copy it over again without a mistake. And listen."
Here His Excellency turned to the others, gave them various instructions, and they all went away. As soon as they had gone, His Excellency hurriedly took out his notebook, and from it took 100-ruble note.
"Here," said he, "take it as you like. So far as I can help you, take it."
And he thrust it into my hand. I trembled, my angel. My whole soul was quivering. I don't know what happened to me. I tried to seize his hand to kiss it, but he flushed crimson, my darling, and here I am not departing one hair's breadth from the truth, my own. He took my unworthy hand and shook it, just took it and shook it, as though I had been his equal, as though I had been just such a general as himself.
"You can go," he said. "Whatever I can do for you. Don't make mistakes, but there, no great harm done this time."
Now, Varenka, this is what I have decided. I beg you and Fyodora, and if I had any children I should bid them, to pray every day and all our lives for His Excellency, as they would not pray for their own father. I will say more, my dear, and I say it solemnly. Pay attention, Varenka. I swear that however cast down I was, and afflicted in the bitterest days of our misfortunes, looking at you, at your poverty, and at myself, my degradation and my uselessness, in spite of all that, I swear that the 100 rubles is not as much to me as that His Excellency deigned to shake hands with me, a straw, a worthless drunkard. By that he has restored me to myself. By that action he has lifted up my spirit, has made my life sweeter forever, and I am firmly persuaded that, however sinful I may be before the Almighty, yet my prayers for the happiness and prosperity of His Excellency will reach His throne. My darling, I am dreadfully upset, dreadfully excited now. My heart is beating as though it would burst out of my breast, and I feel, as it were, weak all over. I am sending you 45 rubles. I am giving the landlady 20 and leaving 35 for myself. For 20 I can put my wardrobe in order, and I shall have 15 left to go on with. But just now all the impressions of the morning have shaken my whole being. I am going to lie down. I am at peace, quite at peace, though. Only there is an ache in my heart, and deep down within me I feel my soul quivering, trembling, stirring. I am coming to see you, but now I am simply drunk with all these sensations. God sees all, my Varenka, my priceless darling. Your worthy friend, Makar Devushkin. September 10. My dear Makar Alexievich, I am unutterably delighted at your happiness and fully appreciate the goodness of your chief, my friend. So now you will have a little respite from trouble. But for God's sake, don't waste your money again. Live quietly and as frugally as possible, and from today begin to put by a little that misfortune may not find you unprepared again. For goodness sake, don't worry about us. Fyodora and I will get along somehow. Why have you sent us so much money, Makar Alexievich? We don't need it at all. We are satisfied with what we have. It is true that we shall soon want money for moving from this lodging, but Fyodora is hoping to be repaid an old debt that has been owing for years. I will keep 20 rubles, however, in case of extreme necessity. The rest I send you back. Please take care of your money, Makar Alexievich. Goodbye. Be at peace now, keep well and happy. I would write more to you, but I feel dreadfully tired. Yesterday I did not get up all day. You do well to promise to come. Do come and see me, please, Makar Alexievich. V.D. September 11. My dear Varvara Alexeyevna, I beseech you, my own, not to part from me now when I am quite happy and contented with everything. My darling, don't listen to Fedora, and I will do anything you like. I shall behave well, if only from respect to His Excellency. I will behave well and carefully. We will write to each other happy letters again. We will confide in each other our thoughts, our joys, our cares, if we have any cares. We will live together in happiness and concord. We'll study literature. My angel, my whole fate has changed, and everything has changed for the better. The landlady has become more amenable. Teresa is more sensible. Even Faldoni has become prompter. I have made it up with Rataziev. In my joy I went to him of myself. He's really a good fellow, Varenka, and all the harm that was said of him was nonsense. I have discovered that it was all an abominable slander. He had no idea whatever of describing us. He read me a new work of his, and as for his calling me a Lovelace, that was not an insulting or abusive name. He explained it to me. The word is taken straight from a foreign source and means a clever fellow, and to express it more elegantly, in a literary fashion, it means a young man you must be on the lookout with, you see, and nothing of that sort. It was an innocent jest, my angel. I'm an ignoramus, and in my foolishness I was offended. In fact, it is I who apologize to him now. And the weather is so wonderful today, Varenka, so fine. It is true there was a slight frost this morning, as though it had been sifted through a sieve. It was nothing. It only made the air a little fresher. I went to buy some boots, and I bought some wonderful boots. I walked along the Nevsky. I read the Bee. Why, I am forgetting to tell you the principal thing. It was this, do you see? This morning I talked to Emelian Ivanovitch and Aksenty Mihailovitch about His Excellency. Yes, Varenka, I'm not the only one he has treated so graciously. I am not the only one he has befriended, and he is known to all the world for the goodness of his heart. His praises are sung in very many quarters, and tears of gratitude are shed. An orphan girl was brought up in his house. He gave her a dowry and married her to a man in a good position, to a clerk on special commissions, who was in attendance on His Excellency. He installed a son of a widow in some office, and has done a great many other acts of kindness. I thought it my duty at that point to add my mite, and described His Excellency's action in the hearing of all. I told them all, and concealed nothing. I put my pride in my pocket, as though pride or dignity mattered in a case like that. So I told it aloud, to do glory to the good deeds of His Excellency. I spoke enthusiastically. I spoke with warmth. I did not blush. On the contrary, I was proud that I had such a story to tell. I told them about everything, only I was judiciously silent about you, Varenka. About my landlady, about Faldoni, about Rataziev, about my boots, and about Markov. I told them everything. Some of them laughed a little. In fact, they all laughed a little. Probably they found something funny in my appearance, or it may have been about my boots. Yes, it must have been about my boots. They could not have done it with any bad intention. It was nothing, just youthfulness, or perhaps because they are well-to-do people, but they could not jeer at what I said with any bad, evil intention. That is, what I said about His Excellency, that they could not do. Could they, Varenka? I still can't get over it, my darling. The whole incident has so overwhelmed me. Have you got any firewood? Don't catch cold, Varenka. You can so easily catch cold. Ah, my own precious, you crush me with your sad thoughts. I pray to God, how I pray to Him for you, my dearie. For instance, have you got woolen stockings and other warm underclothing? Mind, my darling, if you need anything, for God's sake, don't wound your old friend. Come straight to me. Now our bad times are over. Don't be anxious about me. Everything is so bright, so happy in the future." "It was a sad time, Varenka. But there, no matter, it's past. Years will pass, and we shall sigh for that time. I remember my young days. Why, I often hadn't a farthing. I was cold and hungry, but light-hearted, that was all. In the morning I would walk along the Nevsky, see a pretty little face, and be happy all day. It was a splendid, splendid time, my darling. It is nice to be alive, Varenka, especially in Petersburg. I repented with tears in my eyes yesterday, and prayed to the Lord God to forgive me all my sins in that sad time, my repining, my liberal ideas, my drinking and despair. I remembered you with emotion in my prayers. You were my only support, Varenka. You were my only comfort. You cheered me on my way with counsel and good advice. I can never forget that, dear one. I have kissed all your letters today, my darling. Well, goodbye, my precious. They say that somewhere near here there is a sale of clothing, so I will make inquiries a little. Goodbye, my angel. Goodbye. Your deeply devoted Makar Devushkin. September 15. Dear Makar Alexievich, I feel dreadfully upset. Listen what has happened here. I foresee something momentous. Judge yourself, my precious friend. Mr. Bykov is in Petersburg. Fyodor met him. He was driving. He ordered the cab to stop, went up to Fyodora himself, and began asking where she was living. At first she would not tell him. Then he said, laughing, that he knew who was living with her. Evidently Anna Fyodorovna had told him all about it. Then Fyodora could not contain herself and began upbraiding him on the spot, in the street, reproaching him, telling him he was an immoral man and the cause of all my troubles. He answered that one who has not a halfpenny is bound to have misfortunes. Fyodora answered that I might have been able to earn my own living, that I might have been married or else have had some situation, but that now my happiness was wrecked forever, and that I was ill besides, and would not live long. To this he answered that I was still young, that I had still a lot of nonsense in my head, and that my virtues were getting a little tarnished. His words. Fyodora and I thought he did not know our lodging, when suddenly, yesterday, just after I had gone out to buy some things in the Gostiny Dvor, he walked into our room. I believe he did not want to find me at home. He questioned Fyodora at length concerning our manner of life, examined everything we had. He looked at my work, at last asked, "Who is this clerk you have made friends with?" At that moment you walked across the yard. Fyodora pointed to you. He glanced and laughed. Fyodora begged him to go away, told him that I was unwell as it was from grieving, and that to see him in our room would be very distasteful to me. He was silent for a while, said that he had just looked in with no object, and tried to give Fyodora 25 roubles. She, of course, did not take it. What can it mean? What has he come to see us for? I cannot understand where he has found out all about us. I am lost in conjecture. Fyodora says that Aksiniya, her sister-in-law, who comes to see us, is friendly with Nastasia the laundress, and Nastasia's cousin is a porter in the office in which a friend of Anna Fyodorovna's nephew is serving. So has not perhaps some ill-natured gossip crept round? But it is very possible that Fyodora is mistaken. We don't know what to think. Is it possible he will come to us again? The mere thought of it terrifies me. When Fyodora told me all about it yesterday, I was so frightened that I almost fainted with terror. What more does he want? I don't want to know him now. What does he want with me, poor me? Oh, I am in such terror now. I keep expecting Bykov to walk in every minute.
What will happen to me? What more has fate in store for me? For Christ's sake, come and see me now, Makar Alexievitch. Do come, for God's sake, come.
September 18. My darling Varvara Alexievna, today an unutterably sad, quite unaccountable and unexpected event has occurred here. Our poor Gorshkov, I must tell you, Varinka, has had his character completely cleared. The case was concluded some time ago, and today he went to hear the final judgment. The case ended very happily for him. He was fully exonerated of any blame for negligence and carelessness. The merchant was condemned to pay him a considerable sum of money, so that his financial position was vastly improved, and no stain left on his honor, and things were better all round. In fact, he won everything he could have desired. He came home at 3 o'clock this afternoon. He did not look like himself. His face was white as a sheet, his lips quivered, and he kept smiling. He embraced his wife and children. We all flocked to congratulate him. He was greatly touched by our action. He bowed in all directions, shook hands with all of us several times. It even seemed to me as though he were taller and more erect, and no longer had that running tear in his eye. He was in such excitement, poor fellow. He could not stand still for 2 minutes. He picked up anything he came across, then dropped it again, and kept continually smiling and bowing, sitting down, getting up, and sitting down again. Goodness knows what he said. My honor, my good name, my children. And that was how he kept talking. He even shed tears. Most of us were moved to tears too. Rataziev clearly wanted to cheer him up and said, "What is honor, old man, when one has nothing to eat? The money's the thing, old man. Thank God for that." And thereupon he slapped him on the shoulder. It seemed to me that Gorshkov was offended. Not that he openly showed dissatisfaction, but he looked rather strangely at Rataziev and took his hand off his shoulder. And that had never happened before, Varinka. But characters differ. Now I, for instance, should not have stood on my dignity at such a time of joy. Why, my own, sometimes one is too liberal with one's bows and almost cringing from nothing but excess of good nature and soft-heartedness. However, no matter about me. "Yes," he said, "the money is a good thing too, thank God, thank God." And then all the time we were with him, he kept on repeating, "Thank God, thank God." His wife ordered a rather nicer and more ample dinner. Our landlady cooked for them herself. Our landlady is a good-natured woman in a way. And until dinner-time, Gorshkov could not sit still in his seat. He went to the lodgers' rooms without waiting to be invited. He just went in, smiled, sat down on the edge of a chair, said a word or two, and even said nothing, and went away again. At the naval man's he even took a hand of cards. They made up a game with him as a fourth. He played a little, made a muddle of it, played 3 or 4 rounds, and threw down the cards. "Now," he said, "you see, I just looked in. And he went away from them. He met me in the passage, took both my hands, looked me straight in the face, but so strangely, then shook hands with me and walked away, and kept smiling, but with a strange, painful smile like a dead man. His wife was crying with joy. Everything was cheerful, as though it were a holiday. They soon had dinner. After dinner he said to his wife, "I tell you what, my love, I'll lie down a little." And he went to his bed. He called his little girl, put his hand on her head, and for a long time he was stroking the child's head. Then he turned to his wife again. "And what of Petinka, our Petya?" he said. "Petinka!" His wife crossed herself and answered that he was dead. Yes, I know all about it. Petinka is now in the kingdom of heaven." His wife saw that he was not himself, that what had happened had completely upset him, and she said to him, "You ought to have a nap, my love." "Yes, very well, I will directly, just a little." Then he turned away, lay still for a bit, then turned around, tried to say something. His wife could not make out what he said, and asked him, "What is it, my dear?" And he did not answer. She waited a little. "Well, he's asleep," she thought, and went into the landlady's for an hour. An hour later she came back. She saw her husband had not woken up and was not stirring. She thought he was asleep, and she sat down and began working at something. She said that for half an hour she was so lost in musing that she did not know what she was thinking about. All she can say is that she did not think of her husband. But suddenly she was roused by the feeling of uneasiness, and what struck her first of all was the death-like silence in the room. She looked at the bed and saw that her husband was lying in the same position. She went up to him, pulled down the quilt, and looked at him. And he was already cold. He was dead, my darling. Gorshkov was dead. He had died suddenly, as though he had been killed by a thunderbolt. And why he died, God only knows. It was such a shock to me, Varenka, that I can't get over it now. One can't believe that a man could die so easily. He was such a poor, unlucky fellow, that Gorshkov, and what a fate, what a fate! His wife was in tears and panic-stricken. The little girl crept away into a corner. There is such a hubbub going on. They will hold a post-mortem, an inquest. I can't tell you just what. But the pity of it, oh, the pity of it! It's sad to think that in reality one does not know the day or the hour. One dies so easily for no reason. Your Makar Devushkin. September 19. Dear Varvara Alexeyevna, I hasten to inform you, my dear, that Rataziev has found me work with a writer. Someone came to him and brought him such a fat manuscript. Thank God, a lot of work. But it's so illegibly written that I don't know how to set to work on it. They want it in a hurry. It's all written in such a way that one does not understand it. They have agreed to pay 40 kopecks the 16 pages. I write you all this, my own, because now I shall have extra money. And now, goodbye, my darling. I have come straight from work. Your faithful friend, Makar Devushkin. September 23. My dear friend Makar Alexeyevich, for 3 days I have not written you a word, and I have had a great many anxieties and worries. The day before yesterday, Bykov was here. I was alone. Fedora had gone off somewhere. I opened the door to him and was so frightened when I saw him that I could not move. I felt that I turned pale. He walked in, as he always does, with a loud laugh, took a chair and sat down. For a long while I could not recover myself. At last I sat down in the corner to my work. He even left off laughing. I believe my appearance impressed him. I have grown so thin of late. My eyes and my cheeks are hollow. I was as white as a sheet. It would really be hard for anyone to recognize me who had known me a year ago. He looked long and intently at me. Then at last he began to be lively again, said something or other. I don't know what I answered. And he laughed again. He stayed a whole hour with me, talked to me a long time, asked me some questions. At last, just before leaving, he took me by the hand and said, I write you it word for word.
Varvara Alexeyeva, between ourselves be it said, your relation and my intimate friend Anna Fyodorovna is a very nasty woman.
Then he used an unseemly word about her.
She led your cousin astray and ruined you. I behaved like a rascal in that case too, but after all, it's a thing that happens every day.
Then he laughed heartily. Then he observed that he was not great at fine speeches, and that most of what he had to explain, about which the obligations of gentlemanly feeling forbade him to be silent, he had told me already, and that in brief words he would come to the rest. Then he told me he was asking my hand in marriage, that he thought it was his duty to restore my good name, that he was rich, that after the wedding he would take me away to his estates in the steppes, that he wanted to go coursing hares there, that he would never come back to Petersburg again because it was horrid in Petersburg, that he had here in Petersburg, as he expressed it, a good-for-nothing nephew whom he had sworn to deprive of the estate, and it was just for that reason, in the hope of having legitimate heirs, that he sought my hand, that it was the chief cause of his courtship. Then he observed that I was living in a very poor way, and it was no wonder I was ill living in such a slum, predicted that I should certainly die if I stayed here another month, said that lodgings in Petersburg were horrid, and finally asked me if I wanted anything. I was so overcome at his offer that, I don't know why, I began crying. He took my tears for gratitude and told me he had always been sure I was a good, feeling, and educated girl, but that he had not been able to make up his mind to take this step till he had found out about my present behavior in full detail. Then he asked me about you, said that he had learned all about it, that you were a man of good principles, that he did not want to be indebted to you, and asked whether 500 roubles would be enough for all that you had done for me. When I explained to him that what you had done for me no money could repay, he said that it was all nonsense, that that was all romantic stuff out of novels, that I was young and read poetry, that novels were the ruin of young girls, that books were destructive of morality, and that he could not bear books of any sort. He advised me to wait till I was his age, and then talk about people.
Then, he added, you will know what men are like.
Then he said I was to think over his offer thoroughly, that he would very much dislike it if I were to take such an important step thoughtlessly. He added that thoughtlessness and impulsiveness were the ruin of inexperienced youth, but that he quite hoped for a favourable answer from me, but that in the opposite event he should be forced to marry some Moscow shopkeeper's daughter,
because, he said, I have sworn that good-for-nothing nephew shall not have the estate.
He forced 500 roubles into my hands, as he said,
to buy sweetmeats.
He said that in the country I should grow as round as a bun, that with him I should be living on the fat of the land, that he had a terrible number of things to see to now, that he was dragging about all day on business, and that he had just slipped in to see me between his engagements. And then he went away. I thought for a long time. I pondered many things. I wore myself out thinking, my friend. At last I made up my mind. My friend, I shall marry him. I ought to accept his offer. If anyone can rescue me from shame, restore my good name, and ward off poverty, privation, and misfortune from me in the future, it is he and no one else. What more can one expect from the future? What more can one expect from fate? Fyodora says I must not throw away my good fortune. She says if this isn't good fortune, what is? Anyway, I can find no other course for me, my precious friend. What am I to do? I have ruined my health with work as it is. I can't go on working continually. Go into a family? I should pine away with depression. Besides, I should be of no use to anyone. I am of a sickly constitution, and so I shall always be a burden on other people. Of course I am not going into a paradise. But what am I to do, my friend? What am I to do? What choice have I? I have not asked your advice. I wanted to think it over alone. The decision you have just read is unalterable, and I shall immediately inform Bykov of it. He is pressing me to answer quickly. He said that his business would not wait, that he must be off, and that he couldn't put it off for nonsense. God knows whether I shall be happy. My fate is in his holy, inscrutable power, but I have made up my mind. They say Bykov is a kind-hearted man. He will respect me. Perhaps I, too, shall respect him. What more can one expect from such a marriage? I will let you know about everything, Makar Alexievitch. I am sure you will understand all my wretchedness. Do not try to dissuade me from my intention. Your efforts will be in vain. Weigh in your own mind all that has forced me to this step. I was very much distressed at first, but now I am calmer. What is before me, I don't know. What will be, as God wills. Bykov has come. I leave this letter unfinished. I wanted to tell you a great deal more. Bykov is here already.
Breaking in. As I understand the tale, in this letter, Varvara narrates that she has just decided to marry her rapist. By now, I hope it is clear that Anna Fyodorovna is a procuress. She is in the business of finding destitute and desperate young girls or women, whom she can then sell to rich gentlemen. Since Varvara has moved to Petersburg, Anna Fyodorovna has apparently already sold information to the officer, and then to the officer's uncle. We have seen two other victims as well, the first wife of Pokrovsky and Varvara's cousin, Sasha. Bykov is not lying when he calls her a very nasty woman. Bykov, of course, is one of her best customers. He apparently is the father of the younger Pokrovsky. As Varvara testifies that she has been ruined by some cruelty in the past, and as Fedora has outed Bykov as a cause of her downfall, we can only assume that he was Anna Fyodorovna's customer in Varvara's case as well. So, why should Varvara accept this proposal? I don't know that I have much to add here to the simple explanation already provided. Varvara is desperate. She is ill, and she is likely to die before much longer in Petersburg, unless she can find some significant change in her material circumstances. Bykov is providing that lifeline. It may also be that Bykov is not factually wrong when he callously reports that this sort of thing happened all the time. If this kind of event was a common enough element in 19th century Russia, it is small wonder that a helpless character should acquiesce to it, no matter how odious it was. As Dostoevsky himself insisted, human beings are capable of becoming used to anything. End of comments. September 23. My darling Varvara Alexievna, I hasten to answer you, my dear. I hasten to tell you, my precious, that I am dumbfounded. It all seems so... Yesterday we buried Gorshkov. Yes, that is so, Varenka, that is so. Bykov has behaved honorably, only, you see, my own... So you have consented. Of course, everything is according to God's will. That is so. It certainly must be so. That is, it certainly must be God's will in this, and the providence of the heavenly Creator is blessed, of course, and inscrutable, and it is fate, too, and they are the same. Fedora sympathizes with you, too.
Of course you will be happy now, my precious. You will live in comfort, my darling, my little dearie, little angel and light of my eyes. Only, Varenka, how can it be so soon? Yes, business. Mr. Bykov has business. Of course, everyone has business, and he may have it too. I saw him as he came out from you. He's a good-looking man, good-looking, a very good-looking man, in fact. Only there is something queer about it. The point is not whether he is a good-looking man. Indeed, I am not myself at all. Why, how are we to go on writing to one another? I shall be left alone. I am weighing everything, my angel. I am weighing everything as you write to me. I am weighing it all in my heart, the reasons. I had just finished copying the 20th choir, and meanwhile these events have come upon us. Here you are going a journey, my darling. You will have to buy all sorts of things, shoes of all kinds, a dress, and I know just the shop in Gorohovoi Street. Do you remember how I described it to you? But no, how can you, Varenka? What are you about? You can't go away now. It's quite impossible, utterly impossible. Why, you will have to buy a great many things and get a carriage. Besides, the weather is so awful now. Look, the rain is coming down in bucketfuls, and such soaking rain too. And what's more, you will be cold, my angel. Your little heart will be cold. Why, you are afraid of anyone strange, and yet you go. And to whom am I left, all alone here? Yes, here Fedora says that there is great happiness in store for you. But you know she's a headstrong woman. She wants to be the death of me. Are you going to the evening service tonight, Varenka? I would go to have a look at you. It's true, perfectly true, my darling, that you are a well-educated, virtuous, and feeling girl. Only he had much better marry the shopkeeper's daughter. Don't you think so, my precious? He had better marry the shopkeeper's daughter. I will come to see you, Varenka, as soon as it gets dark. I shall just run in for an hour. It will get dark early today, then I shall run in. I shall certainly come to you for an hour this evening, my darling. Now you are expecting Bykov, but when he goes, then... Wait a bit, Varenka, I shall run across. Makar, Devushkin. September 27. My dear friend Makar Alexievich, Mr. Bykov says I must have 3 dozen linen chemises, so I must make haste and find seamstresses to make 2 dozen, and we have very little time. Mr. Bykov is angry and says there is a great deal of bother over these rags. Our wedding is to be in 5 days, and we are to set off the day after the wedding. Mr. Bykov is in a hurry. He says we must not waste much time over nonsense. I am worn out with all this fuss and can hardly stand on my feet. There is a terrible lot to do, and perhaps it would have been better if all this had not happened. Another thing, we have not enough net or lace, so we ought to buy some more, for Mr. Bykov says he does not want his wife to go about like a cook, and that I must simply wipe all the country ladies' noses for them. That was his own expression. So, Makar Alexievich, please apply to Madame Chiffon in Gorohovoi Street, and ask her first to send us some seamstresses, and secondly, to be so good as to come herself. I am ill today. It's so cold in our new lodging, and the disorder is terrible. Mr. Bykov's aunt can hardly breathe. She is so old. I am afraid she may die before we set off, but Mr. Bykov says that it is nothing, that she'll wake up. Everything in the house is in the most awful confusion. Mr. Bykov is not living with us, so the servants are racing about in all directions, goodness knows where. Sometimes Fedora is the only one to wait on us, and Mr. Bykov's valet, who looks after everything, has disappeared no one knows where for the last 3 days. Mr. Bykov comes to see us every morning, and yesterday he beat the superintendent of the house, for which he got into trouble with the police. I have not even had anyone to take my letters to you. I am writing by post. Yes, I had almost forgotten the most important point. Tell Madame Chiffon to be sure and change the net, matching it with the pattern she had yesterday, and to come to me herself to show the new, and tell her, too, that I have changed my mind about the embroidery, that it must be done in crochet. And another thing, that the letters for the monogram on the handkerchiefs must be done in tambour stitch. Do you hear? Tambour stitch and not satin stitch. Mind you don't forget that it is to be tambour stitch. Something else I had almost forgotten. For God's sake tell her also that the leaves on the pelerine are to be raised, and that the tendrils and thorns are to be an appliqué, and then the collar is to be edged with lace or a deep frill. Please tell her, Makar Alexievitch. Your V.D. P.S. I am so ashamed of worrying you with all my errands. The day before yesterday you were running about all the morning, but what can I do? There's no sort of order in the house here, and I am not well. So don't be vexed with me, Makar Alexievitch. I am so miserable. Oh, how will it end, my friend, my dear, my kind Makar Alexievitch? I'm afraid to look into my future. I have a presentiment of something, and am living in a sort of delirium. P.P.S. For God's sake, my friend, don't forget anything of what I have told you. I am so afraid you will make a mistake. Remember, tambour, not satin stitch. V.D.
September 27. Dear Varvara Alexeyevna, I have carried out all your commissions carefully. Madame Chiffon says that she had thought herself of doing them in tambour stitch, that it is more correct or something, I don't know. I didn't take it in properly. And you wrote about a frill, too, and she talked about the frill. Only I have forgotten, my darling, what she told me about the frill. All I remember is that she said a great deal. Such a horrid woman. What on earth was it? But she will tell you about it herself. I have become quite dissipated, Varenka. I have not even been to the office today. But there's no need for you to be in despair about that, my own. I am ready to go the round of all the shops for your peace of mind. You say you are afraid to look into the future. But at 7 o'clock this evening you will know all about it. Madame Chiffon is coming to see you herself. So don't be in despair. You must hope for the best. Everything will turn out for the best. So there. Well, now, I keep thinking about that cursed frill. Ah, bother that frill. I should have run round to you, my angel. I should have looked in. I should certainly have looked in. I have been to the gates of your house once or twice. But Bykov, that is, I mean, Mr. Bykov, is always so cross. You see, it doesn't... Well, what of it? Makar Devushkin. September 28. My dear Makar Alexievitch, for God's sake, run at once to the jeweller's. Tell him that he must not make the pearl and emerald earrings. Mr. Bykov says that it is too gorgeous, that it's too expensive. He is angry. He says that as it is costing him a pretty penny, and we are robbing him, and yesterday he said that if he had known beforehand and had any notion of the expense, he would not have bound himself. He says that as soon as we are married we will set off at once, that we shall have no visitors, and that I needn't hope for dancing and flirtation, and that the holidays are a long way off. That's how he talks. And God knows I don't want anything of that sort. Mr. Bykov ordered everything himself. I don't dare to answer him. He is so hasty. What will become of me? V.D. September 28. My darling Varvara Alexeyevna, that is the jeweller, said, very good, and I meant to say at first that I have been taken ill and cannot get up. Here now, at such an urgent, busy time, I have caught a cold, the devil take it. I must tell you, to complete my misfortunes, His Excellency was pleased to be stern, and was very angry with Emelian Ivanovitch, and scolded him, and he was quite worn out at last, poor man. You see, I tell you about everything. I wanted to write to you about something else, but I am afraid to trouble you.
You see, I am a foolish, simple man, Varenka. I just write what comes so that maybe you may... But there, never mind. Your Makar Devushkin.
September 29. Varvara Alexeyevna, my own, I saw Fyodora today, my darling. She says that you are to be married tomorrow, and that the day after you are setting off, and that Mr. Bykov is engaging horses already. I have told you about His Excellency already, my darling. Another thing, I have checked the bills from the shop in Gorohovoy. It is all correct, only the things are very dear. But why is Mr. Bykov angry with you? Well, may you be happy, Varenka. I am glad, yes, I shall be glad if you are happy. I should come to the church, my dear, but I've got lumbago. So I keep on about our letters. Who will carry them for us, my precious? Yes, you have been a good friend to Fyodora, my own. You have done a good deed, my dear. You have done quite right. It's a good deed, and God will bless you for every good deed. Good deeds never go unrewarded, and virtues will sooner or later be rewarded by the eternal justice of God. Varenka, I wanted to write to you a great deal. I could go on writing and writing every minute, every hour. I have one of your books still, Bielkin's stories. I tell you what, Varenka, don't take it away. Make me a present of it, my darling. It is not so much that I want to read it, but you know yourself, my darling, winter is coming on. The evenings will be long, it will be sad, and then I could read. I shall move from my lodgings, Varenka, into your old room and lodge with Fyodora. I would not part from that honest woman for anything now. Besides, she is such a hard-working woman. I looked at your empty room carefully yesterday. Your embroidery frame has remained untouched, just as it was with embroidery on it. I examined your needlework. There were all sorts of little scraps left there. You had begun winding thread on one of my letters. On the little table I found a piece of paper with the words, "Dear Makar Alexeyevich, I hasten," and that was all. Someone must have interrupted you at the most interesting place. In the corner, behind the screen, stands your little bed. Oh, my darling. Well, goodbye, goodbye. Send me some answer to this letter quickly. Makar Devushkin. Breaking in. Bielkin's stories, it will be remembered, is Pushkin's work. This may be Dostoevsky's way of reminding the reader of the station master and the character Samson Virin, whose fate is similar to Makar's own. End of comments.
September 30. My precious friend Makar Alexeyevich, everything is over. My lot is cast. I don't know what it will be, but I am resigned to God's will. Tomorrow we set off. I say goodbye to you for the last time, my precious one, my friend, my benefactor, my own. Don't grieve for me. Live happily. Think of me, and may God's blessing descend on us. I shall often remember you in my thoughts, in my prayers. So this time is over. I bring to my new life little consolation from the memories of the past. The more precious will be my memory of you, the more precious will your memory be to my heart. You are my one friend. You are the only one there who loved me. You know I have seen it all. I know how you love me. You were happy in a smile from me and a few words from my pen. Now you will have to get used to being without me. How will you do, left alone there? To whom am I leaving you, my kind, precious, only friend? I leave you the book, the embroidery frame, the unfinished letter. When you look at those first words, you must read in your thoughts all that you would like to hear or read from me, all that I should have written to you, and what I could not write now. Think of your poor Varenka, who loves you so truly. All your letters are at Fyodora's in the top drawer of a chest. You write that you are ill, and Mr. Bikov will not let me go out anywhere today. I will write to you, my friend, I promise, but God alone knows what may happen. And so we are saying good-bye now forever, my friend, my darling, my own, forever. Oh, if only I could embrace you now. Good-bye, my dear, good-bye, good-bye. Live happily, keep well. My prayers will always be before you. Oh, how sad I am, how weighed down in my heart. Mr. Bikov is calling me. Your ever-loving V. P.S. My soul is so full of tears now. Tears are choking me, rending my heart. Goodbye. Oh, God, how sad I am. Remember me, remember your poor Varinka. Varinka, my darling, my precious, you are being carried off. You are going. They had better have torn the heart out of my breast than to take you from me. How could you do it? Here you are weeping and going away. Here I have just had a letter from you, all smudged with tears. So you don't want to go. So you are being taken away by force. So you are sorry for me. So you love me. And with whom will you be now? Your little heart will be sad, sick, and cold out there. It will be sapped by misery, torn by grief. You will die out there. They will put you in the damp earth. There will be no one to weep for you out there. Mr. Bikov will always be coursing hares. Oh, my darling, what have you brought yourself to? How could you make up your mind to such a step? What have you done? What have you done? What have you done to yourself? They'll drive you to your grave out there. They will be the death of you, my angel. You know you are as weak as a little feather, my own. And where was I, old fool? Where were my eyes? I saw the child did not know what she was doing. The child was simply in a fever. I ought simply... But no, fool, I thought nothing and saw nothing, as though that were the right thing, as though it had nothing to do with me, and went running after frills and flounces too. No, Varinka, I shall get up. Tomorrow, maybe, I shall be better, and then I shall get up. I'll throw myself under the wheels, my precious. I won't let you go away. Oh, no, how can it be? By what right is it all done? I will go with you. I will run after your carriage if you won't take me. I will run my hardest as long as there is a breath left in my body. And do you know what it is like where you are going, my darling? Maybe you don't know. If so, ask me. There it is, the steppe, my own, the steppe, the bare steppe. Why, it is as bare as my hand. There are hard-hearted peasant women and uneducated drunken peasants. There the leaves are falling off the trees now. There it is cold and rainy, and you are going there. Well, Mr. Bikov has something to do there. He will be with his hares. But what about you? Do you want to be a grand country lady, Varinka? But, my little cherub, you should just look at yourself. Do you look like a grand country lady? Why, how can such a thing be, Varinka? To whom am I going to write letters, my darling? Yes, you must take that into consideration, my darling. You must ask yourself, to whom is he going to write letters? Whom am I to call my darling? Whom am I to call by that loving name? Where am I to find you afterwards, my angel? I shall die, Varinka. I shall certainly die. My heart will never survive such a calamity. I loved you like God's sunshine. I loved you like my own daughter. I loved everything in you, my darling, my own. And I lived only for you. I worked and copied papers, and walked and went about, and put my thoughts down on paper, in friendly letters, all because you, my precious, were living here opposite, close by. Perhaps you did not know it, but that was how it was. Yes, listen, Varinka. You only think, my sweet darling, how is it possible that you should go away from us? You can't go away, my own. It is impossible. It's simply, utterly impossible. Why, it's raining. You are delicate. You will catch cold. Your carriage will be wet through. It will certainly get wet through. It won't get beyond the city gates before it will break down. It will break down on purpose. They make these carriages in Petersburg so badly. I know all those carriage makers. They are only fit to turn out a little model, a plaything, not anything solid. I'll take my oath they won't build it solid.
I'll throw myself on my knees before Mr. Bykov. I will explain it to him. I will explain everything. And you, my precious, explain to him. Make him see reason. Tell him that you will stay and that you cannot go away. Ah, why didn't he marry a shopkeeper's daughter in Moscow? He might just as well have married her. The shopkeeper's daughter would have suited him much better. She would have suited him much better. I know why. And I should have kept you here. What is he to you, my darling? What is Bykov? How has he suddenly become so dear to you? Perhaps it's because he is always buying you frills and flounces. But what are frills and flounces? What good are frills and flounces? Why, it is nonsense, Varenka. Here it is a question of a man's life. And you know a frill's a rag. It's a rag, Varenka. A frill is... Why, I shall buy you frills myself. That's all the reward I get. I shall buy them for you, my darling. I know a shop. That's all the reward you let me hope for, my cherub Varenka. Oh, Lord, Lord, so you are really going to the steppes with Mr. Bykov, going away never to return? Ah, my darling. No, you must write to me again. You must write another letter about everything. And when you go away, you must write to me from there, or else, my heavenly angel, this will be the last letter, and you know that this cannot be the last letter. Why, how can it be, so suddenly, actually the last? Oh, no, I shall write, and you will write. Besides, I am acquiring a literary style. Oh, my own, what does style matter now? I don't know now what I am writing. I don't know at all. I don't know, and I don't read it over, and I don't improve the style. I write, only to go on writing to you. My darling, my own, my Varenka.
This concludes the novel Poor Folk by Fyodor Dostoevsky. I will be appending one final video to this compilation with some concluding thoughts on the book. You are welcome to join me there. Otherwise, thank you for listening, and I hope you enjoyed this Let's Read experience. In this final video, I would like to offer some concluding thoughts on the novel. Now that you have listened through the story, I can touch on some ideas that I could not fully discuss in the introduction for fear of spoilers. As I mentioned earlier, I'm no literary scholar, and so I won't try to go too deeply into the weeds here. But I do want to address two topics: ways in which these characters anticipate some trends in Dostoevsky's later work, and also what I take to be the thematic spine of the novel. First, we see in this novel some prototypes of characters to come. That's even true of some of the minor characters. Take Rataziev, for instance. Rataziev is portrayed as a distasteful figure. He fancies himself an intellectual, even if he has no real ability. He takes whatever opportunity he can to jeer at those who suffer misfortune, and he looks down his nose at core Russian figures or values, such as Pushkin or honor. The humble but venerable Gorshkov can recognize this, even if Makar cannot consistently. This kind of character, the obnoxious, condescending liberal, finds its way into all of Dostoevsky's great novels, most potently in The Possessed, or Demons. What is surprising is that this kind of trend should start so early, way back in 1846, at a time when Dostoevsky was himself a socialist rubbing shoulders with people just like Rataziev. Bykov is another such case. All of Dostoevsky's great novels have some character or other who violates young women, and yes, pedophiles are among their number. Often, as in Poor Folk, the story of that violation is told indirectly. In The Possessed, that story was told much more directly, but it wasn't even included in the original publication, because it was considered to be too shocking at the time. When compared against these other characters, Bykov does not appear uniquely vicious. In fact, repulsive as he is, he might stack up better than some of his counterparts. Varvara is, of course, Bykov's prey. Her simple, submissive goodness through it all might remind the reader of Sonia from Crime and Punishment. But Varvara has a much more sophisticated background. She is intelligent, she has been educated, she has been exposed to a great many ideas. In fact, her backstory is similar to the backstory of Nastasia Filipovna, one of the principal characters of The Idiot. But Nastasia Filipovna, unlike Varvara, is a bitter, dangerous woman, one of the strongest and most interesting of all of Dostoevsky's female characters. It is as though Dostoevsky took the very tame Varvara, added a sharply acidic twist, and came up with Nastasia Filipovna. But the most complicated of the characters in Poor Folk is also the novel's biggest simpleton, Makar Alexievich. Makar is a bundle of contradictions. He obsesses over privacy and wants no one to know of his friendship with Varvara, is afraid to cross the yard in the daylight, and even misses Varvara's mother's requiem service as a result. But he also fantasizes of being a renowned author, being recognized in the Nevsky Prospect or perhaps noticed by a countess. And while he demands privacy for himself, he does not always respect it in others. Recall his peeping through the door to witness the conflict between Aksenti Osipovich and Pyotr Petrovich. He suffers from drunkenness, but when he searches for an insult to hurl at Faldoni, he can think of nothing better than to call him a drunkard. In a letter in which he takes the Lord's name in vain, he accuses Markov of villainy for doing the same thing. He accuses Paul de Kock's novels as being too racy for decency, mere pages after he has lauded Rataziev's absurdly salacious stories. His obsession over Varvara is not always rational. He says he covets her well-being, but when she has an opportunity to serve as a governess, which would improve her welfare, he fiercely opposes it. While he's down on his luck, he sheepishly confesses that, if he could borrow money, he would buy a little tobacco. Varvara sends a few kopecks his way, inviting him to do so. Makar feels such guilt at this that he loses self-dignity and succumbs to drink, but then refers to this very sequence of events as fated, and concludes that he is absolved of blame. These little touches run up and down the novel. Now, we do know that Freud read Dostoevsky. I won't claim that he hatched his idea of projection by reading Poor Folk of all things, and yet we see here the young Dostoevsky intuitively feeling his way towards portrayals of the human mind that would later be incorporated into the canon of psychoanalysis. It's clear that the man is a talent. I think of Makar as perhaps an early docile prototype for the underground man. The reclusiveness, the wounded dignity, the desire for acceptance, the irrationality are all there. Makar has only the smallest taste of that bitterness which is so vividly on display in Notes, and he is unaware of his own irrationality, whereas the underground man is perversely aware of it. But Makar may provide a foundation upon which the underground man is built. But this leads us to the second main topic I want to touch upon here, the thematic core of the book. In one of those letters where Makar is at his most indignant, the July 8 response to Gogol's Undercoat, Makar outlines a perspective on the world that seems to be ripped straight out of the Middle Ages, something like the traditional great chain of being. Everyone's place on this chain, indeed every object's place, is ordained according to God's purpose and ranked in hierarchical order. Those below must properly give deference to those above, but they also have license to expect deference from those below them. Ultimately, wherever you are, you can take comfort in playing your ordained role, like the indispensable rat to which Makar refers on June 12. Makar clearly believes in this chain.
He is perfectly willing to take his lumps from people in authority, or even to be ignored by them. Pyotr Petrovitch, for instance, refuses even to acknowledge him when Makar goes to request a loan. But Makar takes this simply as part of the order of things. On the flip side, Makar is rough with the likes of Teresa or Faldoni, whom he considers to be his inferiors, and is mortified when the peasant Faldoni casts an insult his way. Here are 3 ways this perspective on the world is challenged in the novel. First, we see tension from the perspective of those on the lower rungs. Makar can handle being the insignificant rat, but he needs to be indispensable to have some value, and no matter how frequently he may protest otherwise, he needs respect from people up the chain. Recall his discussion about how a poor man sees the world differently. He sees a slight in every glance, even perhaps a slight in how others offer him financial support. For Makar, the lack of respect cuts much deeper than the lack of money, which is why, in the climactic scene with His Excellency, the gesture of the boss to shake his hand plays such a critical role. His Excellency plays something like a Christ role here, redeeming Makar's sense of dignity. And so he plays the role that the superiors are supposed to play in the traditional chain of being. But he is the outlier, and this is the second challenge to that traditional view, the challenge from above. Do the people who occupy the upper strata deserve to be there? Makar claims that their station has been ordained by God, but later he chalks it up to dumb luck. Varvara should be the one in those carriages on Gorohovoi Street, and Ivan the Fool is the one who gets to roll around in riches. The novel abounds with examples of those from the upper crust who abuse their station, Bykov, of course, being the foremost example, although not the only one. Why should these people have this kind of disproportional power? There may be a final challenge in the background here, although it is not nearly as pronounced here as in Dostoevsky's later works. That concerns the very top rung of the chain of being, God himself. The question is simply this: can you accept this world as God's world? Later on in the Brothers Karamazov, this issue takes center stage. Here, God seems to make a series of cameo appearances as a verbal tick. God will reward you. God sees all. Thank God, for God's sake, as God wills. But he is not a mere verbal tick here. For Makar, God is a grand architect who ordains all things. That is in keeping with the overall picture of the great chain of being. For Varvara, he may be that too, but he is rather more, a source of comfort in times of distress. In her April 25 letter, when confronted with the pain of her past and the slanders of Anna Fyodorovna, her consolation is that God sees it. When she is resigned to her fate with Bykov, her consolation is that she is submitting herself to God's inscrutable will. So for Varvara, the question is less about whether she can accept this world as God's world, as it is about whether she can accept this world with all its trials without it being God's world. I think that understanding the faith of a character like Varvara is a prerequisite to understanding the rebellion of an Ivan Karamazov. Modern-day atheists might wonder why Ivan goes on in explaining his loss of faith. Why not merely offer a wry smirk at the naive credulity of the unwashed peasants and move on? But Ivan actually knows what it is that he is losing when he rebels. And so we've reached the end of this road. It's possible I'll start up another Let's Read in a little while. I confessed earlier that I'm on a Dostoevsky kick, and so the double might be my next stop.
The double was published in the same year as Poor Folk, but with a rather different style and structure. We shall see. Regardless, thank you very much for listening, and I hope you enjoyed the experience.